Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the show. This is round 3 getting underway. Welcome to the Dojo All-Stars event, which includes 4 people who are not dojoers. If you are joining us for the first time today and weren't here yesterday, unfamiliar
Good
with...
heaven. I know you can't hear me, but still, rooting for you.
All right. But the format here, for those who are confused, it is 4v4, 4 dojoers against 4 invited stars. And I am just kicking off the matches here, still as we speak. Getting some of them wrong, of course, so the players have to bear with me. It's telling me that Sophie is not online. Let me just see something. Okay, I'll move on to the next pairing. I get back to that one. Let's match. Teddy and Alexa's game has started. Next game. All right, we got 3 games underway. All right. So you all should be able to see Evan Rosenberg versus Josiah Stearman right now. That should be looking all right. All right, so we got one scene set up and working, and let's see. He's playing an exchange Slav defense, and he's moved his queen a lot of moves already. How did he move his queen this many times already, and did it make any sense? That's all logical. Right, then you attack stuff, knight a5, okay, you move, bishop d7, you move, rook c8. Oh, yeah, I guess it makes sense. I guess it makes sense. Okay. So, I guess the question is, can this bishop get back outside the pawn chain and control this or not? Yeah, I guess it's not illogical, and Evan's playing fast enough. He knows what's going on too. Yeah, white doesn't mind playing bishop e2, McDork, but the idea of this queen b3 and queen a4 stuff was to keep the black bishop from being outside the pawn chain, to make black have to, if they put the bishop outside the pawn chain, that they lose a pawn, and if they put the bishop inside the pawn chain, that they end up having to play e6 and lock it in. So far, I don't see a reason that black would be forced to lock in the bishop. It seems like they could bring it back out with g4 and maybe then still play e6, although maybe bishop g4, queen b3, right? And back to the same old game. Knight a5, queen a4 check, and the bishop comes all the way back. Who knows? So also, hi chat, greetings everybody, hope you're all having a good day. We are here to cheer for our Dojo All-Stars, I think. I mean, it's a free internet. You're all free to cheer for whatever you want. For those of you who missed yesterday, I'll give you a quick sum up of some of the action from yesterday to help you get acclimatized to what's going on today. But I just do want to try to make sure to get that last game going and get all my scenes set and everything like that. So, yeah, I just want to have everything working. See if I can get that to go. Okay. So, okay, h3. All right, so black after plays h3. Now this bishop has nowhere to go because white controls these two squares. So the bishop might be stuck inside now. Okay, that makes sense, Evan. Okay. Oh yeah, let me put in these names since I bothered adding them in. All right, so let's take a quick look around some of the other boards to see what's going on elsewhere today. We've got here we've got Teddy Coleman with white against Alexa, and I'll tell you real quickly the story of their day ones yesterday. So Alexa started off the day with like an incredible opening position against Josiah. Didn't win it. Game ended in a draw by Perpetual. And one thing I was thinking there was, at this level, you really have to win when you get a position like that. Like, okay, you draw your first tournament game ever against an IM. It's fantastic. It's incredible. But the truth going forward in future tournaments is it's rare to get a position that good against an IM. So when you get it, you need to like make the most of it and win that. And I don't know if Alexa will get another position as good in the rest of this tournament as he had in that first round game against Josiah. So that game ended in a draw. And then his second game yesterday, he got absolutely smashed by Casa Corley, who's one of our two leaders so far in the tournament with 2 out of 2. You can see below me the cross table and, under Cass's name, that's where his total can be found of 2 points there. All right, Eyelash is back. Hopefully, we're going to try to make this work now. She's going to have white against the player I was just talking about, Casa Corley. And there we go. Transition to that, and there you go. We see her with white playing d4. And yesterday, Fizzy Band played e4 against Casa, and he surprised some people by playing the Petrov defense, you know, which is considered to be like a drawing weapon, and obviously he's higher rated than the Dojo All-Stars, and you know, you're wondering, is he trying to like draw a game? But as he revealed, he actually took like a risk early on in that game in order to try to steer the game away from a draw. So that was not the goal in playing the Petrov, to make a draw. And here they go into an exchange Queen's Gambit. Casa game was pretty smashing from what I could tell last night. Yeah. So he along with Nemtsova is one of the two players on 2-0 so far. And let's see. Still have a little bit of production work to do behind the scenes here. But soon enough, it'll be all set. Okay, so let's check out Nemtsova and Fizzy Band. And let me also put their game up for you. That would be part of checking them out, is not just having a look at the webcams. Nemtsova playing a bishop b5 check line against the Sicilian, but playing it a little bit slowly. She spent 2 minutes on bishop b5 check, then 2 minutes to castle after knight c6, and now another 3 minutes to play rook e1. So, feeling her way through her opening choice here. And I will say that I was watching Kostya's commentary yesterday, and Kostya said that she has a little bit of a thing with time trouble sometimes. And yeah, this time usage here, sort of finding her bearings in the opening here, is perhaps something that could cause that kind of time trouble. But if we want to talk about how she did yesterday, yesterday she went 2-0, and she made it through a difficult, crazy game with Comrade Eyelash. It was extremely intense for a stretch, and both she and Eyelash were in some time pressure in that game. And then once it sort of went into an end game, she seemed to triumph in the end game relatively quickly and easily. And then her second game, she played an opening variation that absolutely shocked me against Evan. It looked like a terrible, terrible opening to me. And somehow she just absolutely destroyed that game. You know, just smashed him in the middle game with a ferocious attack after castling queenside against the Catalan. That was what really shocked me. She gave Evan the unopposed G2 bishop and castled queenside right into its sphere of influence. And yeah, it worked out for her very, very, very well. But so far, the best story of this entire All-Stars event is that Fizzy Band was the first Dojo All-Star to win a game against one of our invited stars. So, whoo! 3 cheers for Fizzy Band, who's giving us a good look at his haircut here today. Because he took down I Am Josiah Stearman yesterday in decisive fashion. First winning a piece and then avoiding any jitters and just sending that extra piece straight at Josiah's king to cap off that game. So he'll have some confidence, enough confidence here to face the 2-0 Nemtsova now. Do I still believe Nemtsova's opening yesterday was terrible? Yeah, of course. It takes a lot of beatings for me to... it takes several beatings for me to change my ideas in chess. I mean, obviously, I would be nowhere if I couldn't change my ideas. But I have a reasonably strong hold on some of my own beliefs. And then they need to get smashed to a, convincing point for me to change it. So, I saw the game. I thought, I would maybe do this or that different than Evan. And so, yeah, I don't believe that opening at all. But props to her for playing something that looked so terrible and making it look so terrible for the opponent. I mean, she just castled queenside into that bishop and then played h5, h4, threw everything at him and just smashed his kingside. It was nice to see. Wish I could play like that. So we'll see if he can spoil, if Fizzy can spoil Nemtsova's perfect score here. That would be cool to see. This bishop b5 Sicilian is something which I'm finally learning myself. So when I play blitz games, which as you all know is not very common, but when I play blitz games, I am liable to trot this out recently to try and gain some experience with it. It doesn't fit super easily or naturally for me because, not just because I haven't played it, not just because I haven't played the Ruy Lopez, which is really similar and related to, but because I also don't really like trading bishops for knights. And in the bishop b5 Sicilian, you often trade the bishop on b5 for a knight on c6 or d7, right? Otherwise, why did you play bishop b5? Just to move the bishop 4 extra times and not do anything with it, Compared to the Ruy Lopez, there's not the immediate... it often transposes to positions similar to the Ruy Lopez. You pressure the knight, your bishop can drop back into c2 and stuff, but compared to the Ruy Lopez, there isn't a pawn on e5 that you're pressuring and attacking, and the bishop on b5 is helping you with that. So if your opponent spends a whole move on a6 and you don't trade, there is a question of, what are we doing moving the bishop a whole bunch? So that's come up here. I often play rook e1 quickly and tuck my bishop, just like Nemtsova did this time. There was no pressure on e5. Black's development looks pretty fine, and Fizzy's playing a variation which I have played as black and which I really believe in for black, so we'll see. Yeah, Mitch, you don't like giving a bishop for a knight in the opening, right? It's tough to play things that are outside of your own biases without a pretty good reason for it, right? I'll trade the bishop for the knight in certain variations of the Nimzo where I know how to play against the doubled pawns. But like in this variation here that Fizzy played, where black plays bishop d7, right? Even with black spending a move on a6, I'm like, why would I bring black's bishop to c6? Like, then if I break with e5, the bishop is amazing. If I play d3, I'm just passive, and what am I playing for, right? Like, I just don't understand like what I'm supposed to do with this position if I'm white. I just don't know what am I doing. You know? So I don't usually do it. But I'm trying to work through some of those things. You know, I'm trying to practice just putting those positions on the board for myself and coming up with some moves anyway. You know, it's got to be done. You have to explore. Well, you don't have to explore, but I want to explore. I'm curious. I'm a true chess player. All right, Amanda's exploring it too. Pressuring the doubled pawns is cool. It is early for me. That's right, Am I Fly? But although daylight savings makes no sense to me, I think daylight savings gave me an extra hour of sleep last night, so I'm not feeling it as badly. Yeah. Anyway, black makes 2 stops with the bishop. White goes twice with the bishop to end up on its starting square, but allows castling, and black spends a move on a6, which isn't development, but is part of, you know, some of black's plans. So Tempe, it's not really clear if either player has really lost more time than the other yet at this point. Bishop g4 is associated with playing e6 and bishop e7. That's this plan here. And it's a little bit hard for white to play d4 because black can take on f3 and then take on d4. So you'd have to be willing to play g takes f3. If white plays h3, black will usually just keep the bishop and drop it back to h5. And the plan is e6, bishop e7, castles, and then maybe d5 in some case, depending. Yeah, Wesley So recently released a course about bishop b5, and then he played it a couple times at the U.S. Championships. Like, if you guys didn't yet read my course, you know, thinking you're too good for it, well, missed your chance to prepare for me. All right, d3, yeah. And I think normally what white does here is plays h3, bishop h5, and then d3. And the point is, like, knowing that the black bishop's in this area here, you often don't want to play moves like d4 that loosen your light square. So it's very common that you just put the pawn on d3, pawn on e4, you're limiting that bishop, it's a little bit stuck there, and then you find other ways to expand your influence on the board or build your strength. You could actually switch to playing on the queen side maybe, since black won't have the bishop over there. Anyway, d3, e6 is being played. Fizzy following the plan. Fizzy with an hour and a half on the clock is probably comfortable, probably basically knows this line that he's playing up to this point. He spent a few seconds here and there, or, you know, 20 to 30 seconds on most of his moves, maybe just getting into the mood of the game, but more or less seems very comfortable. So now let me see what other game I want to get to, what's really developing. Oh, a little development over here. In this game, Casa Corley playing like a famous patented maneuver of his in the exchange queen's gambit, knight a6, and then the knight comes to c7. There's a really, really, really amazing game he played with this maneuver, and then also he published an article about it. So I don't know exactly where that is, but if you can find it, it's very, very instructive. He'll explain the whole plan he's using here, and hopefully Eyelash has already read that article. It's a really good one. Nemtsova went d3 instead of d4. Mitch, you can just play d4 in that position? So we head right back here. You can just play d4 right here with the bishop on this square? He's probably taking with his pawn, not sacking a center pawn. I don't see white sacrificing a center pawn here. I could see white taking a doubled pawn and hoping the center compensates. If black challenges white on their weak square, then this bishop gets locked in. So it's not clear what setup black should play against this. Not clear if black should play e5 or e6 or g6. Actually pretty unclear. I guess I'd probably tend towards g6, bishop g7 now that I've thought about it for, what, 13 seconds? Okay, that's interesting. So that's a recommendation of Wesley. So Nemtsova played more like how I expected this line to go with d3. And, you know, I think some of these play h3 and even g4 and trap the bishop on g6 for a while. You can probably also play knight d2 and maneuver and expand on the queen side at some point. All right, let's check out another game. Go over here. All right, and last we saw this position was Alexa was playing c5, countering Teddy's center, but this now becomes like a c5 variation of the Catalan up an entire tempo for white with knight c3. Now, okay, that knight sometimes goes to a3, c4 instead of c3, and the knight being on c3 makes c takes d4 tactically, you know, more emphatic. White might have to recapture, but white is still a full tempo up over the following position, folks. This here is a mainline position, and in the game he's got it with just his knight on c3 extra. So I do not think that this makes any sense from Alexa. The point of a pawn on c6 this early in an opening is the idea of b5 defending this pawn. Now, that is kind of how Alexa played yesterday's game against Casa. It's tough to get a double black and have two players play, look, the exact same sort of like setup against you. Yesterday, he played c6, b5, which is logical. But when he put the bishop on c8 to defend this pawn, Casa hit him with a quick e5, e6. And he was worried about the knight coming into e6, so he chose to play f6 to keep the knight out. And he wasn't able to deal with this pawn before his king side got pried open. Casa just threw it at him, right? That h pawn, queen straight to e4, and then h4. And finally, you know, sacking the e6 pawn. But now Casa's looking for this knight to move, and then he'll play knight g5 and checkmate. So Alexa was just tied up to that knight on e6, which couldn't move. Casa attacked it a bunch of times, attacked the rook. If the rook moves, the knight's gone. If the knight trades, then knight to g5 and queen h7, rook e7 coming in. So he just, I mean, he just got smashed here. What can you say? Straight up mated. So you can understand switching to a different approach today and not feeling like playing like a b5, knight d7, bishop b7, hunker down position, right? But check it. Here you've got a pawn on e6 instead of g6. So at least e4, e5, e6 isn't coming. And basically the point of c6 is to play b5. So if you don't want to play b5, then don't play c6. You can't play c6 and then switch to playing c5 in this position. And I'm afraid Alexa's in for another tough lesson here. So here we are. Here we are. That said, his position doesn't look so terrible. I mean, he got his pieces out. Am I exaggerating the importance of that tempo? Or did Teddy not find the way to punish him? Teddy thought, as soon as c5 was played, Teddy thought 2 minutes about castling, and then after knight c6, thought for almost 8 minutes before trading. So he was looking for a way to punish this thing. Maybe the right move here is still knight e5. which is like a fancy move in some other lines with the knight on b1. Now, it's a little risky with this here. But the tactical point of this line is if the opponent goes queen d4, you take, and then you're going to win a rook. If the opponent goes knight d4, you play e3, knight somewhere like f5, and then queen d8, knight f7. So when you play knight e5, black kind of can't take on d4 with those pieces. Here, maybe they could try this. Then you play knight c6, hitting the queen. If they don't recapture, you can take the pawn on d4, saving your knight and saving your other knight, so you end up a piece. Here, check, here, here. Still looks good for white. I mean, Teddy should have been... I mean, he was definitely looking. He spent almost 8 minutes here. I wonder if this is the right move. Thing is, black could just play a move like this as well here. Just supporting that c6 square. And just trading off all your good pieces for black's pieces that weren't developed is not an accomplishment for white. Meanwhile, normally in this line, the knight does come to c4. Yeah. This is probably what Teddy... I mean, I'm sure Teddy could calculate those little tactics I just showed you in 30 seconds during a serious game. But this move here is probably what he wasn't sure what to do about. And it's really not clear what should be done about it. Maybe takes d5. Just trying to give scope to this dude. Could this be any good for white? This looks like an edge for white, because I think this pawn's gone. I mean, I haven't calculated knight a5, bishop d2 at length, or knight e5, bishop f4 at length. You know, black can play moves like rook d8. I guess there's always bishop b7. Yeah, there's no way that any of these silly knight moves is going to work. Well, that's why I didn't calculate them. I wonder if knight e5 is the right move. It's a move I wouldn't find if I hadn't seen the idea in another line. Unfortunately, it's not a move that like appears logical to me to move the knight in here. What seems logical is what he did, trading on c5. Because, like, you know, the pawn on d4 is attacked. The other move I would look at on my own would be something like queen a4, trying to play rook d1. But I feel like queen a4, bishop d7 is just clearly a bad trade of moves for white, right? We've put our queen on the line of their bishop, not on the line of their king like we hoped. And then... Oh, actually... You could play this. It's not terrible, I guess. You could just be trying to get back that pawn. And then just keep playing. Okay. I take it back. Queen a4 might not be illogical. Could be a reasonable move to look at. But normally, like, you know, on principle, I look at moves like queen a4, like building up pressure, trying to play rook d1 to get juice against their queen, or bishop e3 here to develop a piece, fight for control over d4 with black. The move knight e5 is it's a weird move. I mean, I believe it's a very good one in some cases, but it's definitely a weird move. Okay. Almost 18 minutes of thought leads Alexa to developing the bishop here, supporting this. It seemed like white's idea was maybe to trade, double the pawn, and then play knight e4. Hitting f6 and c5. Then when the bishop retreats, you can play knight d6 whenever you want and probably get the bishop pair back, leaving black with doubled pawns. But before you play knight d6, you probably play rook a c1 and try and recover this pawn on the c file and try to use the c file. Bishop d7 doesn't do anything immediately directly about either defending c4 or defending f6 or, you know, preserving the bishop pair or anything like that. But it does improve development, which gives black more chances to play moves like rook c8 or b5 maybe to try and hold on to the pawn in some case. Also allows you to answer knight b5 with like rook c8, dealing with knight c7 instead of some like terrible move. Yeah, why wouldn't black just retreat the bishop to e7 themselves right here? It's a very good question. I mean, looked like a very logical move to do that. The other really interesting move would have been like knight g4. No, knight e4 would make it terrible. If e3, you could play h6, and it's like really, really complicated. But if knight e4 and there's a tempo on your bishop, now you're just fishing as black. Now you're just fishing. That wouldn't work out. But yeah, bishop e7 looked playable, Adam. I don't think there's like a strong reason why not. All right. Teddy happily puts the rook on c1. And yeah, just one quick thing I want to mention. It's up in the far corner up there. I meant to mention it yesterday, but all donations this weekend will go to our All-Star Prize Fund. We've put up 4 prizes totaling $3,200 to entice and invite these top players to come give our top dojoers some top-notch practice. So if this is, what you like and what you want to support, then know that that's where any donations will go this weekend. Let's pop over to Rosenberg versus Josie. What? I somehow transitioned to the wrong view, but here's the right view. Rosenberg with white against Josiah, and this is a very complicated looking exchange Slav battle so far. In case of a tie, prizes will be split, evenly, Adam. There's not going to be any tie breaks or anything like that. The Dojo All-Stars are facing a higher rated opposition than the invited stars, but there's not going to be any tie breaks based on that or anything else. If 2 players finish tied with, let's say, 2.5 points out of 4, and that is 3rd and 4th place, then they would share 700 plus 500 divided by 2, 600 each. All right, let's catch up on a couple moves here. Last we saw was h3 in this position, and
Thanks
g5 was played.
All-Stars.
And g5 was played, attacking this bishop, and Rosenberg, surprisingly to me, chose to just plunk it in the middle, as we've already discussed. Mitch, thank you for the donation. And I really have a thing for bishops, and you could expect me to play bishop g3 100% of the time here. I don't even have to think about it, because in a game I wouldn't think about it. I would just play the move pretty quickly, probably. So that's a shocker of a move. This trade comes in. a6, queen b3, hitting b5.
All-Stars, baby.
And now he trades into opposite colored bishops. But he is trading black's sort of slightly passive bishop on d7. He immediately wants to crack the light squares. That's what Rosenberg is up to. This bishop's supposed to get here or here and maybe win a pawn. And Josiah says, you want to win a pawn? Here! Just take it. Just take it. Right? There it is. Right on b4. You can just gobble, gobble, gobble. If that's what you like. Hey, this one's hanging too for later. And I could imagine this move being a surprise for Evan. Let me see if I would expect this move. If I'm playing white, I play a4. What am I even expecting black to play? That's a lot of attack on b5 and a6. So I can see why Evan would go for this. I would be more comfortable if I'd played bishop d3 or e2. Bishop e2 and then went for this. Bishop e2 just to make g4 less of a thing in this game. If I played bishop e2, I'd be more ready to play a4. Like bishop e2, e6, a4. But then black would be ready to play b4 with the bishop defending b4. Okay, so I understand why he was in a rush to break this down and go up a pawn. I can see. Okay, and so b4, I guess I would look at it because the position is complicated enough, and I feel awkward not playing a bishop move here. I feel awkward not playing a bishop move here, so that nagging like, oh no, I shouldn't about a4 would make me look harder for different options for my opponent, if that makes sense, right? Like, do you have, I mean, we all have like little mixes of like our instincts and our sort of explicit positional thoughts and our calculations. All these things can like line up or not line up sometimes, right? Like you could say like, my instinct is to play bishop e2, but my calculation shows that a4 is better, and my explicit thinking tells me that the correct idea is to play, you know, knight a2, preparing rook c1 because we have to contest the c file. Like you can have three entirely different mental processes telling you three different moves that you're supposed to be.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream. Get the money. Dollar bill y'all.
Thank you. My own abbreviation in my life is CTETs, but cream is the famous one. So yeah, I would, because my instinct is telling me like one thing, it would cause me to kick the calculation into a higher gear. Anyway, just trying to let you guys in on my defense system so that you can deploy it if you want to. And after some serious thought, 8 minutes, Evan decides to take on a6, not b4, and trade in his minor pieces. What is with that insane decision, Evan? Let's see if we can figure it out. Oh my God, Evan thinks it's pretty insane too. He's like, what am I doing here? This is stressful. Josiah takes it. Generally plays quickly anyway, but he's going to be very confident about taking that. Bishop comes back to b5. Oh, and Evan's going to play rook c1, folks. That's what Evan is up to. He's not just trading in his pieces. He's trying to finish this game. What on earth? Josiah, did you check all this? Are you sure? Black's idea, Baron, in your line, was that if bishop here, black would just take back, and they've got two minor pieces against a rook and a couple pawns. White can take on c3 and hope that the a-pawn is strong because these pieces on the king side are pretty far from dealing with it. White should probably go for an endgame because knights are worse in the endgame, and passed pawns are better in the endgame, and rooks are better in the endgame. You know, if you go pawn takes c3, you're just more likely to get smashed in the middle game. White should try queen c3, and the position's interesting, but look what he had in mind. Bishop b5, actually, and rook c1. He is checking and double checking because it looks like he might win the game, and he can't believe what's going on here. The a-pawn looks fast in that endgame. Maybe so, Baron, maybe so. But he's trying to just end the game right here. It's complicated. Looking at rook c1, then knight e4, f3. Yeah, these two are giving us some camera reactions too. Josiah's calculating blindfold. Don't worry. He's not sleeping. I know that look. Josiah's playing pretty quickly again this morning. How quickly did Josiah play last night? Let me have a look. No, the game's done, so it doesn't show me the time. Seth, you were there. He played quickly. Yeah, I mean, he's playing this one very quickly as well. I mean, to be in such a to make a move like B4 and be in such a critical, start such a critical fight. He spent 18 seconds on the move B4. So unless during Rosenberg's long think he predicted A4 and was like working really hard on the move, this is like a super complicated thing to do so quickly. Cartier says, what about bishop c6, queen c6, queen b8, forcing king d7? Playable. I don't see how it could be better than rook c1. I mean, Evan's thinking here, but I don't see how anything could possibly be better than rook c1 in this position. No? Honestly, castling kingside to play rook fc1 is the only alternative I would consider. Because black is so tied up on this diagonal. How do they survive? Maybe he's thinking about a5, queen a4. Holy moly. Wait, a5 is a candidate move too, isn't it? Oh la la. The problem with a5 is pawn takes b2, disrupting your coordination, right? Because if your queen takes it, then your queen's not on queen a4 anymore, and you're not threatening rook c1 because black can take with check and then capture the bishop. The a5 might be a bit of an overplay. I could understand wanting to do it, but if you want to play a5, I don't know. Shouldn't we just calculate rook c1, which just tries to win the game? Here, let's just play a line, folks. What is black's next move? Because the move that occurs to me is knight d2. And that's a pretty darn insane looking move. You guys have any other ideas for what to do? Oh my gosh, Rosenberg has made a move. Let's see what he did. B takes c3? What is that lame move? Josiah, are you surprised? Yeah, you're surprised. You're like, well, okay, if you don't want to win the game, but I guess we're still playing. What am I going to do about this? Still a tricky position. I mean, it's still two pieces against a rook, none of them developed, and this a pawn coming down the board. So with b takes c3, okay, I'm going to give Rosenberg the respect of an all-star and say that there's some reason for this move. I would think this move could be associated with the idea of then pushing the a pawn, right? If he doesn't want to play rook c1, it means he wants the rook here. He didn't want c takes b2 to come. So he wants to play a5, a6, maybe queen a4. Just try and ram this pawn home right now while this king bishop can't get out of the way to cover it. It is good to shift our positions, right? Zero sum? Yeah, it's got to be good. Okay, Seth already saw it before me. He wanted a5, and this is his way to do it. Okay, Wrath of Gods wanted to answer knight d2 with rook c3. And I do want to check back in on that variation for a second, because that looked so crushingly winning. Here, knight d2. Okay, lots of things that could be done. I was thinking queen c3, but Wrath of Gods is saying rook c3, knight takes, Rook takes, threatening rook c8, which he calls quote unquote sexy. But after king d8, is it really sexy to lose this position in like 2 moves from like a winning position? How sexy is this really? No. It's about as sexy as toxic masculinity. No thank you on that queen sack. All right, let's try something else. Rook c1, knight e4. Now I'll sack my queen, maybe just as badly. How's this going? Oh, Foos maybe had a better idea for us. Knight d6. Hard to be sure, GZT, but it does seem like black is pretty slow, you know, to get the pieces out of the gates here, right? King here. I'm going to do this and rook a1. I don't know if that's like the only way or the best way or whatever, but like black's pieces are getting into the game really slowly. Like it's really hard to get the rook on the other side of this king, right? Oh, we could castle now. Wasn't that hard. Okay, rook here. Still seems like black's losing. Whoops, I lost my whole line. By the way, I didn't play knight b6 here because rook c6 from white seemed like pretty obviously good for white. Like I didn't know what would happen with this knight if it goes to d7. There's back rank mate. So I played knight d6. And then what did I do? I did b6, e6, king e2, bishop e7, rook a1, castles, rook a7. All right, so tell us if that is crushing as I expect. Now let me see about some of my other windows. Oh my God, I've got so much more secret production to do.
Hi, David.
Hey, Nordvik.
How you doing? Sounds like some production issues.
Doing good. Yeah, I have to you know, I just tried to get the thing started in a hurry with the webcams, and I didn't have time to get any of the 2-person scenes set because one of the players didn't arrive till the tournament started, and so yeah, so I just didn't have it. But what I can do is focus on getting one scene up with this crazy game and with you in the scene. So I'll bring that in. So we'll transition you in.
Yeah, it seems like this is a really good game, but I don't understand why Josiah's playing with. Oh, I guess now he's used 9 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But like before this, he used 3. I think he was at 27. So at least I think at least 5 minutes since this whole combo started.
Thanks, GZT. That's a good cold shower on what I was doing. Thanks, guys. I think white's still winning with rook c6, knight takes, pawn takes, but we're not going to investigate that because it's obviously a stupid approach by white. So maybe this position here, Black is still slightly in the game. Can I try rook here? With the idea of still attacking this, not getting knight b5, and on this move playing here and sort of dealing with the knight. This looks really, really strong. By the way, welcome to my co-host, Nordvik. Drew, welcome.
Hi.
Thanks
What's
for being
up?
here.
We just had a bunch of moves, by the way.
Okay, we'll have to go back
yeah.
and check out the bunch of moves. So in the real game, pawn takes, king moves, bishop takes. Was the rook wasn't yet threatening to move, was it? Oh, but he wants to play a5, and Josiah will play rook c3 then. Josiah knows what he wants. However, I can't help but feeling like, oh no, there's also a threat of queen b7. I was going to say, maybe you could just castle. You know, make blacks play queen c7 and then take the rook. But if you castle, then queen b7 and you never get that rook.
Hey, Amanda, yes, I am titled. I'm titled Scrub.
Yeah.
DS, yeah, I guess it's DS Nordvik. Nordvik.
Okay, so we just went.
I have something better than a tie, by the way, Zero Sum. I have the Dojo hoodie, so
Woo!
I think that's you know, there you go. Yeah, so
Brought the hoodie.
so now Evan's just up in exchange now, right?
So it seems to me, yeah. Well, no, it's two pieces. It's two pieces. He's got to make that a pawn count before black gets coordinated.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, that king looks super exposed. Meanwhile, I mean, you could almost can't maybe like rook b1 and then just have the queen coming in on a king that's completely exposed. Something like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's two big threats, right? There's white could bring rooks to the b file and go after the king, or there's
Actually,
white
just
could push the a
castling.
pawn.
Why doesn't he just castle right now? And
Hard.
then he has both rooks available, and he just brings the other rook to b1 and then wins.
Yeah.
Like, like that, it just seems like a winning position if he gets the other rook to b1 and he just storms down the left side, the queen side, and converts. I don't think there's much else in the position, is there?
Well, I think the other move he's thinking about is a5, because your partner in Scrubbery, Seth, I think correctly probably mind read that the reason that Evan was playing pawn takes c3 a couple moves ago instead of like rook c1 was that he wanted to push a5. And he wanted to leave his rook on a1 in order to sort of like motor that pawn down as fast as he could.
But if you have a rook on b1, if you have the other rook on b1, you could even, like, you could just start it, like, attacking the king and the pawn comes too at the same time. It just,
yeah,
having the piece already active.
Oh yeah. You don't have to convince me how good it is to have an extra rook in the game, right? I'm all about the extra rook.
And that rook on h8's never gonna see the light of day. I mean, how many turns would it take to get that rook out? 5?
Yeah, several. It's like, hold on, folks, don't start yet. Hold on, wait. Come on, guys, wait.
Yeah, I definitely would take white here all day.
Yeah, it does look potentially really, really good for white. That's for sure. This game's grabbed my attention for a while. I guess we should probably also check on some other games. But here's what I will say about like castling versus about castling versus a5. In a classical game, like, you get to calculate a5 for a while, even if, like, you know, no doubt Evan's considered castling, right? But one of the things that a classical game does for you is it tells you, like, hey, I get to calculate a5 for, you know, 10 minutes if I want to, because if a5, a6, a7, like, queens the pawn, like, well, that's a good way to win, right? And if, let's say, playing a5, a6 right now forces black to play something like queen c7, queen a7, or something like that.
What's wrong with just queen a6 if you're just pushing the pawn?
Oh, he just castled. Good choice.
Yeah, isn't queen a6 fine though? Like, you just
exactly. Queen a6 was probably a pretty good move against it, yeah. Because it slows the other rook from coming to b1 as well.
You can't really attack that queen from that square either.
Very hard. Really. You could do this, but the black king is close enough. Oh, not knight d7, rook check, but maybe king here. And now...
Now you just get the king to b7, right?
Yeah, now you get the king close enough. And you can even attack the pawn with your knight. By now, no, rook c7, shoot.
Oh, yeah, rook.
Then we get cut off again. It's not at all easy to defend for black.
No.
But you know, like, if the timing of the push could, like, force black to blockade the pawn with their queen on, like, a bad square, then that would be a reason to, like, just start pushing the pawn. Because the queen, like, if you could put their queen on a bad blockading square, it would be really bad news for them. So that'd be a reason to do it. But he just castled. What does Josiah's face tell you, Drew, about his thoughts on the situation?
He just looks focused. I mean, I don't, you know, I just reading the face.
To me, Evan looks stressed out. Josiah currently looks focused. I'm with you on that.
I mean, Evan looks stressed, but I think it's because he's freaked out that he's beating an IM. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Like, intuitively, it's like, oh crap, I'm beating an IM. We're just talking about that situation with Alexa from yesterday. You're like, oh well, Alexa had a winning position against an IM and couldn't convert, and now that's gonna suck for him, you know, moving forward. Well, you know, Evan's in the same situation. He's like, I have to win.
Yeah,
I gotta win now. Like, what? You know, if I don't win here, then, you know, what am I doing?
If you were playing this position as Evan, would you be worried about the move knight e4 from black? Is there any move from black that would, like, concern you here, or would you just be thinking, like, rook b1 and all is good?
You almost sang that like Gotham.
I'm not giving you an answer. I'm just curious, you know.
I'm just looking at. I mean, I'm not concerned because I'll just do rook fc1 and then just f3.
So you'll defend the pawn for a second and then go f3.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right. So you're not scared of it, but you weren't willing to just sack the c3 pawn.
No, I'm not gonna sack it, but I'm not scared because I'm gonna kick the knight out, and then what's happening? You know.
Well, the knight's gonna come to d6.
D6,
which is an improved square near the queen side. So you actually don't want to spend time on moves like f3, sending the knight towards your a pawn.
Then I'll do like queen b8. I don't know.
Yeah. So here's what you want to do: if knight e4 comes in, I haven't calculated this yet, so I could be wrong. This level of chess requires calculation. But what you want to do is play a5 and ignore the c pawn, the knight, everything.
Just ignore it.
Yeah,
right.
That's what you want to do.
Wait, there's a fork. What? I'm not even worried about knight d2.
Yeah, I'm blundering everything, man.
What? Come on.
Check.
What?
Here.
Oh.
Now, if you want to save your rook, you can go check here and rook d1 or something. But there's a good chance that you can leave the rook hanging and just play a6.
No way. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
Then on king b8, you go rook d1 when they can't play knight b3 because of rook b1 winning the knight. Knight c4, a7, king a8, rook b1, bishop g7 saves black for a while. Man. Didn't win the game. That's so lame. Okay, so that didn't quite win. I mean, it didn't lose anything, but it didn't quite win. Let's see if we can do even better. Knight d2. Check here. Check here. Maybe now let's attack the knight.
It's fun. I'm actually watching from stream since I don't see your board.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to be watching it delayed a little bit.
Yep.
But
Something like this. Now the opponent can't even trade queens because with the pawn on b6, there's a rook a8 check move that just breaks all black's defenses. So the knight would probably transfer, queen b5, hitting d5, e6, a6. And hopefully this move order from white is forcing black to play queen a7. That's that terrible queen blockade that we're looking for.
what about, oh, that bishop can't come to c. I was like, ooh, bishop c5.
Yeah, if the bishop could do the job, woo,
Ugh,
we'd sign the bishop up.
right. Not quite. That pawn's in the way. Darn.
Oh, yeah, Foos has an improvement on my other line, probably enough to win with the other line. This position, I think, is clearly winning at this point since it's
Yeah.
probably forcing the queen to a7, and then you can finally bring the f rook to b1, and you prepare queen b7 or queen b8 when you're ready for it, which we pretty much are. But Foos says my other line could have also won. In this position, when we trade a6, king here, he's saying in this position, instead of playing a7, just attack the knight, then check, and then instead of playing a7, bishop g7, just put the rook on the 7th rank on b7. That is close to winning. Close to winning.
Oh, because that bishop is trapped because it has to protect the pawn.
Right.
And
Like,
then,
if black lets white take those
rook
pawns on
e7.
e7 and f7, white just has stuff everywhere on the board.
What about rook h7 and then e6 and then get the bishop out?
Well, if rook h7 ever gets played, white can go for a7 and rook b8.
Oh, tricky.
So black actually needs the move bishop g7 next move anyway to cover this a7 threat. So he just puts the rook here.
You're basically just sacking the pawn.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And so probably, next move white will play a7, black will play bishop g7, and white will start eating pawns on the 7th rank. And black just won't have much left. But yeah, knight d6, probably similar. Foos will probably move the rook to somewhere like d7. Now he's threatening like a7, rook d8. So, but e6, the knight will cover f7. But the problem with e6 and the knight covering f7 is that on a7, when you move the bishop for the rook, then you lose the knight. There's probably just no way to cover this thing.
No, this is gross for black. To be fair, I think that most of our lines come out winning for white. Kind of every direction we go.
So far, yeah.
Like, it's just winning for white, winning for white, winning for white. Like, this is one of your classic examples of where do we look for something where black's holding somehow. I don't know.
Yeah. So far, that's right. And I saw a third win, but we're going to stop with the variations because we already proved that white was winning there, and Josiah's played in a different direction with knight d7. Actually, no, I do want to tell you guys because it was pretty instructive. My other idea to win was knight e4, here, knight d2, check, here, takes, here. It was to play rook d1 here before pushing the a pawn. And my point is that in this kind of a position here, I want to cut the king off on the b file and then just start pushing the a pawn there. It leaves one other piece blocking the 8th rank as well. So that's just instructive, I think, another approach to winning this position.
Is there some sort of like bishop d6, bishop b8 then?
Like here, 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 here. Uh-oh. The A pawn was many steps
It's
too fast.
It's too fast.
Too fast.
Oh no.
Yeah. All right, so
Yeah.
in the game, knight d7 is played, and here I'm tempted to push a5 for white, and Evan was too, played a5. There's no knight b8 to be the blockader because queen takes knight. So e6 was played, and it's on Evan to keep thinking. His position is looking pretty strong. I think the pawn's going all the way to a7, and Rosenberg is planning to blockade the pawn on a8. Oh, yeah, sorry. One of the reasons why he played a5 here is that if the queen tried to blockade it on a6, he would probably just take that pawn in the center.
Oh, yum.
Yeah. I'm glad you
pinning-
appreciate a good
oh.
meal.
Pinning the knight while you're at it. Whatever.
Yeah. And without that center pawn, black's not going to have outposts for the knight on like c4 or e4, right? And white's got the c pawn that can roll too. It just becomes like, before white was trying to win within a certain time frame with the a pawn, right? In theory, if you gave black 7 moves, they could arrange their bishop, knight, and rook in a way that would cover the a pawn, and black could even have the advantage. Really, if black had like a knight outposted on c4 with the d5 pawn and developed the bishop and rook, black might even be winning. So there was like a time element. Once you get the pawn on d5, now white's winning long term as well as short term. That's very nice.
The only thing that I do like about black's position here, even though they lost the pawn, is that they do get to kick the queen with the tempo with e6 and get the bishop out.
Yeah,
and so
they're finally developing, right?
That actually does get to occur now, and so you get
Yeah.
So that's good.
Now white's not queening the a pawn at all. But the reason Josiah didn't go for this, even though it keeps the a pawn from queening, is that he knows that he's eventually losing now. So if he creates a position where he's eventually losing, there's not much pressure on Evan to find like the precise moves, right? Because Evan can play rook b1, queen b7, and eventually win that endgame. Evan can play c4, c5, and start pushing those pieces back. He can do sort of whatever, and this position is winning.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? So by playing the way he did, which is e6, he's leaving a situation where if Rosenberg doesn't win with the a pawn, he doesn't win.
Okay.
So there's a lot more pressure for Evan to find the right moves. Even if this way it might be winning in like 3 moves instead of 10 moves or something. Like a computer might say, oh, it's much better to sack the d pawn than to let white queen, because the computer calculates some variation. But it's pressure on Evan to find that.
Yeah, I just want to play a6 now, right? It's just a6, a6, a7.
All right, let me have a look at some of the other boards. Let's see which one we want to get to next. I think the slowest developing game is probably Katerina Nemtsova's game here. So maybe let's go to Eyelash against Casa Corley.
Very cool.
And see what we think of the attack that Eyelash is trying to build up on the king's side. Looks a little bit like that, like Kostia's stone wall. What was it? Trump wall?
Trump house. His Trump wall? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, here it comes from an exchange queen's gambit, so white doesn't have a c pawn, black doesn't have an e pawn. It's different. But it is, f4 with the dark squared bishop outside of it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that was a fun opening of the week, by the way. I really enjoyed that opening. That was very interesting.
All right, tell us what you think about this position while I just put video cameras up.
Yeah. Let's do it. So, I mean, there's a backwards e-pawn, which obviously is a target, and Casa's lining up to see what kind of damage can be dealt there. Mm-hmm. Maybe there's ideas of c5 in the future too, to kind of just discombobulate the center again. Maybe after a b6 from black.
Yeah. Right on, Drew.
65. To just kind of destabilize the center. Then eventually rook d8. Well, maybe not rook d8, rook c8, rook a c8, something like that. So maybe could you play? I'm just trying to see what I would do against b6 here. Well, the other thing is how fast can white be, right? Can they be faster somehow? But they want to get rid of their f pawn, so can they just push f5? Can she just push f5?
Can white push f5?
Yeah.
It'll block your bishop and knight there.
Yeah, I guess I want to trade it off. I want to.
You want to get rid of it, yeah.
I want to get rid of it. So push it. I don't know. Yeah, it just pushes into. I mean, he does shut down the bishop too, and kind of shuts down black's play as well. I just want to figure out what's going on with this backwards e-pawn. That's all.
Yeah. The difficulty for me, and admittedly, I'm not really looking at the position. I'm just looking at OBS. But the difficulty to me seems to be that I don't see how to build white's attack. I don't see where we're creating threats right now.
Knight f5.
Knight f5.
Yeah.
Black trades it off.
Okay, so then I have a bishop in there, and then I can just play, and then I can just start pushing pawns.
So then you're going to push your G pawn, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. I like the idea of pushing the G pawn because I feel like we've got to do something, right? That's what I'm feeling, that we've got to do something.
Because I feel like we have the rooks ready to go as long as we keep protection on our e-pawn. But I think, if we can play g4 after the bishops are traded and play rook g1, like, whatever. Like, that seems good to me. Yeah, not rook g3, because then we're going to be overworking the g3, the third rank rook. I think rook g1, because the third rank rook is already protecting e3, which is our backwards pawn, which is doubled up, and there's pressure there. So I would with the first rank pawn. Or rook, sorry.
Yeah, that pawn we really have to keep a close eye on. And then the big counterplay for black is going to be c5 coming. At the moment, I don't favor white's attack based on everything that we've been listing. Mm-hmm. It seems like to get an attack going for white with g4, g5, mm-hmm. First we have to trade our knight for black's like not very good bishop, right? Creating more room for the black pieces in the middle of the board. And then I just feel like the c5 move for black is much faster than g4, g5. Plus white already has a true natural weakness on e3. Black doesn't have any positional weakness, right? Like white could try and create one by massing strength on the king's side, but at the moment there's no weaknesses from black. On top of that, Casa hasn't yet made a mistake all weekend. Something else that might be in the back of Sophie's head at some point here.
Well, at least she's keeping up with him all the time.
That's true. That is true. That's big. She's showing some confidence, and she's not going in the tank. Eyelash can sometimes get really low on time. I think that is sometimes a little weakness for her.
Something happened with Casa's camera, by the way. I see him on Zoom still, so it's something on your end.
I was still adding him.
Oh, I see.
And in fact, I just got him.
So I think so. Is there a way that she could prevent c5? Could she play b4?
She could play b4, and then the move a5 will be just as good for black as the move c5 would have been, right? Because it'll open up some weaknesses.
Oh. Yeah, I don't like that anymore.
Yeah. On the queen side, yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of those things where, like, it falls into the idea of, like, you don't want to touch pawns on the side of the board where you're weaker, right?
Mm-hmm. Hi, Stenio. How's everything in Brazil? Okay. Is our knight on c3 doing anything? No, right? Can I just play knight a4?
You could play knight a4, yeah, for stalling
Like,
c5.
It's literally not doing anything, right? So knight a4.
Yeah.
Although there is ideas then of knight e4 from black, right? That's the one thing, is that we'd have to consider what things look like with knight e4. No, I think black or white's still fine. Yeah, maybe just knight a4, and then work on the attack.
Yeah. It's
weird. It's weird. I don't know. Like, it's an idea though.
Yeah, I think it's really a tough moment for white because, you know, like, if you can't start an attack, what are you trying to do? The queen side you don't really want to touch. How would you try to, like, stabilize? Once you've played f4, I mean, her position is so kind of kingside committed, and she's got the weakness on e3. Like,
well, you were saying that it was just slow, or that, like, the king side. It's not that it's not there. It's just that it's slow, right? But it's slow to moves like c5. But if I play knight a4, then c5 isn't really incoming for a while, right? Because now now it's triple protected. So now I have time to get the king side attack going, right?
yeah.
Is that, like, so is this is that, you think that's a reasonable plan?
I think I just don't know what to do, honestly, myself. Nothing is making me happy for white. Nothing. Maybe what white should do is play bishop f5 and trade your good bishop to try and put a knight on f5. And then another option is to push e4 for white.
e4. Ouch.
A totally different option.
That looks painful. Instinctively.
Like, we're taking a bad IQP.
Oh. Ouch.
But in this position, the idea is to now just play like f5, f6 super fast. Like, whatever may come. And if black plays knight e6, attacking these, you play knight f5. I'm partly just praying here for white. Partly just praying.
This queen f8.
Trying to play something like this.
Why not just queen f8 and get her out of the way altogether? But
Sure.
solid protecting the king.
Could be done too. It provides extra defense to h6. Which could come in handy. Oh, but with your queen not attacking the knight, what I would do for white is get rid of my IQP.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's fascinating.
And that's going to equalize for white. Woo! Equality.
Yeah.
Which is the first step to advantage. I think white might have... I think white might even have an advantage after dissolving this pawn. But if so, it would be minor. I mean, black's very, very solid, but the knight on f5 is kind of good. The bishop on d5 is kind of good. There's maybe like a drop of pressure against black's position here.
Yep.
Oh, she just played the move queen to f2. Mysterious. Mysterious at first.
I did not. I was not looking for a queen move. I'll tell you that. That was not the piece I was looking to move at all.
Yeah.
That's different. Okay. Queen f2.
Yeah. And actually, although we were praising her time usage,
oh yeah, well then she just spent
what I do notice is that the last two moves in a row, she spent 12 minutes on the move, right? So that means she had tons of time until 2 moves ago, and it feels like she's just suddenly like hit a point where she doesn't know what to do anymore with the position. When you think like multiple moves in a row like that.
Yeah.
So like up to here. Yeah, she was going pretty quick. Let's see, when did she make this choice with f3, f4, knight here? Kasa's just dodging around it all. Hilarious. Like, black's done almost nothing this game, right? Isn't that funny when you look through the moves? Black's like, whoop, whoop, you know, try and hit me, try and hit me. Oh, look, your position's a little bit worse now. Like, wow. Nice job trying to hit me.
That's pretty good. So what? But I'm not even sure what Queen F2 is getting ready for. Like,
you and me, Drew. You and me.
I'm really lost on that move. I don't see anything with that. It just seems like a move.
Yeah.
Like, it seems like the kind of move you make when you don't know what you're doing. Right? You're just kind of like, well, something. Like, I don't know.
All right, I'm going to switch us on boards over to Alexa's game. Da-da-da.
Because, yeah, pushing the f5 pawn still, like, black doesn't have to capture the f5 pawn and then can just leave it there and say, okay, you have a pawn on f5. Now what? It's still blocking everything.
Yeah.
All
right. Switching to this game, which looks like it's a calculational moment for Alexa, who has sacrificed a pawn on b7, trying to get it back on b2.
Gotta watch out for that mega fork.
Gotta watch out. Yeah. Don't want that knight landing on c6. Well, if you're Teddy, you do. That's what Teddy's looking for.
Yep, that would be great for Teddy.
It's kind of hilarious when you've got like a move like knight c6 that you want to play and one of your own pieces is on that square, but then if you move the piece off, the opponent can defend. You know what I mean? And you're like, how do I just get you to trade? Like, I just need to get my piece to that square and my own piece is in the way.
But there is an idea of knight f5 too.
Yeah, that's true. That's probably the threat on rook b2. It could just be knight f5.
Yeah.
Although the opposite colored bishops would offer like some chances at salvation. White's got rook takes d7, rook takes a7, but black could play rook a2, and then white has to win all on one side of the board. I wonder how strong a threat knight f5 is here. Actually, bishop d7 is like the clearer threat. Bishop d7 is the clearer threat, right? So that would prevent black from taking on b2 100%. You just trade, king takes, and then you go knight b3 or knight c6 and pick up that bishop. No, there's... Here, we got to be careful. Knight b3 will do it. I got to cover the d2 block.
What about bishop c8? I think for black is probably the move right now.
Okay, let's see that. Bishop c8 here, out of the way. Right, and then when white plays a move like bishop a4, you go to b7 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or rooks or b6.
Could be.
Or with the rook b6.
Oh,
Well,
no,
The
this is
fork's
too much of a mega.
Yeah, that fork is real. You have to be real careful. Yeah.
Yeah. This position looks quite tough for Alexa at the moment.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in black's position. There's a lot of tactics for white right now. Yeah, I'm not seeing much.
So at least we know he's lost the pawn for free. We're looking for tactics for Teddy, not for Alexa. Right? We're not really seeing any counter shots. There's like b2 is undefended. But other than that, okay, it looks like he just played bishop c8. You guessed the move, Drew.
Yep.
Next up, you have to try and guess the move for, one of the IMs who's winning instead of one of our guys who are losing.
So we would say that Teddy is winning right now, right?
Yeah,
In general,
sort of. Yeah.
kind of.
Now,
He's still up a pawn.
yeah,
So.
we might not be used to that. Yeah, in like Scrub Land, in Dojo Land, even in Dojo All-Star Land, like when someone's up one pawn, we don't always say like, okay, somebody won, right?
Mm-hmm.
But now we're in IM land. You guys saw yesterday what Casa did with an extra pawn in the first round against Fizzy Band. Won the game very, very cleanly. We saw what Nemtsova did with an extra pawn against Conrad Eyelash. She won that endgame very, very quickly once she got up a pawn and confidently. So we are in the land where a pawn can decide the games. So yeah, it could be said that Alexa's position is sort of like technically losing at the level of this tournament. Down a pawn, kind of without counterplay.
I mean, there's also just so many tactics. Yeah, the king's exposed, and the rooks are more developed, and
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to switch the board over here for a second. We're going to go to this one here.
Oh, we're going back to the last one?
We go back to Evan and Josiah for a second just to get an update on the moves there, because I think that game was sort of like the most decisive looking as far as like the speed of the game. And yeah, right in this position, Evan's thinking.
Look at his time.
He's down to 30 minutes. He's put in a
30
lot of
minutes.
thought here.
He's doing what you recommend, though. When you think you're winning, stop and check everything.
Right. The move A7 seems to force Queen A8, but then how to make any progress beyond that is an open question, right? So.
Don't you also want to? I'm liking Queen B7 for white.
Okay.
Intuitively, just
trade and then embrace the pawn with the king. What do you like now?
Now rook. Yeah, rook. Rook A7.
Mm-hmm. But do you like this? How this pawn is like pretty well encircled by the black pieces here.
That's true.
Right? Like B8 is solid. The king is both attacking the pawn and covering the square.
Oh. Oh yeah, it just needs like one more piece attacking it. Although there isn't really a good position to attack that pawn from with any of the other pieces.
Yeah.
So,
but
it's
even
never
if
gonna
black
get captured.
even if black couldn't like win it, black's got it pretty well stopped. That's already like pretty good news for black.
Okay. I mean like, but I feel like it's always going to be a thorn, and it's going to. I guess everything's pinned down to it. Then at that point, that's true. Okay, maybe it's not as good.
Yeah.
It just seems like intuitively it's always good when you're in a position like this, but actually not when you're in a position just like this.
Yeah, here it seems like the black pieces have sort of like caught up with that pawn at the moment, and they're holding it together. So
Yeah. All right.
how are you doing, Evan? Looking hard at the position. I think it probably makes sense to play A7, Queen A8, C4. What you're doing when you open files is you're favoring the person with more rooks, right? And so if you open up that C file, you're creating less space for the knight or bishop to sort of like operate safely, and more chance for the rooks to kind of harass them. And also you need to open up a second front. If you can't queen this pawn, you need a second thing to attack in this position, right? Like if the only thing you're doing is trying to queen the pawn and your opponent puts a piece in front of it and you can't win control of A8. And I'm not sure that white can win control of A8 here against like, you know, Queen A8, King E7, right? Mm-hmm. If you can't win control over A8, then you probably need a second thing to attack somewhere on the board. Oh, actually on A7, Josiah's just going to play King E7. He's not going to play Queen A8. Oh.
Rook B1. Rook
Yeah.
FB1.
He's still going to play King E7. Oh, this is still.
Oh wait, but in that case, the king isn't over by that pawn anymore, right? So then we could just start trading off the things with the king not placed there by the.
You could definitely try. You could definitely try. You could play a position like rook here, king here. You know, A7, rook here. You could try something like Queen B7, right? Because the king's a little bit further away. The thing is, still, black trades. And how do you get this rook out of the way, right? The king starts coming back over. Eventually, black can play like bishop c7 to b6 or bishop c7, knight b6. How do you ever break through this a8 square? It's pretty tough.
You just start pushing on the king's side and come in with your king and just say you own everything on that side of the board.
Mm-hmm. Try and get everything locked up on the queen side and have all the black pieces tied down, then go with the king.
Then just say, well, I have one king and a bunch of pawns. What do you got going on?
Yeah,
everything has to come over here to defend what's going on over there. So I'm just going to, I'm going to live my best life on the king side.
What I'd like to do here is what Drit is suggesting, which is like rook c1, c4. That's what I'm really like wanting to do here, is open up more space for one of my rooks. My concern is, can black play knight b6 and stop me? Because it might be what I want to do. If I can't do it, that doesn't count for much. Right? Because now if I attack the knight with the rook, I want to be sure the knight can't come to c4 or be just defended by bishop c7. Don't you hate when your opponent defends their stuff? Okay, a7.
That bishop is becoming from one of the worst bishops to one of the best bishops. I think it's starting to get to do things.
And look at this magic trick from black. Like, I attack the knight a million times, I win it, and then black just gets a drawn rook and pawn ending.
Oh. Is that
Lame.
drawn?
Just lame as can be.
Like up a pawn, is that drawn?
Mm-hmm. Most likely.
Interesting. That pawn doesn't matter, huh?
I mean, it matters a little bit, but rook and pawn endings have like a pretty decent drawing margin.
Yep.
So it's pretty tough to see how white's supposed to just go and win this position. Pauly, working backwards from that idea, says, what if we play like e4 as a pawn sack and then get the c pawn rolling, right?
Oh, I like it.
Oh my goodness! After 26 minutes, that is the same conclusion that Evan has come to.
Whoa! Yes, and then, and just as he said it, I mean, he said it. I'm like, oh, that looks great. Yeah.
Wow, what a move!
I like how we were all behind the ball except for Paul, who had it, and then Evan gets it. And I think that's a fantastic move. I think, right?
I think black's gonna just leave it there, probably not take it. Well,
if
can't
they
be sure.
don't,
Can't be sure.
If they don't, then you can play a7, and the queen has to, the queen's got all this extra duty, and then eventually capture,
Yeah.
and then queen captures, and then basically queen can take it, the extra pawn that comes through. I don't know.
Wow, that's an exciting move.
Yeah,
That's an exciting move. I'm glad we caught that instead of the 20-minute think when we came back over here.
This might be I like this move better than everything else we were looking at.
Yeah. Yeah. That is pretty cool. All right. We're going to have to keep switching around, though.
Yeah.
There's other games to see. That's cool that we saw that e4 move. If black takes it, definitely c4 is pretty interesting for white. If black doesn't take it, the question... Sorry, I switched like 1 second too soon. If black doesn't take it, the issue is going to be they wanted to play like king e7 and rook a8, right? Mm-hmm. But white will be able to play ed, rook to e1. And then black has to figure out they might have to put their king on f6 in order not to block in their own rook. Or maybe they could play king f8, king g7, and then let the rook back out. And then the king's super far away from helping. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens there. But we're going to switch now to Nemtsova.
What is going on with Josiah's? There's like a person sleeping.
A roommate sleeping, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I thought the wind was blowing some sheets in the back. I'm like, no, that's clothing. Oh, that's a person.
Yeah. It's a person.
That was funny.
Yeah.
That was great. Hi, person behind Josiah.
Little did they know that they were on Twitch tonight, this morning. That's what it's like to be roommates with an international chess star.
Pretty funny.
All right. I'm bringing Drew back into this scene here. I'll add the player cams too, I guess.
Okay, so Fizzyban, by the way, is the only All-Star that has not been in a consultation match against the Scrubs.
Right.
So I have to fix that soon. So look out for that.
Yeah. Watch for that invite. How have you guys done against Alexa, Sophie, and...
We've lost to everybody else. We
Evan.
only have one win. We beat a Craddock.
You beat a Craddock.
Yeah. So that was
Congratulations on that one.
Our one consultation win. So is it Craddock? I mean, so was Okada considered for All-Stardom, or how did that come about?
It's a
As
very,
far
very
as
good question. All-Stardom is based largely on participation in dojo tournaments, right? So it doesn't
Okay.
necessarily mean these are the 4 strongest people to ever play in a dojo tournament, right? It means that they are some kind of weighted mix of the strongest players to have played the most tournaments, right? Now, if you were rated 1,000 and played twice as many tournaments as them, that wouldn't necessarily make you an all-star. It's sort of like a mix of the two, right? So,
Okay.
yeah, that's how we kind of figured it. These are the people who I most often see as the top seeds in the tournaments. They're consistently giving tons of practice
Okay.
to other dojoers, other top dojoers, right? So like the players in the dojo who are really strong, the players who are, 1900, 2000, like these all-stars are the ones that they can improve against.
All right.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Because I was like, there's been a few others that we've played in the consultation matches, but this is actually a majority of them. I think we've had like 5, and this is 3 out of those 5. So,
Yeah. All right. So let's review the moves that we've missed in this game. There was a maneuvering phase, but we can go through it in any case. So one important thing that happened, one really big choice Fizzy made, not the Mitch choice, not the Proust choice. When Nemtsova played h3 in the opening, he just traded that piece off and castled.
this is a French, by the way, right?
And now he could eventually play a French. Yeah, it started from a Sicilian.
Oh,
So yeah, I mean, I can conceive of this trade on f3 because I see the potential to then just eventually play d5 and play it like a French without the bad bishop on c8. I can imagine how to play this, but I personally would prefer to keep my bishop, probably, given that choice. So Nemtsova looks to put the bishop on g2. Very slow-moving setup. The pawn on a4 is forestalling black from playing b5 because it'll hand white the a file. It's probably still the main plan for black. I would say Fizzy's doing a good job of not running too low on time during this phase. And now he goes for 2 knights against 2 bishops. This is a big choice. Nemtsova wants to play f4, right? And Fizzy says, well, hey, I will take on h4. You better, get back. And she just plays f4 anyway. So he takes.
Speaking of which, he's
breaks.
not even trouble with time. He's up on time by half an hour. So that's fantastic for him.
And hang on, d5. He played in 1 minute. Can't she take that pawn? What was the plan here? Exactly what I was thinking, Seth. Why doesn't she take on d5? Nemtsova played bishop f3 here, and Fizzy just traded on e4. That's, of course, what Fizzy wants, is to open up the center, trade, and he wants to establish like some kind of structure in the center where he's got an established square for the knights. And he also wants the center as open as possible so he can attack the white king through the center. Because white's going to play, rook g1 and attack his king through the g file if the position remains closed. But what I need to understand is, why couldn't this pawn just be captured? What is going on? The point is that if black takes back, you play queen e8, right? Rook e8, king here. That's 2 rooks for the piece. And white's position looks pretty good. I mean, the knights aren't on good square.
There's also you have a bad, that f pawn has to be protected somehow. Or no, I guess it is.
I would develop and then bring this rook to one of these 3 squares. I mean, I wouldn't take on d5 because I see knight f6 coming.
But it is a queen with 2 knights, which is they always say queen and knight
That's
is good.
true.
What
The
about a
queen and knight
with
is the
2
scary
knights?
combo.
2 knights. But it's against a bishop pair, so. I mean, black obviously has the better pawns by a long shot.
Yeah.
No
But-
doubles or isolations.
But I don't
And
see a
then
reason not to
one of
play
each
this for white. I don't see a reason not to play this. You've got 2 rooks against the queen. You've got control of the open file. The black king's not so good. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Ah, too late.
What?
Josiah was dancing for a second. There we go. Woo!
Oh.
Should we
All
see his
right.
board? Is there a reason on the board to dance? He took on e4.
Wait. Oh, it says you've been disconnected. That's why.
Who's
I was
been
like,
disconnected?
it's flashing like it's done. It's not. It's not done. He took it. Yeah,
He took on
took
e4,
that.
and I guess he's just staying loose. Just staying loose. This is something you don't normally see in OTB tournaments. I don't think his roommate's turned on any music yet. His roommate doesn't look ready for a dance party.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so he took that pawn on e4. Why is Rosenberg thinking here? He spent 25 minutes to play e4. Pawn on e4 gets taken. I mean, wouldn't you have a follow-up? Come on, Evan. You're not allowed to think anymore. You're going to just flag.
What's the increment, by the way?
30 seconds.
Okay.
I mean, I don't mean flag like actually just lose on time in this level. I just mean like he'll get so low on time that he'll make mistakes and not be able to play the position, right?
Yeah.
I mean, didn't he have like 30 minutes when he played e4? Which would suggest like maybe 7 or 8 minutes of thinking on his next move? That's just impossible. That's just impossible. I mean, you got to go c4 here. Come on. I mean, you got to go something. You have to have, I mean, it's got to be something you have planned. No. All right. Back to the Queen of Prague.
I've got that one on my own screen over here, so I'll let you know when there's more updates on that one. Since it's the exciting one, but obviously we do want to see everything else going on.
Yeah. Okay, so I can't think of why Nemtsova didn't take the rooks here. She played bishop f3. Takes. All right. And here we've got Fizzy. I think Fizzy's been ahead on time in several of his games. In general, it's tough for the Dojo All-Stars to be ahead on time because they're not going to necessarily be feeling super confident against such strong opponents, right?
Yep.
And if you're not feeling confident, that tends to manifest as sort of like getting lower on time. Their opponents are really strong, and their opponents often have good positions. 2 different reasons for the All-Stars to be low on time. But Fizzy's one player who's been managing to keep his clock pretty decent throughout the event.
By the way, we got c4 and an instant f4 coming out from Josiah. So
What?
Yeah, wild.
Oh, man, he's throwing it at Rosenberg now. He wants that counterplay.
Yeah.
Man.
That's so crazy.
It's shocking how fast Josiah is playing. If Josiah is able to play at that kind of like pace, that can be a really unsettling weapon, for other opponents. That can be really tough to face. So, yeah.
You can almost just play g3. So I don't care.
I mean, white can't let black take, so white's going to have to take on g4.
Why not?
But Evan spent 8 minutes on c4, and he's thinking again. I mean, this is just not. I mean, this is just not going to work out eventually. It's disappointing because I think he had like a crushing. I think he had a crushing game, but I mean, he's got to just take that pawn. He's just got to play faster.
Yeah. Well,
Ah, I can't sit here watching his time tick down.
yeah, whatever. It's like I still like his position better, right?
Yeah.
Like it's still got the better position, but
Teddy's been thinking forever, and eyelash. Oh, little action there.
okay.
Um, so in the
Oh,
eyelash
we got
game,
the C5. We had the C5 like we were talking about.
yeah, in the eyelash game we had some serious action there.
This is
Oh,
this
wait.
is why.
Is eyelash
This is
dancing
why
too,
Queen F2.
or just waving to her fans?
I don't know. But I just realized something that there was a reason behind Queen F2 now, and
Oh.
it was to protect D4 with after C5.
I suppose so, but before C5, D4 wasn't attacked yet. I mean, E4 could have been played at the moment from that perspective.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then now there's C5, right? If you just play it right there, can you just play C5?
Yeah. I mean, that would be something that could happen, and that you
So
could.
with having the queen on
Gotcha.
F2, now it's even protected. So it's like you could take it, but like
Right, but here White could play Queen
like-
F2 and transpose to the game, but they've got the extra option of pushing E5. And as soon as you play E4, E5 is a huge threat on Black. So, for example, here E5 would win the game in this particular instance, as a for instance. If Black takes
yeah.
on D4, you take the knight and they can't take back because of the queen. And if they play knight H7, you play knight takes D5, and now it's just a stomping.
Yep. Okay.
So E4 was definitely possible before, but she played Queen F2, and they're spending about 12 minutes each per move here. C5 in 12 minutes and E4 from her in 12 minutes. Josiah's roommate's checking out his position now. Finally awake enough to appreciate the epic match being played before him.
Yep.
But here, yeah, quick E4, and what she's looking to do is just dissolve that weak E3 pawn, trade all 4 of these pawns off the board, and get equality. And I think she's right to do that, and I think she seized a good moment to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I would say one side's like better or anything here. I just think that we're somewhere just fighting in the middle, right? Like,
I think she was in danger of being worse because she had so many pieces committed to a kingside attack, which I just didn't see coming, and she had that backward E3 pawn. But here, if she trades everything in the center, I think the disadvantage would be really minimal. So Casa would have to have a pretty strong move here, I think, to really gain an advantage for Black. One move that I would calculate if I were Eyelash would have been 96. That's the move I would be calculating on every move because it hits my D4 and F4 pawns. But in this position, I think it works out very well for her after the same move, E5, kicking the knight. Black can't make trades because taking the knight will always hit the queen. And then if the knight moves away, knight takes D5. And White's just rolling. So I think 96 is not a problem here. Casa could consider pawn takes D4. That might give him a chance at an advantage, possibly. But
that's interesting. Pawn takes D4. You still have E5.
well, but now Black has time to take your knight.
Okay, so they take the knight, and then you take their knight.
Yeah. And
We
then
take-
at the end, Black's ahead of pawn because they took on D4 first.
Is
Or-
there's some sort of
That's just
like
the count.
opening going on though on the king side? That's what I'm more interested in.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, the king side
No.
hasn't opened yet. The E file has, the center. So Black won a pawn,
Yeah.
and it's the center opening.
Yeah, not quite. I was just hoping that there'd be even more kind of like chaos or something, but not
Mhm.
quite. Not quite enough for White.
Yeah. So CD4 is an important move for Casa to calculate as well. I would expect maybe knight d5 from eyelash. And the point is after knight takes, pawn takes, this pawn is actually stopping the black knight from getting to its best square on e6 too quickly. And she's potentially threatening to play queen d4 and play the game up a pawn after that trade. So Casa would need like a really strong move here to like at least a pawn size impact move, right? Something that's attacking or defending c5, d5. Sorry, d4 and d5. I'm thinking queen c5. That's why.
A7
like
just
that.
played by Evan, by the way. So, yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yep. F4, A7. Just hello. Now king E7. Like this instant. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean he's threatening to queen with check. You know,
Okay,
Josiah would
now
have predicted that move.
D5. The whole game is sped up. It's like hyper speed now.
Now it's exploding.
Now
I mean,
yeah. Everything's happening.
yeah, he's got 15 minutes left, so he needs it all to happen really soon before he doesn't have the time to figure out what any of it is. This queen probably needs to keep control of a8 here, right? Like it can't just wander wherever it wants to. Like you play something like queen c7, a8 queen, the game's probably over. So I think what he's trying to do with this d5 push, I think he's trying to force the queen to a8 so that she's stuck as a blockader. And that reduces danger against his king. And then he'll probably take on g4, try to play rook e1. He'll hope that the black queen is so passive that as both kings get attacked, because I think this position's heading towards both kings maybe coming under fire. He's hoping the queen on a8 will be badly enough placed that he'll have the advantage in that.
Rook E1 does. I was looking at that even before you said it, and Rook E1 just looks like so much fun.
Yeah.
Rook on E1, and suddenly, like, ouch.
Yeah, and he doesn't absolutely have to take on g4. He does have queen takes h3 as an option. Gh3 would ruin his king's position, right? But in theory, he could line up for the queen coming on h3. I just think, like, I mean, if the pawn's just hanging there, you probably want to take it. I don't know.
Also, just h4 at some point. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't like that either. It's sort of just on a weak square, and we're spending a move on it. Like the moves you want to play are moves like rook e1 and rook b1 and stuff like that. We can't really play c5 anymore, so the black pieces are going to have like pretty good squares on the queen side here. We need to attack this king.
Rook a6 and then.
Oh yeah. That move hits some squares. You have to calculate knight c5.
Oh man, rook a6.
But rook a6 would hit some good squares.
Oh, that's a fork. But
yeah.
Is it not? Yeah, that's just a fork. Darn it.
I actually do.
It was fun. It was fun.
I really do agree with you, Dave. I love to watch how Casa plays. I think the focus and calm that he's got, it's some kind of like, it just looks like that pure flow, that the exact thing that you want, not overly emotional or attached, but not detached either, just like perfectly in tune with his activity. I think Nemtsova's got a pretty good one going on too right now. Let's check that out. Transition over there. Oh, no. She took a water break. She had the flow going for a second there as well. But let's check out what's going on in her game anyway, because we saw this position after the trade on e4, and I was saying black still has some work to do in the center, right? The knights, like, they need a square. They need a square. If you play e5, white plays f5. And there's still no square in the center.
The last time we were looking at the position, we had seen it all traded down, but it's not that. Yeah, it's a different.
And here's all that Fizzy came up with. He prepared to defend against the attack on the g file, or not necessarily attack, but at least the pressure building towards the attack, right?
But king h8.
Yeah. But rook g1, bishop e3, and it just seems like Nemtsova right now has a good bishop pair versus two knight situation at the moment, because the knights have not yet established themselves anywhere. If I'm black, I'm looking for like a b5, b4 kind of moment, like try to create a square for the knight somewhere. Sometimes you can play b5 as a pawn sack because then rook b8 is coming. I don't know if it would work here because the queen can drop back and cover b2, but that is exactly the kind of angle that black wants on the board, right? When you're playing this position, you don't want to just try and defend against the g file because your rook on g8 is going to be more cramped than the white rooks on the g file. Fizzy's found something. Queen to d8. Ooh, he takes a look at h4. And he would love to actually have his queen on the king side. I think even if h4 gets defended, he might be happy with his queen on f6 instead of c7 in some cases.
I see Nimsova's Eric Rosen fan.
Yeah.
That hoodie.
Yep. You know the chess world quite well. Me too, Coco. It would be nice to see the dojo scoring some points here in this. They're down 6-2 right now in the match, so their chances of scoring more than 8 points and overall winning the match, as Sophie had aspired to, Comrade Eyelash said she believed that the 4 dojoers could score over 50% overall if they wanted to. I mean, if things went well for them, obviously they wanted to. If things went well, that she believed they had enough strength to do it. It's looking pretty tough after taking 2 3-1 losses yesterday. But it would be great to see either one dojoer score over 50% or maybe for the team to win one of these rounds. For there to be one round where they score more than 2 points would be great. Ooh! Look how Nemtsova defended her h-pawn. She just put the rook on d1 and said, there's another file I'll take with my rooks.
Mm-hmm.
So Fizzy plays queen e7, preparing rook d8. And eventually maybe he'll threaten h4.
Offensive defenses are the best. So, yeah.
Yeah. I guess the question is, so her position's so nice, it's hard to find things for Fizzy to do, but how is she going to push this position towards being more and more? I guess that's the big question,
F5?
right? Because if she plays f5, then then Fizzy gets knight e5 and knight f6, 2 great squares for the knights.
Oh.
Right? You're playing f5 because you want to crash through on h6 at some point, right? You're looking for the attack.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'd be looking for too. And I don't yet see it here exactly.
Yeah. A little, not.
Tricky. e5 doesn't immediately give up an obvious square to the knights, but they can maneuver around to d5 and f5 gradually. Right? So if e5, black could play like knight b6 to d5, and then eventually after moving the queen, play knight e7 to f5. So it would give some squares as well. e5 would be to put the bishop on e4, queen on h5, and look for rook takes g7 as your breakthrough.
Oh, you can't even play c4 either. No. None of the pawns can move because they're all doing just what they need to do where they are. So they're just in a holding pattern, basically.
Yeah, white's structure is perfectly holding off the knights. Everything's pretty close to balanced here. It's hard to see where white makes the improvement. Maybe rook g4, rook g1, queen g2. Like triple up and see if that creates a weakness.
Or create a Alkine's gun.
Yeah.
Whatever they call that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, is it Alkine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We see Nemtsova getting into a little bit of time pressure. It's a little bit problematic. It's a good thing for Fizzy to be playing a little bit faster in a position that hasn't yet reached like the tactical phase. And where it's a little bit hard to find ideas for both black and white. If you can just do nothing a little bit faster than your opponent does nothing, that can be really nice to have that resource later on.
Also, b6 is always just an easy move to make at some point. So, right?
B6, queen takes a6.
Oh, dang it.
Yeah, there aren't a lot of like really easy neutral moves. So,
Wait, it's kind of like we're getting down to a Zugzwang of sorts.
Yeah. Okay, and it looks like she's going to gang up on the D file maybe instead of the G file. What an idea. We'll see how
Right.
that pans out, but now we're going to
Bishop
pop over
E7?
to another board that's had some huge developments, and that is Alexa against Teddy. Teddy had a massive think after bishop c8. 26 minutes eventually produces the move that many people in chat had guessed, but the point of it was he was calculating ahead what he was going to do. And compared to some of the time usage, which you may have seen me criticize at times, where you see one of the Dojo All-Stars spend like 10 minutes on one move, then 10 minutes on another move right afterwards, he spent 26 minutes on this move, but then look, in 3 seconds he plays his next move, right? He's planned it. So he chooses to transition straight into the opposite colored bishops. And look, plays this in a couple seconds, this in a couple seconds. So all of this he played pretty directly afterwards. He'd planned for this. And now Alexa played rook to d4, trading to pure opposite colored bishops. e3 to limit it. This is a good move. You want to force those pawns onto light squares. Now, why on earth did Teddy go into this, and why did he think so long about it? My guess would be that he thinks he's got serious winning chances despite the opposite colored bishops, but that he thought pretty in depth about what this position would look like before he even played that move, bishop to a4, all the way back here. That's kind of like the depth of thinking in endgames and schematic thinking. Like, to calculate, that he could play this sequence, there's not a lot of things hanging, right? Like, he can kick the bishop back and he can force the opposite colored bishops. Why would he want to? Well, I think his thinking is that he can eventually attack this h6 pawn with his king and break black's defenses like that. One black piece is going to have to stop him from making a queen over here, and the king has to defend the f7 pawn. So I think that's Teddy's idea, is that he can bring his king to h5 and break black's defenses down like that.
It's weird because intuitively you would say like in a way black is the better king, and white's up a pawn, so like opposite color bishop, like that should be a draw. But that's so crazy that this would just be because white does have a better king in one respect.
If the f pawn weren't doubled, if it were on g7, g6, g5, this would be a draw.
Yeah.
Like, immediately, and he wouldn't go for it, right? And Seth suggests like a question, like maybe he couldn't find anything better than bishop a4, knight c6, and I think that's decisively not the case in this position, because I believe there's a lot of ways for white to sit on the position and do nothing, right? So for example, here you could play a3 for white, you could play e3 for white, right? There's a lot of ways to play, and also you don't even need to play bishop a4. You could keep your bishop on the long diagonal. You could come back to g2, threatening knight c6, right? Bishop d7, b3, just play a position like this. So he's got a million ways that he could just sit there and keep the tension. If he thought the opposite colored bishop ending wasn't winning for him, he would probably sit on that position, right? He's up a pawn. He doesn't have to do anything decisive at the moment. He could wait on his position, slowly play e3, a3, b4, trade rooks and play a minor piece endgame if black comes to the C and D files where his rooks are. So he's got a lot of choices, and I definitely think that he went for this in order to win that endgame.
Just wins.
And we can check with him, maybe depending on the timing and energy and all that. I'm not going to force the players to do interviews between rounds when they've got another round to go or anything like that. But some of them chose to pop in yesterday after their games.
That'd be great.
And I would guess that he sort of evaluated that he can win this opposite color bishop ending, and that he had a strong opinion on that before going for this. And to Fuz's suggestion, maybe he was afraid that he could lose to the bishop pair, and so he was simplifying to remove losing chances. And that is a low confidence mentality. And I don't expect Teddy would have a low confidence mentality. I think this position that Teddy had here, he probably figured he had a 1% or less chance of losing, and he wasn't wasting any of his time thinking about that losing chances. You know, he would be very confident that he's not going to do it. He knows that once every few years you play a move like Rook D2 and your opponent takes it with the bishop, and you just didn't see something. He knows that happens every now and then, so it's not like your losing chance is 0, but it's about 1% for him in a position like this. It's really, really negligible, and you don't waste your time thinking about that losing chance.
Alexa does look concerned.
Yeah, I mean, Alexa has to figure out a scheme here. There's no point playing like random, like okay-looking moves. As Alexa, Teddy has just told you he thinks he can win this endgame. And you can probably guess that his plan is to run the king to h5. So you can sort of, basically Teddy's told you everything, right? He's going to bring the king to h5 and win the game by stretching your defenses. So now it's up to you to prove him wrong, right? And to find some resource, like how are you going to hold him back? The main resource is going to be to attack White's pawn structure from behind with this dark squared bishop when the king's headed to h5, but in a way where you can take it without letting White queen on the other side. Your bishop has to be able to get back.
I'm confused. Did Alexa just play d5?
He played e5 here, yeah.
Okay.
And it's a weird looking move because normally in a middle game in terms of pawn structure, you wouldn't touch these pawns. You would say this is the best structure for these doubled pawns. Your bishop can move, and one of the doubled pawns is in front instead of behind. If you get these pawns, if you get this pawn ahead of these pawns, then none of the pawns can move. They don't defend squares in front of each other, etc. It's very bad in a middle game. But here I think specifically what he's expecting is this king's going to come to h5. He's going to attack this pawn on f2 from behind. White's going to play f4. He's going to go to f2 and take the pawn on e3 while Teddy takes on h6 and starts running it past h-pawn. So that pawn on f4 is going to block him out, very importantly, right? Teddy needs a pawn on f4 to block some of the diagonals of Alexa's bishop. And so he plays e5 to be able to, make a trade on f4 and try and break down this structure faster.
I like it.
So he definitely did what he's supposed to do of like reading into the position and looking ahead. And it's not a middle game. So a lot of factors that would cause you not to play e5 don't apply anymore. In fact, almost all of them don't apply. Opposite colored bishop endings have their own completely different set of considerations about control of squares and blockades. So it depends if you're winning or losing GZT. If you're trying to draw, then there's a general principle that you don't want your pawns on the color square of the opponent's bishop where the bishop can attack them. If you're trying to win, you actually often do want your pawns on the color of the opponent's bishop because you're trying to avoid blockades. So you need to actually fight the opponent for those color squares that are actually very hard for you to fight for.
I do want to say, though, I know there's a lot of bias this round, but that Rosenberg game right now is just nuts.
You want to go back to it? All right, let's go back to it. I'm listening to you.
It's so crazy. I don't know. It's kind of nuts. I
have to actually go to the board as well. I can't just switch scenes.
Yeah.
All right.
It's something else.
Wow. Wait, there's a bishop on h2? Can he take it? He's getting mated?
Maybe.
He let the pawn come to h3. He didn't take it on g4. He didn't take it on h3.
No, that was the h-pawn, actually.
Oh, he did take it, and the other one came.
Yeah.
Oh my. Okay, let's catch up. So here he traded on e6. I don't know if he should have or not. That's an open question. I don't know if he should have or not.
Okay.
I would have probably not, but I don't know. But he traded. Then h5 was played. So now if you take on h5, then the h file's open, and you always have to deal with like bishop h2 with perpetuals. But it seems logical to me to trade and maybe try and block out the bishop. But even from a8, the opponent can give checkmate. Jesus. Okay. This is not so easy, Mr. Bambisi. Oh, man. Oh, no. He should... The thing about instincts, Drew, of like really good players... Well, I'm sorry, I don't mean to call myself a good player. But like experienced players, like their instincts are often right, basically. And sometimes you have to revise it. Sometimes there's a calculation. But like if my instinct says he shouldn't have traded on e6, that already means there's like a 97% chance he shouldn't have traded on e6. Even though I haven't thought about it, I don't know why that's my instinct. I haven't calculated a single variation. But there's a very good chance that was a really bad move.
All right.
We'll see. But you can see already that the pawn not being on d5 means that there's that checkmate on h1 in that one line.
Yeah.
So it rears its head for the first time. Pawn comes racing down. He goes for a queen trade, and the queen just slips away. She's allowing a8 queen. She literally just allowed a8 queen, and he didn't do it because of some kind of a threat. Can you believe that? He can't play this move?
Oh, this is a good one.
Why can't he play this move? I mean, it's not queen f2, king f2.
That h2.
It can't be h2, king h1, right? That's pretty snug.
Is that queen takes f2? No. Wait. Queen takes f2.
Queen takes h8. No pieces left.
Never mind. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So the reason not to queen had to be the same bishop h2 move from the game. Takes, check. Here, check, and mate is delivered on h1. Same thing if you take this pawn, you get mated this way. If you hide, he forces you to take the pawn and then mates you. Seth's like, it was a bluff. Not a bluff.
This is so nuts.
So he plays queen e4. Hang on. One thing we didn't look at, though, was bishop h2 running with the king, right? Pawn takes.
Okay.
I think if you keep moving the opponent queens with check. So I'm going to say we actually have to take this and just hope that the bishop blocking the rook avoids getting mated.
No, king e2, though. e2.
King e2. Queen check. King here. Get back on that back rank. We want to promote with check.
D2? Oh, man.
It's a 4-queen position, so what really matters is who's checking first.
Oh, this is nuts.
Ah! Demolition. Jesus.
Oh, no.
Well, I guess we can see why Rosenberg retreated here, right? He's at least stopping queen f3 now. So he's avoiding some of the checkmates. Bishop h2 gets sacked, and he doesn't take the bishop. Can he not take the bishop with his queen covering this area? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with it? There's no queen f3. Hang on, why doesn't he take this bishop? Renek, help me out. Somebody.
What?
No kidding, Evan's stressed. he's got the looks of a man who's been like tortured on an island for 10 hours.
What about queen f2 first? King so king takes h2, queen takes
queen f2. Setting up an attempted unstoppable checkmate like this, and look at this variation, folks. Queens check, get rid of that, double check. Again, a 4-queen variation, folks. White's got 2 extra rooks, but it doesn't matter because White's always in check.
Yep, that's it. That's it. Oh, my God. What are we watching, David?
So he doesn't take the bishop, and maybe he can't. Maybe he couldn't. He went this way. Check.
Yeah. Queen F2.
Okay, here's a chance to maybe bring the queen back and cover some squares, right? But he took with the king. Bishop into the middle of the board. Rook A2. If he queens, there's rook H2 check and checkmate on F2. That's kind of basic for us after the checkmates we just saw.
Can't you just rook H1 now?
Shouldn't he just have played rook H1 now? That's an
Right
excellent question.
Yeah,
Wouldn't that move have just won the game? If bishop takes rook, you trade over here, right? And then after black recaptures, however they recapture, you make a queen. And you win.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right?
So if rook H1, I think you're sound on the rook sack. Black's going to have to play some other move to ramp up pressure, like rook G8. I don't know that I believe that at all. Let's say you queen, rook G5.
Now there's just queen H7. Queen H7 check.
Oh, it's true. We have rook H7 as well. We can just go on the attack here. It's just completely crushing. Hang on. Rook H1 looks absolutely winning, Drew.
Yeah.
Rook H1? I mean, basically, there's only so many moves we have to look at for black, right? We can look at all the legal moves. Maybe not Evan with 2 minutes on the clock and a lot of pressure, but we can, right? We can take our time. Rook H2, we take it. Rook H1, we take it. Queen F3 check, we take it. Queen F2 check, we take it. You know, like what is there? Knight C5, you can play rook takes rook and leave your queen hanging. You're attacking their queen. Then you make another queen on A8, protecting each other. GZT's got a great idea of queen to A8. But I think there's one move for white that refutes it. That's a great move to find GZT. Because actually, if white trades on A8, black is probably losing, but has some hope to save that endgame, right? But I think white's got the classic rook H7 check. And that should win instantly. Because the rook on H8 has to defend the queen on A8. And you can't go to the back rank either because you break that up, right? This is like that trick where queens are attacking each other and then you play like a rook back rank check, right? And their rook that's defending the queen has to capture. And if the king comes here, right, then we can assume that like rook D1 check, white can, you know, trade queens if they want to, but they definitely win like a whole knight for free. And the ending becomes trivial.
Or just rook rook A6 maybe. Just check.
Or rook A6 last move from there.
Just come in with the rook.
Yeah.
And check.
Yeah, that wins the same knight, right? King has to move off of it, I guess.
Well, I'm just wondering if we're going to get a mate out of it.
You want to get mate. You're not going to be able to get a mate because your queen is...
No?
Because your queen's not actually part of this properly. She's controlling squares, but she can't, like, move. So the best we can do is check here, trade the queen, and take the knight. But that is ample.
Yep.
That is ample. So I think, Drew, you found the winning move, rook H1.
I'm pretty happy with it.
I think you did. But rook A2 was played. And Josiah's thinking. He's got his hour on the clock. He's got rook H2 available. A8 queen is still threatened. One defense he has here is just queen A8, right? He could switch back to just like trying to hold this endgame. It's not a good one. But he could try it.
Also, then there's just the G pawn can...
Right, white's got the G pawn now, but what you'll notice is white's pawns are almost all isolated. Like if he goes for queen A8, right? You see sort of like two isolated pawns here. The G pawn's kind of far away on its own. Since black controls F4, it's hard to link everything up. So white would be probably winning in this endgame.
What if you just overload the bishop by pushing C and G until the bishop can't protect both anymore, and then you...
Yeah. I mean, I can't give a concrete variation from here, but I can say white's probably winning this endgame, but not trivially. You know, like if you were just playing bullet, you wouldn't bring the game to its logical conclusion. Like the moves are tricky enough that they wouldn't just be always the first move your hand goes to.
Somebody's almost playing bullet too. Let's point that out. So
yeah, he's getting close to that phase. But while Josie thinks, it's a quick chance for us to click to some other game. I think the one we haven't seen in the longest time is Eyelash and Casa.
Yep, it's been a minute.
So let's see if that's right. And what has happened? Well, we had the pawns exploding. D takes
Looking at
E4 was
Gus's
played.
face, looks more concerned.
Yeah, that's less pure calm than before.
Yep,
Maybe it's just a little bit cold and he's keeping some warm air
that's possible.
in front of his face, right? He's in New York City. It could be cold there. I don't know. So we get a trade. Eyelash, nice. Puts the bishop on E4 instead of the knight. Because she's recognizing that like this long diagonal might become really important in this game, right? I mean, I'm not saying black's going to hang the C5 pawn necessarily. But actually they might because there's a rook on F3, right? But even just on general principles, right? Like this is going to be like a pretty important diagonal in a second. So what she would rather have is have the bishop on the long diagonal and the knight, you know, helps support it and can come to D5 in some cases. CD4, queen D4. And Casa gets that knight off of F8 and out onto a good square. Bishop on D5 is on a good square. So Eyelash is hanging in there. He was right to get the knight off of F8 quickly also, because once you get this simplification, white will play F5. Sort of like stranding the knight a little bit and threatening to just play F6 and open the rooks. So this was very important that he got his knight out like that. And yeah, he's just developing the pieces. Other rooks coming to D8 probably, but first he takes control over the D3 square. So knight D3 and bishop D3 can be concerns for white. And oh, also now he doesn't have to worry about F5, F6, right? Because he doesn't have the move F6 even to stop it now. That's probably why he prioritized this. She's giving him a good game. I'm impressed. I was really worried as she came out of the opening and the middle game seemed to sort of like not have a good plan for her, and you know, she did what she needed to do concretely to trade off her disadvantage in the center, and her position's probably more or less a-okay here. Not like good, but okay. And time-wise, she's doing fine too.
Is G4 okay here?
G4 is a huge question. Yeah. Very, very controversial question. It does permanent damage to your own king position in the hopes of playing F6 and doing permanent damage to the opponent's king position. If you achieve that, then yay, you've got more pieces ready for it than the opponent, and even though it's a trade-off of bad king positions, it'll be good for you as white. If you don't achieve F6, you will pay for having moved your G-pawn when black's pieces eventually get out.
You have all of your pieces kind of protecting over there?
Yeah, because, I mean, eventually you don't want, like, your rooks and queens just being used as pawn cover for your king, right? It's an annoying responsibility. That's what the cheap little pawns are supposed to do for you.
It also gives incentivize you though to just try to trade things down though with pawns advanced like that too, right?
It incentivizes it for black, because if they keep like queens on the board but very few other pieces, then your king becomes really open and they eventually have tactics. So like
I guess I was suggesting a queen trade in particular, right?
If you could get a queen trade, then you'd be fine. But basically, if you play G4 and end up in an endgame of like queen and rook versus queen and rook, that's a nightmare scenario for white.
Okay.
Because you just can't cover the king properly with your rook and queen from their rook and queen.
Gotcha.
All right, we're being told that Rosenberg has promoted, so that game's probably reached its critical phase, and we'll just bounce back to it again. I mean, they're getting more coverage today, but, you know, I guess they're earning more coverage.
They're providing the game. Yeah, like it's
earning more coverage. So we saw rook a2, rook check, king here. The queen slinks to g8. I guess that's the threat he could come up with. Maybe not the threat he wanted, the threat he could come up with. Rosenberg gets the extra queen. Queen g5 check. King just moves over. Queen h5. This doesn't even threaten rook h1 check yet, because that square is covered twice now. The queen on e4 was protecting him from rook h1 at first. But now it's doubly defended, and he plays queen f3 to stop the move queen h3 and also offer a queen trade. And he's pretty much up a queen right here. So
That's pretty good, right?
Black needs something really, really intense. Rosenberg down to 1:50. If Josie can come up with one or two tricks, he may fall for them, whether they are in the position or not. Thank you so much, Chexy, for the raid.
Oh, there's like a rook b7, queen f8, checkmate.
Rook b7, queen f8. Yeah, at some point you need to threaten checkmate yourself so that you don't have to defend your king forever. Yep. This rook is stopping rook c1 now that the queen repositions here, so maybe he could adapt your idea with rook a7 as a way to try and do this. Dear Raiders, welcome very much. We're in a critical moment here of this game, so it's hard for us to just take a step back and chat with you all. But we are watching the Dojo All-Stars here, and Rook D1 was played. Okay, so Rook D1 looking at probably just sacking for the knight to start checks,
Can I just take the bishop?
It's a very good question whether, from Dritman, could one of you guys from our old 1400 to 1600 group, could one of you guys convert this position against Josiah basically off a 30-second increment under this kind of time pressure?
Probably not.
Thinking no. I'm thinking
maybe.
I'm thinking rook a7 is a really good move, and it is played. There's no queen f8 mate right now, actually, because of this queen on h6. But I still feel this is right. You just want to start threatening checks. And, hey, he resigned. You guys could definitely convert it from here.
Wow!
Score one for the dojo!
All right. Great job, Evan. Incredible. What a game.
Oh, my goodness.
That was incredible.
He looks like he can't believe that it's actually over, that there wasn't some kind of checkmate trap that he missed, that he was expecting some kind of blow to fall.
That was so cool. Wow. That was just a good game.
I am going to send Josiah the medical bill. For the mild heart attack he just gave me.
We watched you suffer. We watched you suffering.
Wow.
That was incredible.
And it was so effortless. He was like, I'm just going to attack you and create every threat I can and make you sweat it out, and I had to earn it.
Yeah, we saw you get checkmated in a few analysis variations we did. So
taking on h2 and allowing queen f2.
That would have been a great way to go, right? I mean, if you're going to go out with a bang.
What's that?
Where's that? That would be a great way to go, right? If you're going to go out with a bang. King takes h2.
Honestly,
queen f2.
I would want nothing more than for Josiah to have pulled that off in a game against anybody else.
Against anybody else you would have been cheering. Make a new queen attacking the rook that's trying to discover check you. It just sacrifices itself as well. This position here.
I was very close to just auto recapturing that bishop, but when I spotted queen f2, I was like, wow.
Yeah.
That was devious.
I actually had found an earlier winning move for you. As opposed to playing rook a2, rook h1 was actually a really fun.
I must have had something earlier, though.
It was a really fun idea of a rook sack that actually won.
I think in this,
if I wasn't thinking about fun rook sacks in that position.
Yeah, I think on move 37, Evan.
Made it on f2.
On move 37, Evan, his idea was rook h1 to keep the black rook out of h2. Did you consider that?
I think rook a2 is even cleaner.
Rook a2 is even cleaner, says RIM.
Really?
Why sack the rook?
Well, it's defended by the rook on
really
a1.
I mean, I would have resigned if you played rook h1, but I mean, rook a2 is fine as well.
Oh, okay.
So I had to earn one more move after rook a2.
Wow.
But yeah, just a nice, easy exchange slot. Right?
Yeah, just an exchange slot. We can see you continuing to channel Petrosian.
I've been having pretty bad tournaments, so I just decided to have some fun today. And it was a lot of fun. You played very well and defended all my nasty tricks, but yeah, that was a lot of fun to play.
Yeah, man. I was almost counting on you, wanting to win and sort of going for it at all costs, and that those those positions, that like if either side tries for too much, it's easy to just fall worse pretty quick.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I played Youngpling pretty badly. I haven't studied Exchange Slav in a while. I wasn't expecting to play Exchange Slav, so that's why I willingly went into it. But yeah.
Yeah. After b4 is taking on a6.
Yeah,
Like,
it's fine. I thought that
should I just snatch the pawn on
I mean,
b4?
I think both bishop takes a6 and knight a2 are both really good.
Or knight a2, but not taking on b4.
No. If you take on b4, I have e6 and I get my bishop out, then I get safely castled. I have some compensation.
That seemed like a good sack for you.
Yeah. But bishop a6 was fine. I actually thought b takes c3 was strange, but it turned out to be okay.
I think my worst move might have been castling.
Yeah, potentially, because it was pretty slow and
my king was much less safe on g1 than it could have been on e1.
This is true.
Yeah.
I think the move castled in itself was fine.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly,
I needed to get my h1 rook involved, and I didn't see how to do it.
Honestly, pretty much everything was fine in that position. Just any moves like a5 and stuff were probably good as well. Yeah.
But you definitely can't win with the rook on h1.
Yeah, definitely. I was just trying to play as inspiring and quickly as possible.
I think you accomplished both those things.
I think I did as well.
We could probably fill a whole chapter of a tactics book just with like moves 21 to like 35.
That was a really fun game. Oh, by the way, nice to meet you, Josiah. I'm
nice to meet you as well. Yeah. Unfortunately, I wish this tournament could have gone a bit better, but it has been some time since I've played Classical. So as you can see, I've ended every game with more than an hour, 10 minutes on my clock.
Yeah. Well, you've still got a game left. You could try to go into that with a new goal, like using your time.
Probably not. But because I play like over the board like this as well, but not as recklessly as I have been. But
right. I can tell that like you're able to keep up a really fast pace, which is in itself a weapon if you're able to do it.
Yeah, I just feel like online it's just so much. It just feels so much slower. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
Like over the board, time just goes by much quicker. Yeah. But props to Evan. He defended really well at the end.
Oh, thanks. I just thought maybe you were worried about disturbing whoever your roommate or whoever it is behind you. It's like, we got things to do. Yeah, just get this game over with.
yeah. He's going out right now, but
okay.
Yeah, it was some fun. I was just laughing at the end because like it was. Okay. I mean, you defended well. What can I do? I had like 5 different ways to mate if you didn't play the exact right move.
Yeah.
Very tricky.
All right. Bravo. Thank you.
I gave the show to the viewers.
Yes, absolutely. The viewers were glued to this game, so thank you both for that.
All right. Good luck in the last game of it. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Man. Yeah.
Good luck in round 4, both of you. If you can just leave your Zoom connected, but you can turn off your video and audio and whatever, take a break. You've got 2 hours before the next round. And Drew, we are going to go check in on Nemtsova's game here.
Yeah, it's been a minute since then.
And we've had all the rooks traded on the D file, which was perhaps the logical result of rook D2 by Nemtsova, right? I mean, Fizzy was going to put a rook on D8 and see if she wants to trade rooks.
Mm-hmm.
Now he doesn't have to worry about the G file. And overall, I would be happy to make those rook trades as black. I don't know if you would have any personal feeling about who it's favoring, you or your opponent, to trade rooks.
The only thing I'm thinking about is bishop pairs. Wait, isn't there a pawn hanging right now? Or am I missing something?
There was. There were 2.
There's 2 pawns hanging?
Yeah, 1 for white, 1 for black.
Well, because it's not hanging. That's just so much as...
So it's a trade. But yeah, before we get into tactics, what do you think? Like, of like whether it favors one player or the other.
I mean, I'm left with the bishop pair as white. So after all the trades we're trading down, we get to see the bishop pairs shine over the knights in the long run. There's that, right? And they're gonna be good bishops, I think. I don't see them getting shut down too much in the future because you just need to play some sort of e5. You just need to get the light square bishop out, and you're good to go.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The bishops are not going to get shut down, and they definitely have a position where they can play. For me, I'm still happy for black. The rooks were generating pressure. I was worried about the G file and my king, and knights coordinate pretty well with a queen. If queens were off the board, I might be afraid of getting tortured by this bishop pair, but with queens on the board and the white king kind of weirdly placed, I'd be cautiously optimistic for Fizzy here. We'll see how it's panning out now. So Nemtsova went for the pawn trade. That makes sense. She got a C pawn for an A pawn. That's a small gain right there.
Okay, yeah.
And here they are. She's covering H4 with the bishop. I think she can challenge the D file if she ever needs to with queen D1, except black's also targeting B2. So Fizzy's actually trying to tie Nemtsova down to these B2 and H4 pawns, right? He's trying to make an issue of it.
What about queen C1 or C2?
Queen C2, yeah. Could be coming. That helps you control all these squares and maybe play B3 at some point. Chase those back.
Yep.
Yeah. An important thing is that I don't think black can play knight C4 winning the pawn because of B3. It's a very important thing. Nemtsova's down to 5 minutes. Fizzy with 40. That's pretty nice for Fizzy. I would love to play G6, H5 for black if I could, but if I play G6, white plays H5. Yeah, what else might Fizzy do? I don't know what Fizzy's next move is.
What are derps?
I don't know.
White derps.
He's your fellow scrub.
Double isolated rook pawns.
Whoa.
Derps.
Derps.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
What about them? Let's see. I mean, they're mildly weak in some of these endgames, right? Like right now, the one on H4 needs to be defended by a bishop. So I already mentioned that that's kind of annoying for white, right? That white has to cover that H pawn.
What about queen? What about just H5? Like, and then,
Queen where?
H5. Oh, and then queen H4 with threats to F4 too, so you can't just trade off the queens. Okay.
What were you thinking of doing here?
H5 for white
H5
at some point.
Yeah, that could be played for white for sure.
But the problem I'm also seeing is queen H4.
Yeah, you might still want to keep the queen out of H4, but
making it hard for. Oh wait, the bishop's still there, so whatever.
But H5 is definitely something white could do. H5, it allows you to play like bishop E4 and keep black back rank mated if you need to, which just restricts how active black's queen can get. Right? I would want to play G6 and H5 for black because then I don't have to worry back rank about defending the king. He can just sit inside that pawn thing and I can use all my pieces freely. But I can't.
You could even play king G3 and just kind of come in.
Right, have the king do this annoying pawn defending task.
I'll take care of it. It's not like the queen's gonna get in with anything. It's all defended, right?
Yeah.
So whatever. Just then the bishop can go on her merry way.
Yeah. So Fizzy's got a tough position for a moment here. Not like the position's necessarily bad, but he's got to come up with something to do. He's kind of maximize the knight on a4, queen on d8. He's not really finding something to do with the knight on a5 just yet. So he needs another ingredient for this position, this game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he might play knight b3 to bring this knight back towards the rest of the game. And then we might see queen c2, and the knight could transfer to c5. It's still not on a secured square, right? You want this knight on f5 or c4, if not for b3 from white.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, the knight did just go to a5. Could it not have gone the other direction last move? It could have. He could have just played knight e7 last move. That looks like a very, very important option for him. Me too, MD Knight. The Dojo All-Stars are on the board this round. They've got one win under their belt, and in a 4-game round, that gives them a chance to maybe win this round. I think they've got a small chance, Drew. I think Fizzy's got a chance with his time advantage in a unclear position. And it's possible that Teddy misjudged the opposite colored bishop ending, and Alexa could maybe scrounge a draw out of that one. Let me see what their progress is like over there.
Yeah, that was super strange to me to see that. Like, trade down to the opposite color bishop ending with just a pawn up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know. I don't know about that.
Oh, pawns are getting traded. It's like action time. Look, he's moved his king over to the queen side, and here he refuses to retreat back to d2 and cover that pawn. If he just defended the pawn with his king on d2 forever in this position, he could no longer win the game, right? Like, all he could do would be attack the pawn on h5 with his bishop and have black play king g6, and then it would be frozen. So he plays bishop e2, and against king g6, which wasn't played, I don't even know what his plan was there.
I don't really see the winning chances for white here at all.
I suppose his plan was to just run up the board and win on the queen side, huh? He was just going to go king c3, bishop e3, a5. Right, now the black king's super far away from opposing all this. Here, 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 here. King b4, and he can take this. This bishop can't go after these pawns anymore because this pawn is one step from queening. The bishop just has to guard it. And white's just winning.
Oh.
Right? King here. This king has to come here to keep the white king out. Now he can take on h5 and collect, collect, collect. The h-pawn starts running. GG. Wow. So that's why Alexa doesn't just bring his king over. He takes the pawn. And here comes a5. And if king g6, we've just seen what happens.
Mm-hmm.
White brings the king up, plays b6 and a6 and wins. So what does black want to do here? I don't see what black wants to do here. Looks sort... Oh, here's what black can do here. Here's what black can do here. They can start running towards this side of the board with the king right away. Give up the h-pawn and try and draw with bishop f2 to g3. They need to switch roles, in other words, right? Black needs the king on the queen side and the bishop on the king side, not the king on the king side and the bishop on the queen side.
Okay.
That's one of the trickiest things about a lot of endgames is first figuring out what role the pieces should have, right? Like, my king should be supporting my passed pawn and my rook should be defending my pawns to stop counterplay. Or my rook should be supporting my passed pawn and my king should be like defending my pawns, right? But on top of figuring that out, you often have to switch. You reach a point where you need to do like a swap.
That's wild.
And sudden, like, because previously it made sense for the king to be defending our weak pawns on light squares, right? And our bishop was blockading the queen side.
Mm-hmm.
But now when white's threatening to bring the king up, black has to go for counterplay on the king side. That means it has to be the bishop's job. And that means the king has to swap over to here. So that's why it's very important that Alexa didn't play king g6 last move, and he's got to go to e6 now to still have a chance. Now, king e6 might lose, but I've already looked at king g6, and I know king g6 loses. So So by process of elimination, king e6 is logically the move that still gives him a chance. Oh, look, the king can get over in time to keep white's king from taking that pawn. So then bishop h5 comes in. We go here. Bishop takes, bishop takes. You see how the role swap might be working out here?
Oh, that white pawn, though.
If it goes, I got it.
That H pawn go?
Right? And if this one goes, I got it.
Wait, how are you going to get the... Are you going to swing the... Oh.
Got it like I can stop
That's
them, right?
true.
So,
That's true.
but there may be... Oh, I found a devious trick for white. This move here, the point is to play check. It's a devious threat. That queen's the A pawn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's a way out of it for black. Instead of taking this pawn on f4, you have to check the king back like this.
Oh, E1.
Yeah.
And then you have C3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This happens to also be checkmate. But it shows how you have to pay attention.
Oh, by the way, that's checkmate. Like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Just a heads up, that's checkmate.
Okay, so here's where we're at. I'm saying king e6. Wrath of Gods in chat is saying won't b6 still just win if instead of bringing the king towards this, we just take here now.
Yeah.
Okay, so my king needs to get in range of this pawn before I can switch to counterplay. And if I don't get counterplay, I'm lost. So I go here. What if white swings back to keep my bishop from getting counterplay? Like, I don't know. Wrath of Gods might have been planning to do this
B4.
and start pushing this.
B4. You can play B4.
This looks fast enough, too, for white. No, I'm losing here, too. Uh-oh. No, Alexa. But Wrath of Gods confirms they were planning to do that evil king d1 move. Okay, so king e6. B6 takes here, b5. Bishop h5. King d6. So this is like directly, very, very plausible, this order of moves. The king absolutely needs to go here to save this for black. It's the only thing that could make any sense.
But
and
didn't we just show king d1 wins for white?
Well, I was suspecting that king d1 would win pretty brutally here. And because the thing is, like, counterplay in the form of one passed pawn doesn't matter in opposite colored bishop endings. They're very easy to cover and blockade, right? And now, black's just stretched.
What about king e7 first? What if you say, oh, never mind.
Go back king e7 here.
Yeah, to protect the pawn, to protect that pawn, so the bishop can't come in, and now I can do b4, b3, b2.
Sure, that's a great idea. Wait, we'll switch this bishop's direction.
Okay.
Over to here.
B4.
Since your bishop is dealing with this, then when this pawn comes, the king is stuck defending this pawn, but that means the white king can just go over here and win. We didn't get the role swap we needed. So this is lost too. It looks like Teddy may have been right. May have been right about this endgame.
How does he calculate that, like, all of this from that far back? It seems very tight.
He spent 26 minutes, my friend.
26, but we're like 15 moves deep into this. Like, it's not like...
Yeah, but he didn't have to calculate every move one at a time. He figured it out by positions, right?
Okay.
Like, he imagines this situation here. If their king's on the queen side, what can I do? If their king's on the king side, what can I do? If this structure comes here, what can I do?
Okay.
So he may not have looked at this exact variation. He spent a little bit of time when Alexa played this e5 defensive idea.
Mm-hmm.
He had an initial plan about how he was going to bring the king here and capture this while Alexa counterattacked on f2. And he was going to play f4. He was going to lose the e pawn, win this pawn, push these pawns, and tie black's pieces down to a passed pawn on the queen side and a passed h pawn.
Okay.
And when e5 was played, he probably had to revise his plans a little bit in terms of how to face it, but he used essentially the same kind of idea. f4 to keep this pawn from coming here and to keep this pawn from ever being defended by the bishop. Right? So long term, he's got the threat to go attack it.
Mm-hmm.
He ties the black king to the f5 pawn now, which is handy. And then he can now attack that pawn on h5 with his bishop. Maybe that pawn should have stayed on h6. Why did the pawn come to h5? Oh, because black feared the plan of g4, fg, hg, and then just bishop f5, winning the pawn on e4. That's why you don't want your pawns on light squares.
Mm-hmm.
If you're the defending side.
It's just like, I mean, this is like just super impressive to me because, you know, intuition says opposite, you know, like opposite colored bishops, pawns are very close in count. Like, you're not going to win that. And yet he did enough thinking to go deep into all of these different positions to make the determination that that's fine. No, I'm going to win. Like,
yeah. The h5, the isolated h pawn was the second weakness that he needed and the reason why he considered that endgame. If black didn't have that doubled f pawn, if they'd had, you know, EFGH pawns healthy on the king side, he would have not even spent time looking for a win in that position.
Okay.
He would have just looked for some other options. So now it looks like actually he's winning this position. I don't see how the king can get here and this bishop get its counterplay in time. It takes too many moves. Man.
Well,
Brutal.
and he'll find King D1, right? Like, that's...
Well, also, he doesn't even need King D1. It looks like he's got two different ways to win that particular position that we were just looking at. That was King E6, here, takes, here, Bishop H5, King D6, right? I think Bishop F7 and King D1 were both winning here, unfortunately. So,
Wow.
yeah. It's truly looking pretty crispy. A6
So maybe another
for
game?
black?
Do we want to switch over to see what
Yeah.
the Corley eyelash game is doing?
We do. But Wrath of Gods, I think A6 for black would lose to B6 from white. And then white's going to play bishop A6, retreat the bishop, and have two connected pass pawns. And I don't see how black can deal with that. Like, the most they could do is they could try to attack this pawn to get them off of dark squares, but when this pawn goes, then you can't get back to it if you're attacking this pawn. So I think it's probably lost. We're going to go switch to the game we haven't seen the most recently. So we're going to switch over to Eyelash versus Casa Corley. And there's been some more action here. This game is pretty intense. So after bishop f5, she played a nice centralizing move, queen d4. I like the look of it. It's controlling the d3 square, keeping the knight and bishop out. And she's saying this bishop on d5 is so strong that even when rook d8 comes, it's not in danger of being lost. Does that make sense? Like, she can always keep it, like, defended, she's thinking. Rook g3. Provoking a weakness. Ooh, and what a juicy weakness. The dark square. Yes. Loved it. Man, she's playing her heart out this game. This is her best game of the tournament so far. So then she played queen c4, getting off of the line with the rook, and putting more pressure on f7.
There's pressure everywhere.
Yeah. Knight e4. We get a trade. And f5. Whew. Well, he can't let her take on g6. He plays g5.
Now h4 is super appealing, right?
It comes under consideration for sure. She could be looking at trading on e4 and going for a draw in the rook endgame. She'll be slightly worse, but she could look at it. She'll be looking at f6, and then his response is probably queen e6. And she can look at h4, trying to make use of the rook on g3. I checked rook e3 and rook e1. They both lose to bishop g2 check. So those moves are out of consideration.
Oh, that's a nice tactic. That's a very cool tactic.
Yeah. I'm always looking for a chance to like uncommit these rooks from the king side attack and like bring them back into the middle of the board. You always have to consider if you can sort of get back to normal life.
So do you like f6 or h4 more right now?
God. Maybe h4. Maybe h4.
I feel like I'm on my game today, David.
Oh, maybe black's coming move is going to be queen e5. Maybe black's coming move is queen e5. And yes, you are on your game. Drew, you are stepping it up for the All-Stars, for the level of this tournament. This tournament's obviously way beyond the level of what we normally have going here on Chess Dojo.
Yep.
So, yeah.
My rating plus 1,000, yeah.
Rising to the occasion. So, h4, maybe queen e5, but white still has rook g4. That move doesn't lose. That move looks perfectly reasonable. Black could play rook d4.
Rook d4? Doesn't that hang a rook?
In a potential variation of h4, queen e5, centralizing, hitting the rook. Rook g4 to escape
with queen
and
e5.
threaten the bishop, and then rook d4.
I see. I just missed the...
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, this is very complicated.
Yeah.
What is going on? Queen, like, maybe queen e2?
Right. On bishop g2, our queen can luckily sneak away in a way that the rooks couldn't. She can just go take back on g2. And now you're truly threatening to win this pawn on g5. Oh, but he can now play f6 because he got her queen off of that diagonal. So he can just strong point g5. Now your rook's never getting through.
But that king's open. The king is so open. I don't know. Like, ouch.
Yeah.
You could trade the knight and then take the rook, and then I'm just trying to see, like, if I could get, or maybe the queen over to like h5 and then come in.
Yeah. Black plays
like,
queen takes h4
somewhere.
check, right? And sort of simplifies it all out here when you get to h5.
Yeah, there. Oh, but now it's doubled. Wait, what's... Oh, yeah, that is just...
It's a doubled extra pawn. I mean, I would guess that this endgame would be drawn. You would have to calculate to know, but we don't need to, like, go too deep into that endgame. If h4, queen e5, rook g4, rook d4, queen e2, f6, I want to look at one other possible move for white, which is rook e1. Suddenly, like, attacking this bishop with every single piece.
Nice.
I'm not sure if the tactics work, though. Bishop g2 check.
Yeah, right. That's the natural.
If we take with the queen, we're busted.
Take with the rook.
Take with the rook, rook h4 check. If king g1, queen d4. Attacking our queen. And if she escapes, then rook e1 mate.
Oh my gosh. That's not fair, David.
Yeah, so bishop g2, you'd have to try and take with the king, but then queen e2 and you lose the rook on g4. Oh man. So I don't think we could legally play that move, basically.
Oh.
I think bishop g2, it's a little bit of a surprise. It's It's a little bit of a complicated tactic that bishop g2
Yeah.
wins for black here, but I think it just wins.
It does. It does. I mean, we pretty much settled it.
So
We can't just ignore it, can we? Just move the king. King G1. I don't think that's real.
oh, actually, you know one thing we could do? We could play HG, and then trade on E4. And then queen H5. Now, this position, there's no chance white's worse. She's definitely okay in this position. Because now after queen H4, you're not down a pawn, and you're moving first after queen H4 check.
Yeah.
Or queen E5, knight E4. Okay, Wrath of Gods wants me to look at H4, queen E5, knight E4 defending the rook, queen E4. Oh, and now trade and win a pawn. Yeah, well, that's clearly good for white, Wrath of Gods. Hang on, let's see. So if queen E5, Wrath of God says you can trade. I forgot that was a candidate move because it defends the rook. And that trade is going to win a pawn. And that pawn is going to win again, is maybe still going to draw the game, but it's going to put a lot of pressure on black to try and save the game. Okay, so that's like very, very good for white. Okay, so H4, there's no queen E5. I would say knight E4 rules it out. It's just such a dangerous position for black to just be down a pawn for nothing from here that they're going to have to look for a better response than that to H4. Let me just quickly click through the other boards and see if anything decisive is happening. A5, king E6, bishop H5, bishop F2. This is as we expected so far. We think B6, pawn takes A6 now. Prague Queen and Fizzy Band.
We can pretty much write that one off as a win for Coleman.
Not yet. There could be some wrinkle we haven't seen. We'll keep our eye on it, but it's most likely, yeah. So last thing we saw B5, knight A5. That knight came back to B6. And knight sinks itself into B3. I guess it can come back out through D2 maybe, but these knights are really, like, the knight on B3 can't really get back properly here. Bishop E4 played. Dang. I don't know, Katerina. Diadoko Kinetic. She is in uni. You're correct about that. She didn't want to play from her dorm room because of roommates. Josiah chose to play in the dorm room. She decided to roam around campus looking for different, like, quiet spots in common areas. So we've seen her have to relocate, like, mid-game. So I think she's done enough preparation to get her laptop juiced up. And, oh, good idea from Fizzy. 5 minutes went into it, but A5. Making progress as far as untangling the knights. Yeah. I mean, he's definitely still in this game. It's any result. Three result position. Queen tries to come out actively. Notice that she has played the H5 bishop E4 idea I mentioned. So back rank mates. The black queen is the one piece that can stop white from giving back rank mates, so he needs to always respect that. Like here, queen D1 would win the game if this queen weren't covering D8, because it would just attack the knight and back rank mate. Bishop B1. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a threat. That's a huge threat. Oh, man. I said 3 results, but it might be down to 1 result now that I see that. Dang, Nemtsova. Knight A3 is the move.
I actually don't see it.
Oh yeah, Gulko fan finds the defense. Knight A3.
Wait, so the threat is bishop A2?
Oh no, the threat is Queen C2, mon ami.
Queen C2. Oh.
It's not only a double attack,
yeah.
but Queen H7 is like winning on its own. So even if you like extricated the knight here, Queen C2 just wins the game. So that's why Gulko fan mentioned the only saving move is Knight A3. Tempoing the bishop to trade it. Yeah, no move like F5 or G6 is going to save black once Queen C2 gets played. Like, you avoid checkmate for like a little bit, right? But you're getting torn apart here or here. Just absolutely.
That looks like pain.
Is Knight E3 not a saving move? Couldn't white just take the knight if it goes to E3? Specifically, you need to attack the bishop. Because even taking away one of these squares from the queen still loses. Like Knight C5 loses to Queen C2, and Knight A1 loses to Queen D3. So it's not enough to even try and take away one of these squares the queen can go to. You actually have to attack the bishop. Knight A3 is the only thing to do. Only thing to do. And then will she...
It's still annoying, isn't it?
Will she repeat back to E4, or will she play like bishop A2 or bishop D3? Bishop D3, then if you want to bring your knight back to C4, you would be sacking a pawn. Also, there's knight A3, C4 for white to maybe consider. Weird little tactical move.
Well, you consider bishop D3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now if the knight comes back, you know, you win a pawn.
Right.
I think she's got a real board. Did you see her not just like reach out and like move something?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, totally. By the way, I have a custom board that I ordered like...
Oh yeah, she's making moves on a real board.
Very
No
cool.
wonder she always had that downward angle yesterday with the hat. She's playing all the moves on a real board. With 1 minute on the clock online, she hasn't switched to just moving online. She actually played his move on her board while her 30 seconds were ticking of her increment.
Yeah, 30 seconds. I don't know.
Before playing her answer. Wow. So, like, I love to play all my games on my board. I've got my board right over here and all this chaos of Playmobiles. But,
Why didn't you...
But when I'm down to like 2 minutes, probably around 5 minutes, I stop using my board and just turn to my computer screen.
Why didn't she play bishop D3?
I don't know. Always repeat.
It just seems like she get a pawn while you can, right?
Oh man, I'm in love with this. She's moving chess pieces on a chessboard with 2 minutes on the clock. She's amazing. And just perfect focus. She's not worried about... I mean, of course, she's like working. She's got to be worried about something, but she doesn't... Nothing's messing with her. She's just doing her job.
Oh, he doesn't have to move the knight back. That's why. I was like...
Yeah, it's not required to, yeah.
Otherwise, bishop D3 just seemed like a key move. But...
Yeah, bishop d3 was possible. Probably Fizzy would have played the same move against bishop d3 as against bishop e4, which is retreating this knight from b3 to c5 and not the other one.
Okay.
Looks like the knights have successfully managed to take away this entire diagonal that was bothering her. That was bothering Fizzy now, right? His knights are like, stop! Just get off that whole thing.
Wait, what about c3 now? Oh, that's really complicated.
Yeah, C pawn can be pushed. He might play b4, just pushing past it.
Oh, but you want to continue having that queen on the diagonal with the bishop? Maybe not. Just play some b6. I don't know, queen b6.
Yeah, you could also retreat the queen. There would be a choice there.
I might just retreat because I don't want to keep... I don't want to... Like, that diagonal is so scary. Anyway.
Bishop c6 with 30 seconds... on the clock. She played that move. She's got a 30-second increment. But, I'm just noting with 30 seconds left on the clock, she's still moving on her chessboard. Wow. Is anybody else moving pieces on a chessboard? I don't know. It feels like everybody else is just looking at their computer, right? So far? We could ask. We could ask about that. Anything crazy happening in the other boards? This game's really got my attention right now, but whoa. There's a pawn all the way to a7, so let's check in on that for a second for Teddy.
Or h7, you mean?
H7, yeah. These rook pawns have gone pretty much all the way. So let's review the moves that got here. Bishop f2, b6, as we expected. Takes. b5. Bishop e2. What did we had expected there? Oh, we hadn't, because we'd expected black to play one more move this way instead of the bishop to f2 move. So we hadn't looked at this exact position. So on bishop e2, he just moves the king towards that way. He knows where he needs to get. The h-pawn starts roaming. King gets close enough, and the pawn is far enough ahead that he can't take here. See? And he didn't have time to take on g3 at this point because the king wasn't yet close enough to that a-pawn. Right? So white's two h-pawns or two rook pawns are just fast enough that this king has to come this way. He doesn't have time for bishop g3. He gets dragged back. And now the white king can just go wherever it wants. This game's completely over. King can just wander, take any pawns it wants, go to g8, queen this. It is done. Teddy had something to say for a second there. That was quite a masterful endgame we just got to see there. And now he's having fun, just wandering everywhere with that king. That was beautiful.
Yeah, on the interview, I definitely want to hear a little bit about the calculation that went into making that determination with the opposite color bishops and knowing that he could move forward there.
Yeah, incredible. Some action on Eyelash's board as well. So in this position, she went for f6, not that h4 move, which looked pretty good to us as far as what we saw. So f6 was played. Evan was using a real board, says Helgilda. Okay. Evan was also using a score sheet. I remember he asked me about that. f6, queen e5, then knight e4, queen e4, and she keeps queens on the board. Threatens a cheeky rook g5 check, because even when the queen blocks, you can trade queens and play f7.
Hey, David, how's it going?
Hey, Teddy, great.
Hey, and good game, Alex. That was a tough one.
I guess you will on the rook d4, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in my head. For some reason I was only thinking you were gonna go like rook d2, and so you played rook d4, and then I was like, oops.
Whoa. So this move was an oops.
Oh yeah, I don't know, man. My calculation is a little off, but but then I still looked at it, and because of the kingside pawns, I thought, okay, it's probably a draw, but I still have some chances in case something goes wrong. And so kind of worked out okay.
I guess I misestimated by like 30 moves how far ahead you'd calculated. I was like, he figured that with this isolated h-pawn, he could break black's defense with this setup before he traded into the opposite colored bishops.
You're giving me way too much credit.
Yeah, that was gonna be my whole question for this interview, is just like, wow. Really?
Yeah, I have to look back at it. I'm trying to find the critical moment, I think, is, where was this? I think it's really, I couldn't fit. It's bishop c8, move 19, or well, 18 for black. He played bishop c8, which I think is an essential defensive move. I thought that was really good. And I think I spent like 30 or 40 minutes here, and I spent about 25 minutes.
Yeah.
And I couldn't figure out how to maximize white's chances here. I think there's a few interesting lines, but it just the problem is the bishops are starting to get to like comfortable squares again. And like the bishop on b6 is actually very untouchable, which and it holds c7, and it's kind of doing a lot of like really good work. And I don't know, maybe I just missed something here, but I couldn't quite figure out how to maximize. Then I decided like, okay, I'm going to trade my knight for the bishop. And, what I wanted was bishop and rook versus, bishop and rook with opposite colors. And then I thought my position, I had good chances in the endgame because the H pawn is weak and I have, the advantage on the queen side. But then he plays rook d4, and then I was like, oops.
I see.
I don't know.
You wanted to have the option to unseat the bishop with a5 at times. You can also limit it with e3, and you can torture on the a7 and h6 squares.
Yeah, that was the idea. Yeah. And of course I didn't get it.
Well, you got it, but without the rooks. But same kind of idea, right? I mean, you stretched him with the rook pawns.
Yeah. And I think once we got to the bishop's opposite color, like I'm almost 100% certain it should be a draw, but I really feel like you kind of put your pawns on squares that made them very easy targets, and I think you just needed to be way more careful about putting all your pawns on light squares.
Yeah, I was nervous about when I played h5, but I thought you didn't have a way. Yeah. I mean, maybe bishop takes e3 was a mistake, right? Can I wait with bishop a5?
No,
or is it too late?
I think you've already made a mistake at that point. The first move actually that I really didn't like for you was e5, I think. But again, like I don't actually know which move is like truly the losing move here. But the thing is, so one of the things I thought you should have done is once you play h5, I like realized I had this idea where I was like, okay, my idea now is that at the right moment, I want to fix your pawn on h5 by playing h4 and put my bishop on e2. But I realized like at this point, my bishop is still on c8, and it's actually not easy for me to get my bishop out of the position because your king can kind of cut me off. And so I actually started just like making moves with my bishop. So like, bishop d7, bishop a5, bishop c6, king e6, and I played bishop b7, and I was actually really hoping you would go king f6 because now my bishop can go to d5 and I'm escaping. So I thought there you should just go bishop back to b6, and I still can't quite figure out like how I actually, pull my bishop out of your, from behind enemy lines,
Yeah, actually, I don't see
how.
how.
Sorry, say that again?
I didn't see where you were going to the bishop. That's why I didn't pay attention to this.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Until it was too late, right? I mean, once you played bishop d5, I realized, I might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think I have to play h4 because if I don't, there are moments when like, once my king moves away from the e-pawn, you can play h4 first, g takes h4, and then bishop takes e3, and now the f4 pawn is hanging. So I have to play h4 and like fix the structure. So, I don't know. I don't know exactly what move was losing, but it felt like you made my life a little bit easy by putting all your pawns on easy target squares.
So should I just sit with f7, e6, f5 with that structure?
I think so. Which is like, obviously, it's a very uncomfortable thing to do. Like you don't really want to sit in that structure, but I think you kind of have to. So I don't know. Maybe there's a different way to go about doing it, but I'm just, yeah. It's a tough endgame.
Yeah. Also, the opening was really terrible. I mean, early middle game.
Yeah, I don't like these structures for black. I try really hard not to play them. Honestly, I actually thought instead of playing c5, I thought you were going to play b5. But the thing is, like, in these structures, you're okay, black's very solid, the position's probably fine, but you...
Yeah, the bishop on this
it's just you're always slightly worse and you're always passive. And I think it's very hard positions to play, So, yeah, I don't know. But it was a tough game. I think it was very interesting. And I'm like super interested to go back to that moment with bishop c8 and see like what I should have done. Because I just couldn't figure out how
you can try like pushing a4, b5 before deciding anything, right?
Maybe. Yeah, I couldn't
or a4, a5,
maybe. I was just a little bit worried though, because all of a sudden now like your rook is gonna get to d8, like all of your pieces are coming alive again.
More or less.
More or less, yeah. But again, because your dark squared bishop is actually, I think, a pretty decent piece, right? It's like really holding that c7 square. It's making my life difficult. Like you always have drawing chances. It's not so simple.
Hey Teddy, maybe e3 on move 24.
E3 on move 24. But I thought there was a trick here. So if I go e3, then rook d1 check, king g2, and then rook d2. And now you're hitting a2 and e3.
Brutal.
Yeah, and so I don't think it works.
Dang.
So I think I think I probably already had screwed up.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is a tough game.
Yeah, for me too.
Yeah. Well, good luck in the next game, and yeah.
Yeah. You guys, just so you know, the next round, which is if you can just sort of like leave Zoom sitting there, come back in an hour and 15 minutes, you'd be 5 minutes early for the next round, would be perfect. If you guys have a link to that spreadsheet, which has all the like standings and pairings and stuff, so you can always go there to see like your standings if you're wondering, if you're wondering how you're doing in the tournament and prizes and stuff like that. Teddy, you have 2.5 right now. There are 2 players with 2 who are both still playing.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks.
All right. Thanks so much. Alexa, good luck next round.
Thanks.
You can win your last game. You can do it.
Let's see.
All right.
So 2 more to go. Carly and Eyelash, or were we more recently looking at Fizzy Band, or
we were sort of bouncing between them pretty well. This is the position between Eyelash and Casa. It hasn't changed too much during that post-mortem. I mean, they've made a few moves back and forth, but I guess 1 rook was traded. That was a little difference. 1 rook traded.
This is kind of a drawish looking board, right?
Yeah, it does somewhat feel like a drawish looking board. Black has some danger, White has some danger of losing the f6 pawn, and Black has, some danger of the king getting attacked if they're not careful around it. And our other game over here, which is this one here, this game, let's see what's happened. We had the pawn trade on a5. The knights seem to be pretty well set up on c4 and c5 here. I think Fizzy's still just doing fine and has used a lot of his extra time, but at a good point in the game, right? I mean, to be able to have some time to think on every move is kind of nice.
I could be mistaken, but I think that during this game I said that White's bishops were always going to be good, but suddenly they don't look quite as good as those knights anymore. Trap behind, one trap behind the C pawn. The other's got a decent diagonal, but anymore that attack on the king isn't even a threat. Like the mate threat isn't even there anymore, right? That's been removed. So
yeah.
This is kind of a response to that question you were asking me before about how I would feel about this endgame.
Right.
For this one.
You'd be feeling pretty okay for black by now.
Yeah, at first I thought it was white that I really was going to like, but now I'll play black.
Yeah.
I'll play black. Sure.
I think the position's probably 3 resulty, which means probably somewhat close to equal.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, maybe it's feeling a little easier to play black right now. Maybe you could call it an edge for black if their moves are easier to play at some point. Like a position might be like equal to computers, but often what we mean by slight edge is just like, well, if you asked a human which side they would play, if like everybody would pick the same side because it seems a little bit easier to play, a little bit more comfortable, a few more options, then that's a slight advantage.
Yeah.
Do you need to go, by the way? I've already kept you a lot longer than we'd anticipated.
I'll go the next hour.
Yeah. Okay. And are you planning to do scrubs after the whole tournament's over today, or are you gonna?
I don't think
we'll do this for it.
You guys have another round that's gonna probably be done. What time?
Like 5 to 6 p.m. Pacific.
I'll talk to Seth. We'll see.
Okay.
I don't think DM Hoki is gonna be in there, but we'll see.
All right. So possible scrubbing tonight, but for now, more All-Stars. More All-Stars. And 2 games left. And these games are featuring the 2 players who've won both their games so far. Katerina Nemtsova with white here. And Casa Corley or Casablanca with black over against Sophie. And he's kind of making a move right here, actually. He's not only brought his king up to embrace the f-pawn from the side, but he's now played h5 himself, saying like he's no longer worried about his king being exposed. He's getting ready to take some space, maybe play g4 and pry open her king. Maybe also he didn't want to allow... No, I don't think... I mean, there's no scenario where she was going to play g4, rook f5 because her own king is so weak. So no, he's undertaking something. I think we might see g4 coming from him at some point here. And Sophie, I guess, is marking time with her queen, hoping that Casa doesn't have a way to improve things more.
So what's stopping just rook e6 right now, taking the pawn?
I guess queen to d8.
Okay. And then just queen d4. Oh well, you can't do queen d4 obviously.
You want to keep attacking the pawn more, but once the queen's here, she's threatening queen g8.
Which? Oh, that's me. Yeah.
Yeah. So on queen d8, you'd probably have to repeat positions with rook to e6, rook to e8, and so forth. So. Yeah, so we'll see. Casa's got enough time here to come up with quite a bit of stuff. Here's another good endgame sensei position.
Queens are so tricky.
Yeah. So a suggestion from chat of maybe rook to e5. Potentially an answer for white would be queen c8, threatening that same queen g8 move. And then on rook f5, you can take it, and take the pawn on b7. And it looks pretty safe for white in the queen ending. So So let's see. Queen d3 has just been played. Poking the rook that defends the pawn, right? Will white play the rook off of the f-file? Will white play king to g1? It's a good question, Cass. A good question to ask. I'm going to guess king to g1. But, on king g1, maybe he's going to play queen d4 check. Take the pawn on b2. And then rinse and repeat.
Huh. Okay.
King g1, queen d4, rook f2, rook e1, king h2, queen f2. There's not going to be anything to make up for losing a rook. King g1, queen d4, king h1, queen b2. And white has nothing. Dang. What a move. What is the comrade to do about this?
And so what's black's response after rook c1?
I don't know. Haven't looked at that yet. Possibly king takes f6. Although then there's queen b7, which would be okay, I guess. Okay, so she goes with queen c1, Coco's suggestion. Oh. Defends the rook. Now, now a big question is a move like rook e6, right? It feels like the f-pawn is close to being encircled.
The reason I liked rook c1 is that you had queen c2 kicking the king out.
Right. You're playing rook c1 because you're thinking maybe you'll play queen c2 and try and draw the rook and pawn ending. But you will be down a pawn, right?
After what?
After you lose your f6 pawn?
To the king. Oh.
Or to anything. I mean, you're undefending it. Black can play rook e6 and take it.
Well, rook e6. Oh, yeah.
And you're kind of saying you were planning queen c2. I think the question with rook c1 would really be if white's threatening queen b7, right? Because if you can get a pawn over on that side of the board, then you're still okay. That would have been the big question with rook c1 is if you can threaten to take on b7.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a feeling black's move would be b5. With the idea that a rook on the 6th rank could defend your queen side and attack the pawn on f6 at the same time now. So you can, you create a situation where your rook is multi-valent and anyway, she went for queen c1, and I don't know what she's got in mind after rook e6. But we're going to find out because Cass has played it. Rook f3, a suggestion here as maybe what her next plan is. Yeah. Possible. Absolutely possible, yeah. It's a move that doesn't let black immediately take anything.
Just queen e4, right?
Right. Yeah, white might play queen e4, but hey, it solves our problems for one move, right? And then now we need to come up with something more. You could play queen c3, you could play rook g3, I guess. Rook g3 will lose a pawn to queen e1 check, and then king takes f6 at the end.
Oh, queen c3 is a thing.
So queen c3 could be the move, and
that predicts everything.
Yeah,
everything's protected.
Well, for the moment, yeah, but black's got g4, black's got queen e1 to trade the queen off and try and win the endgame, because the more pieces get traded off, the more dead the f6 pawn is, right? The white king's never going to fight the black king for that pawn. It's too far away. That's like a scenario where like a space advantage can become bad in some endgames because suddenly your pawns are too close to the opponent's king. If suddenly you reach that phase in the game where kings can get active, they can come attack your pawns. Anyway, they've made a move. Let's see what it is. Rook F3 is Eyelash's move. Okay, we got to head back to the other board too. Let's do a transition. Here's what's happened. The kings come up to defend the F4 and H5 pawns himself. Queen F5 is even possible. The king's just like laughing in the middle of the board, you know, like, this is fun. Okay, knight comes into D3. B2 is pretty far away from the board. There's not a lot happening over there. Knight on B2. Nemtsova attacks the pawn on B5, and she has equalized the clocks. She has stayed in the game long enough for Fizzy to run out of time as well.
Wow. That's incredible. Fizzy was at like 50 minutes when she was under 5 or something like that, right?
Not only that, who's defending the pawn on B5 here? I think that knight going to B2 had to be wrong because I don't know what it's doing there. Oh, was maybe the idea to come back around through D1 and try and win the pawn on C3?
You could do that.
Maybe that's what the knight was doing. It was like heading around the funny way.
But it doesn't have the time.
Now it doesn't seem to have the time. No, I agree. Okay, tries to hold on to B5. Of course, white could take it. White could take it. Then he's hoping to give some checks. Because once white takes, I mean, white's up a pawn. This is still defended. If you trade, then there's a queen e8 threat. So Fizzy kind of needs to have like a perpetual now or never kind of.
This is where we go back to the point of, well, they're up a pawn. They must be winning.
Oh, man. And this knight on B2 is even hanging. So if he goes like queen D1 check, king G3, he can't even go take on H5 and defend F7 because his knight is still dangling. Right? If the knight were on a defended square, then king G3, queen H5 might be enough to hold the game. At least it would be still interesting. But here, oh man, running out of stuff to do.
Well, I guess there's knight D3.
There's either knight D3 or queen E1. That's it.
Knight D3 is kind of fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, we're coming in at the king for sure.
The knight and queen can try and do their famous dance.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure it's going to work out because this queen is going to go to E8 and F7 right now. I think it will. And it's just going to like, you know, hope that there's no perpetual, defend F7.
And there's no mate for black with all the pieces coming in.
By the way, Penguin, if queen E1, bishop F2, black has queen C3. That's why that was my suggestion. But, okay, knight D3, check. Here she comes. She's still moving the pieces, even though every second might seem to count. Maybe that's part of what just keeps her in this crazy focus. Wow. You feel like queen F7 is a draw offer? Why? The thing is, if you check this king a bunch, the king's going to walk over to E3 where it's attacking the knight. Right? And then if you keep trying to check him, then you have to sack your knight.
Oh, I don't want to do that.
And then he's got the whole bishop and pawn construction to dance around. Much less he could try to like run behind your position to hide.
Wait, is there some kind of weird skewer possibility though with like queen E1 and then if the king comes in like knight to E5? And then if pawn takes, bishop can take. That's
something like this and you want to go here, right? Oh, sorry. Yeah. The king has to go to E3 because otherwise queen E2.
Oh, no. I was saying 95 before.
Right.
So 95 check.
Oh, 95 check. Oh, right here. Because then you want to like hit them with this, right?
Yeah. But it doesn't quite work. Yeah. It doesn't quite
Probably
work.
Doesn't quite work, yeah. Fizzy's down to 1 minute. Katarina is ahead on time for the first time in like 2 hours or 3 hours of play.
That was a fun tactic.
Knight e1 now could be tried. It's true. White's not yet threatening checkmate. Knight e1 could be played, but most likely it's enough for white to bring the queen to e4. And it's not super plausible that black's saving that game. Okay, played queen e1 with 40 seconds left. King f3. Man, suddenly she's playing like confidently, quickly, like she's already calculated everything. It's because she's in flow. Cheater. She's got perfect concentration. What are you supposed to do about that?
Okay, so now if queen f1,
yeah,
king's gonna come to
e3.
3.
Yeah. And then it's like either you stop checking or you stop having a knight. Your choice, right? Okay, Wrath of Gods points out there will be a queen h3 move there. That's true. That's a little bit helpful for black. You can get rid of one of white's pawns. King e3, queen h3, king d2. But then your problem becomes that the knight on d3 is sort of pseudo-trapped. I mean, for sure she's going to e3.
Put on e4.
E4 queen e2 wins for black.
Wait, no. Bishop blocks.
Bishop blocks, knight f2, king d4, queen d3, king c5, queen takes bishop.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So I think it's going to have to be king e3, queen h3, king d2, knight to b2 is the only place to hide that piece. And I don't yet see for sure what's going to happen. All right, on the other board, we're going to have to do faster transitions than normal.
Yeah, the other board has to be low on time, too.
Rook f3, queen e4, queen c8 was played with the idea of queen g8. Right, because on rook takes f6, queen g8 is still winning. Rook came back to e8. Queen came to d7. Check on b1 to set up the mating threat. And this might be forcing queen d3 check. I mean, assuming that rook h1 is truly checkmate, which I suspect it is, but I didn't double check. Yeah, it is.
Isn't that still like so this is again that thing we're saying a rook but a plus pawn, so would you say that's still draw-ish like you were saying before with just like a 1 pawn difference with the rooks?
It has a chance at a draw, but this one also has better chances at a win because there's pawns on both sides of the board.
Okay.
The white king is not very well placed. And in the other position that we were talking about, white's extra pawn was sort of a backward pawn on c3. White didn't have anywhere to easily make a pass pawn or a pawn majority here. Black will have a solid extra pawn. So I would say 50% winning chances approximately.
Okay.
Something like that. If she goes for queen d3. She's down to some seconds to pick if there's any other defensive move available here.
Wait, doesn't she instantly have some sort of rook d7 if king takes, and then like all these?
The pawn escapes. I've calculated it.
The pawn goes to b5, and then you can, and then you check the king and take a6.
But the black rook blocks on e6 and covers the a6 pawn.
Oh.
Good calculation, though, Drew. I can see you've got a very clear visualization of the position, so good on you. Good on you.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, queen d4 would have defended against the checkmate Wrath of Gods because the checkmate threat from black was rook check, king here, and not h4, king g4, but queen e1. Rook blocks, queen e3, rook blocks, queen e5, king f2, queen e1 mate. So she did have the option of playing queen d4, covering all the dark square diagonals, and that would also have avoided any like really obvious checkmate for the moment. Although, I mean, it would have still been risky. I mean, the king would have been taking some threats. So anyway, she went for this. Now Cass is thinking. The thing is, he doesn't even have to take the pawn, right? Because this pawn is dead. It's already gone, right? So he could play rook e2. He could play rook e6. He could play b5. I think rook e6 is quite plausible, looking to put his rook on b6. He could even play h4 if he wants to try and trap this king. But in the end, he just grabs the pawn. Yeah, I mean, trapping this king in with a pawn on h4 is like, can be a pretty good idea, because if they ever play g3, you've got rook check on the second rank, right? So it's definitely an idea that black can use in this endgame. Casa is so far 1 for 1 in pawn up endgames in this tournament. He's also 2 for 2 in chess games. So all the stats are in his favor at the moment. We'll switch again, see what's happening on the other board. Just keeping it moving. Just keeping it moving. Okay, so Fizzy did not go for queen h3 in this position here, but for knight c1, threatening checkmate. Check, 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 repeat a bunch of times. And we can see that Nemtsova was not sure about defending this position and going for the win, because she repeated several times, so she probably had like 4 minutes on the clock, really, that she spent total before choosing to come back here. So she's stopping queen e2 and queen d3, but she's allowing queen h3. On king d2, is this knight trapped? I suppose so. So Fizzy checks from somewhere else.
Wait, king, oh yeah. Whoa, man.
Right.
H3 is so attractive, but it's so wild how that knight gets trapped in there. Okay.
On queen f1 here, the king can't go back to g3 because of knight e2. That's one line I can calculate for us. Queen f1, king g3 is a no-no because of knight e2. Queen f1, king g2 might be playable, but after knight e2, I'm still worried. There, you can play queen a4 though. Queen e4 though.
I mean, I feel like black's paralyzed now, though, in a way, right? Like, just kind of paralyzed.
The knight and queen are still kicking a little bit.
I just don't see a lot of squares.
Who else qualified, Dritman? Who qualified for the candidates today? Did Faruja make it? Oh, it looks like draws on the top 9 boards or whatever. So basically, yesterday's standings were today's standings. Thrilling.
Well,
all right.
Maybe this is drawish. Oh, no, but bishop can block, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's one repetition again. She doesn't have a lot of time, but she's really good in time pressure.
But why isn't she just blocking with the bishop? Oh, because she wants to calculate.
If she blocks with the bishop, then black can safely take the pawn on h3. Same with queen f2. Black can safely take the pawn on h3 with check. Then you block on g3. Black takes on h5 with check. And, I mean, you can play it. You've got the c-pawn, but there's a lot of risk. Mm-hmm. So, we'll see. They've had this position twice. If she goes to e3, then queen e1, that would be 3 times.
So she can't do that because she's going for a win, for sure.
She's taking a big breath. She can't see anything else. There's some line with like king g4 that she just doesn't see a way to defend. You know, I'm visualizing this, and that's about as far as I went, and I don't know if it works or not. She's trying one last time to find some move that solves whatever problem she's dealing with there. And she takes the draw. All right.
Wow. All right. Interesting.
Can't be avoided, I guess. We would need some more help to calculate that. So that is a half point here. And Fizzy with 1.5 points. And he is definitely in the running along with Evan for top Dojo All-Star and, in the running for a cash prize in this tournament.
Well done.
They're both ahead of Josiah Stearman so far. And let's go to our remaining game, a rook endgame. Ooh, Sophie got the rook to b6. That's really promising for her defensive chances. Yeah, I'm sure she wants to win every game, Coco. It's like quite a race, to try and stay ahead of Casa or Teddy. So yeah, she wants every half point she can get, for sure. And that is how chess players are anyway. No prizes on the line, no tournament standings, nothing. They still always want every half point they can get, I think, pretty much. But I think after Fizzy played that knight b2 move, he was in a lot of danger. So he did well to salvage something there. He was in a lot of danger after knight b2, I think. Meanwhile, Casa advances the g-pawn, so he can start squishing the white king. And there's going to be a really tough choice for Eyelash about whether the king stays near the h-pawn or not, right? Because Casa can always play a move like king f4 and cut you off, and then you can't get to the queen side. So at every move, you have to have in mind the role of the pieces, right? Like we talked about, Drew, with the opposite colored bishop ending, right? Is it the role of your king to defend the h-pawn or to get over and cover your queen side? Is it the role of your rook to, keep the h-pawn attacked from behind or to keep black tied down to the b7 pawn? These are very, very tough endgame questions about the roles of the pieces.
I was trying to remember the last time I'd seen something like that with that flip-flopping of the, pieces protecting either side where they're doing one and then they, literally flip-flop. I feel like it was vaguely familiar in the back of my head, but this is super interesting to see just the moment of going, well, nope, that was the time. Go for it.
Here's a critical moment. Sophie takes the rook off of b6, goes for h4. Casa has an option to go, rook c7, c2, or king f4, rook h4, rook c7. In some way, he can go after that b pawn here, right? And we'll probably be able to win it. He might well play king f4 first. But it is an option to go rook c7, rook h4, rook c2, king g3, rook b2, sort of give the g pawn as well and try and get both A and B pawns and then play two connected pass pawns versus one, that kind of race endgame. Very, very often a win for the two connected pawns against the one pawn. So he could be doing that. You can also go for king f4, rook h4, rook c7. Try and collect one pawn and keep the white king sort of passive on the second rank. That's the other option, right? Still playing both sides of the board because as you can all perhaps visualize, in a position like this, if we get rook c2 and the white king goes to the first rank, we can play king g3, and black can threaten to win a pawn or the game on either side of the board. So white's still pretty squeezed there. Maybe g3 to make that king back up would have to be played.
Wouldn't that just be g3 check right then?
Yeah. And then there's a crazy defense you can sometimes do in these positions. I don't know if it works here, but rook h2. Right. Sometimes you can surprise
right?
save the queen side from here because of rook check king g1.
But I don't like that at all because the black king is so much better in the end.
Yeah, so it may just lose here to the black king, right? Because your king is way out in the corner, and this king comes this way and this way. Uh-oh. I think Fizzy just broke all my videos.
No!
Yeah.
They're all... mine's fine for some reason. Huh.
Yeah, yours stayed, but all my others are broken now. What do I want to do about that? What do I want to do about that? Okay, this one here now has Casa, and maybe I'll add a new one for Sophie.
Was Katarina in St. Louis? Wait, no, that's not.
You know,
St.
I don't know.
That's like Arizona. Huh. I don't know why. I just thought that big statue was in St. Louis because they have all that whole chess club and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean the picture could have been taken there, whether or not she lives there.
I think she said no. Also,
yeah, she told us in chat she does not live in St. Louis. Oh shoot, I'm doing this in the wrong window.
Seth says that picture is in St. Louis for sure. That's funny. I knew I wasn't crazy.
You know your chess world pretty well. See a picture and
that's what Twitch does to you.
Yeah, it's like crazy the stuff that you can know. When I was a kid, it took like a long time to learn about like the chess world. You know, you have to be around for a long time to really get it. So anyway, this king and pawn ending would be a loss, I think, because of the black king. Just it's so powerful here. White can't even like go attack the G pawn as counterplay to do a race, right? Because this king is just so crushing the white king. Anyway, moves are being played. Let's see what happened. G3 check was played right away. Rook F7. Oh, I see. G3 check. Rook F7. If the king comes back, you're not passively defending. You're just losing to Rook F2. King G4. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's it, isn't it?
Well, let's see. If Rook F2 gets played, she's going to have to switch her rook back to B6, I think.
Oh, wait, there's rook H5 check, and then you could block the rook coming in at least.
Well, it's black's move.
Oh.
It's black's move.
Oh, no.
Cass is thinking about Rook F2. If Rook F2 happens, she has to switch the rook back to B6, you see? And then on Rook G2, King H4, hope that the king can keep control of this pawn.
Wow. Well, okay.
Yeah, it looks really tough. On G3 check, could she have not put her king on the E file? Did she have to give him the F file with tempo?
It's a good question. It's a very good question. Like, so yeah, king E3 basically.
Right, like King E3, right? Sort of keeping that king from penetrating and also not letting the rook get in here with tempo.
What about king F5 and just start harassing the white rook?
Right, so you come here, you keep your king on a pretty good square. The king comes here and defends this, and you switch back to B6, right? And you're still defending. If you want the rook on the king side, you could also play like rook H8 kind of concept and try and harass from behind. But your opponent's going to swing the rook to F2. I feel like you probably need to be over here.
Wait, but then the rook can come after the rook there. Then rook checks on F7, and then rook comes down to F2, right?
Yeah, Yeah. Yeah. So she played a different defense in the game. So in the game, after g4 rook here, she just played king h3, defending the g2 pawn, and then took here.
That works, right? Kind of. I mean, we're in that 2-on-1 kind of situation though, still, but
yeah. I mean, the big question is rook to b3, right? Defending this pawn and looking to win this pawn and go for the two connected pass pawns. And the question is, could she have saved the game with rook b4, right? That's what Cass had to calculate. Yep. Oh, king f4 would win for him. Okay, so that's easy. So rook b3, maybe just a4. Casa played b5. Okay. So now if he plays rook b3 and she plays a4, at some point he can push past with b4 and the pawn's motoring faster. And if she goes rook g4, rook b3, rook g3, he might even be able to trade rooks, play a5, b4, and win the race. Let me see. No, he can't. She plays a4 herself? It's a little bit of a surprise. What's the idea? I think she's going to go rook b6 to a6 and then try and just hold the b pawn from behind with her rook. In some cases, have to sack her rook for that pawn, but still maybe draw with her g pawn. Okay, that's her plan. Counterspark's wondering if rook b4 might actually be possible in this position because takes, here. The white pawn sort of like holds those pawns. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Here. This race should be good for white. Yeah, so rook b4 technically could be played now, actually. And it looks like quite a good move, Counterspark. Actually, quite a good move. Because then on rook a2, you play rook b3, and you've got everything covered as white. Wow, that was a great move, I think. But okay, a4 is played. Rook b3, trades. So now he doesn't give this pawn. Uh-oh. Cass is not offering the g pawn anymore.
Well, it's just rook to g3 and then... Oh, you can't trade. You can't trade those rooks.
Oh, man. Wrath of God says here. A5 for the breakthrough. Pawn takes, and then king here, holding white's pawn with the king. And this pawn will win a race against this one. Now white needs a miracle ready thing to save this. Some kind of... No, there's no way. Dead.
Nope.
Just dead. Just dead. Wow, so there was no rook b4. That's a sick little trick. a5 and then king d5. Okay, so a4 was played here. Rook goes to defend from behind. This looks really, really tough or dead because the king can come over eventually to b4. Rook defends g3 from the side, and then eventually you advance this pawn.
Yeah, I think this game's... I think we could... Yeah. That's pretty decided.
You think we can stick a fork in this one?
Pretty much, right? Yeah. I feel like I could win this now as black. I think. Yeah, against maybe Magnus, probably Magnus. I think I could beat Magnus with this position. So that's always a good way to figure out if you're really winning. Could you beat Magnus if you had this position?
As black now?
Yeah, I think I could, right? Yeah, you could probably beat Magnus if you had black now in this position, right?
I'm not sure.
Really?
I'm definitely not betting on you.
You're not betting on me beating Magnus in this position as black?
No, right. I mean, they've got 1 minute on the clock.
All right. It just seems like it just seems like you can just push the pawn.
I haven't even decided if I'm betting on me, much less on you. I probably need my full minute to decide whether or not to bet on myself.
Fair enough. I just felt like you had the pawn and the other thing's protected, so it's inevitable. But maybe not.
And in fact, I wouldn't bet on anybody who, was so certain within like 1 or 2 seconds. I would want somebody to look at it for a little bit and then say if they were certain.
Okay. Well, I'm not putting my life on it. That's true.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, am I, 100% all in, guaranteeing it? And I'm not counting like heart attacks or earthquakes or like internet outages, but I am counting like blunders, or flagging or something like that. So I guess King B3, B4, King B2, B3. Yeah, I could do this one.
Okay. But you're still not sure about me?
Well, why don't you try and predict all of Casa's moves?
Predict all of Casa's moves, okay? Well, I guess first she has to play a move, and then I can predict his move. His move. Yeah, I wasn't fast enough. I was thinking about that one. I'll just...
All right. No. We'll play it. Guess the move. It's a fun game. You can watch any, master games on chess.com and play Guess the Move. So we'll play Guess the Move here. You've got black.
All right.
Okay. What do you want to play?
Well, it's not black's turn.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, now it is. Fine. Yeah, king back. God, king me.
You're going to have to say a move faster than him at some point.
He's doing it in like 5 seconds.
All right. You can tell me in advance what you're going to play.
All right. So if the... Okay, now just push the pawn.
You got one. Yes.
Hey.
All right. What's next? Let's say she plays King F4.
If King F4, let's just...
Oh, she played Rook B8. What do you do?
Rook B8, Rook C4.
Nope. Then King takes G3.
Oh, man.
And the win is gone.
Dang. He's just moving so fast, though. And he's got 3 minutes and 45 seconds. So this isn't fair.
Okay.
Moving much faster than I would take my time and make moves in a
cool
more reasonable manner. So again, that doesn't prove I would have lost.
Doesn't prove anything, but it's still a good exercise. You can keep predicting the moves for black.
Enough.
See if you've got the technique down.
See what happens. So now if what? What's my hypothetical?
King F4.
King F4, push the pawn.
Very good. I think the king might keep coming over that way, or she might resign.
But either way, I like just King A2.
Okay.
Now King B2.
Perfect.
I mean, I guess that wasn't that hard.
No, it's good. It's good. You're allowed to guess the easy moves and the hard moves when you play Guess the Move. Absolutely.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah. We've got somebody guessing on this game, Poetic Snob, with 11 out of 16 moves guessed correctly. That's pretty good.
Not bad. So it's going to be King. She's going to probably play King E4. Then we can play King C2.
Beautiful.
And then we can just push.
Yeah. That's the setup. The king rolls out the red carpet. The rook provides a bridge or shelter for the king. Everybody working harmoniously together.
Mm-hmm.
Man. don't play pawn down endgames against Casa Corley. Right?
Well, yeah, we were just talking about this in the beginning of the stream about that, or for me when I came on, we were talking about that. Yeah, just if you're a pawn up at at this level, it's pretty sometimes insurmountable, or a lot of the time just insurmountable to come back. I think Adam's onto something.
But the whole point of this event was to play Casa, so what are we doing here?
Oh man.
So Drew, do you know that there's some kind of like goddess of chess named Kaisa?
I know that I didn't know that computer software was a god, but I guess we're at that point now.
No, before there were computer softwares, like chess players would pray to the goddess Kaisa. They'd be like, I had a good position, but Kaisa didn't want me to win,
I just thought that they came up with that computer software and then whatever, but anyways.
Yeah. So, but it's interesting that Casa Corley, his name, Casa is just so close to like chess, right? Casa, chess, like in some languages. So his name is both very close to Capablanca. That's where his username Casablanca comes from, Capablanca.
Yeah.
And his name's also very close to Kaisa, the goddess of chess. So
right.
He's got a good chess name there.
It's all coming together though, because the tournament software that they use here in Colorado is Kaisa, but it's CAISSA.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yep.
That's the pairing software?
Yep.
The tournament directors use?
Yep.
Funny.
That's why I was making that joke, because I thought I realized that there was probably a god, but I was like, oh, maybe we've gotten to that point in technology.
Right?
Where now computers are gods.
Program is God.
Well, I didn't know we got there, David, but thanks for the new religious mindset that I'm getting provided with on this day.
Carissa also has a name like that, right? She could be Carissa Blanca or Carissa, goddess of chess. And that is the final result for round 3. So Casa is the only person to go to 3-0 so far in the tournament. He has now a half-point lead over Teddy Coleman and Katerina Nemtsova, and he ensures that the Dojo All-Stars still lose this round. Their best round yet. They scored 1.5 out of 4 in this round. Decent result, but we're still looking for them to win one round, right?
Mm-hmm. That'll be great. And who's going to be commentating for the afternoon games?
The afternoon, Kostya is going to be joining me, so we're going to do it together, a double sensei commentary round. So
very cool.
Hey.
Hi there.
Yeah, that was really tough. That was a really tough game.
Yeah,
I was definitely worse for most of it. And I thought the critical position, I spent a lot of time in this position after deciding on knight e4 or knight d7, which was a pawn sacrifice. In this position right before I played knight e4, and knight e4 is not a good move, actually, in hindsight. I mean, it draws, but barely. Because I think after knight e4, after bishop takes e4, bishop takes f4, bishop takes e4, f5, and then g5, I actually missed early in the before I got to that position that white has h4 there, which is really annoying, and I can't go f6 because I'm pinned, and so I have to go to a pawn down rook endgame, which is going to be probably a draw because the quality of the pawns isn't good and I'm active. But after h4, then I can go. I thought most precise was queen d6, and then knight takes e4, rook takes e4, rook takes g5 check, h takes g5, queen takes e4, and then queen h6, and that should be a draw probably. And but it was after h5 is a bit fortunate because my initial idea with h4 was to go bishop c6, and then I missed that actually HG, F6, Queen E5, and then Queen H4 just wins. and like, and I'm just getting mated basically. So that was kind of like a cold shower to like realize that. And then I was a little fortunate that F6 was played first, because then after Queen E5, the rook is in under attack. You don't have time to play H4 anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Drew, you found that one too. You wanted to play H4.
Yep. I was on fire today.
Magnificent. Magnificent.
Kind of a good day for chess.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And yeah, good luck with everybody on the final round. Yeah, coming up.
Yeah. So
Is it at 3 p.m.?
What's that?
It's in like a half an hour or so.
Technically, the next game is in 27 minutes. You guys are entitled to a minimum 30-minute break. So I should probably let you go take a break. If you want, I can delay your game 3 minutes, or just make it the fourth game I start.
So you said a 30-minute break or a 3-minute break?
Yeah, you're entitled minimum 30-minute break. So I can start your game 3 minutes late, if you like, or 4 minutes late.
I'll take the 15 minutes if that 10 to 15, that's doable. Get some lunch or something.
Okay.
But anyways, yeah, I'll be.
Okay, cool. If you can just leave your Zoom, get a good quick break, and congratulations. See you next round.
Thanks a lot, and see you later.
We just lost somebody. Oh, it's all right. We lost Drew. So I will switch to one host and see what I got.
Hey, David.
Hello.
It's totally fine if Casa wants an extended break.
Yeah.
Right. Like before the game, I'm fine if he wants to push it back till it's like 3:10 or 3:15.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll see. It wasn't clear to me from what he said if he only needs 15 minutes or if he wants 15 minutes from when the round start was going to be. So we'll just see when he comes back what he says.
Yeah. I'd be cool with like 10 after.
Okay. Cool.
All right. Thanks.
All right. See ya. Hey, Soph.
Hi.
How was that?
I feel really dumb.
You feel down after that one?
I feel dumb.
Dumb. Oh, man.
Dumb. I don't know. I feel like there was some way I could have played. There are a lot of ways I could have done better.
Okay. I thought you played your heart out that game. I thought you played a great game.
Oh, thanks. I mean, not my worst game, for sure.
Yeah. I think the only slip that I thought I noticed was the same one that Casa was just telling us about. He was saying you should play H4 before F6.
Oh, I calculated something that I thought I just didn't really know how to get it to like work for me.
Mm-hmm.
Originally I didn't want to trade queens. I just didn't really even want to allow that. After H4, I thought Queen D6, and then Knight takes E4, Rook takes E4, Rook takes G5, Pawn takes, Queen takes E4, and Queen H6.
Exactly what he calculated. And he said he can probably hold the draw, but that this is what you should have gone for.
I mean, I thought I'd be struggling there. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Struggling? I mean, you're temporarily up a pawn, right?
I guess. Well, after Queen H6 temporarily, but like, Casa's just gonna get it back very quickly.
Maybe G3 defending it.
G3. Oh. Yeah. I don't know. Instinctively, I didn't want to weaken my king.
It's definitely weakening your king, but you have maybe a threat of queen g4 here, right? And if he trades on h4, then he has to reckon with rook g1 as well, right? So he's got a very limited time frame to prove what he's doing here.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh man, you calculated the right thing. It was just hard to pick, right?
Yeah. I just didn't want to weaken my king in general, so I played f6 because I just thought h4 was really risky.
Yeah. Yeah, h4 definitely has the feel of a risky move. For sure. I agree. All right, you should probably get a little break. The next round is in 22 minutes, so we can give you like a 10-minute later start time if you'd like.
Yeah, I think I would like to be able to start a little bit later.
Okay, so does that work for you? 3:10 p.m. Eastern. I'll tell your opponent to expect you around then.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. If you can leave Zoom open, but black or whatever, I'll have a better chance of arranging the windows for next round. Okay, and yeah, I'll just tell everybody. 3:10 p.m. Eastern for Sophie and Casa's last round games. All right. Whew. All right, let me see. We've got a few minutes to collect ourselves here. That was intense action there in those games. Whew. So let's see what's going on. We've got the spreadsheet little standings look all correct at the moment. With this cross table here, everything looks fine. The standings right now, 3 out of 3 for Casa Corley in first place, half a point behind him, Teddy Coleman and Katerina Nemtsova. And then we've got 2 Dojo All-Stars, Evan Rosenberg and Vincent Stone, or Fizzy Band, as he was known before this weekend, with a very respectable 1.5 out of 3. They each have a chance to either score a positive score against this team of invited stars, or win money, or both, and or be the best dojo score. So a lot riding on that last round for them. Of course, it's really just about the practice, but some of this stuff with like the standings and the tournament situation, all of that, you put those trappings around it in order to really like create that maximum pressure situation, right? Where it's like, I gotta get this point, or I gotta get that half point. Those situations, even though they might seem semi-artificially constructed and all we really need to do is just play moves on a board, those situations are partly what sometimes pulls out this like maximum quality chess that we're looking to strive for here. So that's what's going on here as we go into the last round. I would be happy to answer 1 or 2 questions here, and then I'm going to take like a 5 to 10 minute break so I can, it's just the best time in the day for me to try to find like a cracker or a cup of water, and then get reset with Kostya and maybe fix some of these cameras. Oh no, somebody else left my call. My cameras are all going to heck. So I'm gonna have to redo all the cameras and stuff again. So I'll have to do that, and I might as well not do that while you all watch. It's kind of lame and strenuous. So anybody have any questions for me about what's going on with the tournament or anything like that? Any comments, concerns? Or shall we take us a short break here? queen e2 to h5 in this game here, probably. So right here, queen e2. Okay, so bishop g2, the queen can just come over. And otherwise, the queen wants to head over here. Yeah. There's a couple possibilities to it. So one possibility is like bishop c6, keeping the really nice long-range bishop. If you get that chance as black here, I think you want that chance because the knight may not be able to move to d5 or e4. It may not be able to contest this bishop for a long time. Then on queen h5, my first thought would be queen f6. Then we're playing for h4 for white, aren't we? Already excited for All-Stars for next year, Adam? All-Stars 2022. Thanks, Countersparks. First, we're going to have Season 2 of Ultimate Sensei, premiering 2 weeks from yesterday. Oh, yeah. This seems to, like, win that pawn. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do as black here. Maybe I can just put the rook on d2 and survive down a pawn with these good pieces. Yeah, I don't know. You asked me a really tough question there, Wrath of Gods. You asked me a really tough question there. Queen e2. You're thinking f6 here, but then we're giving up this pawn, right? So we're still giving up a pawn. And white hasn't even played h4 yet. All right, folks. We will take a quick break. I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes doing setup and all that. So, yeah, I'm just going to leave it on a break screen. See you again in a couple minutes. All right. Cheers, everybody. All right. Welcome back, everybody. The final round of the 2021 Dojo All-Stars tournament is just underway. We have Alexa versus Katerina Nemtsova started right here. And I will work on getting some of these other ones ready as well. So I have to get some of these other views ready. So this one here, we need Fizzy Band. I'm going to have to get some stuff set before I can do proper commentary, so bear with me. You guys can watch the first moves and see the players' faces since we've got the cameras going and all that, so hopefully there's something to entertain you for 5 minutes here. And, all right, so here I need Fizzy versus Teddy. See if I got that right. Here's our other game. Bring that up. We've got Fizzy versus Teddy as well. And this opening here is the Carl Khan with E takes F6. The only opening anyone ever plays against Baron. And with this weird early H5 move, even though it's so easy and convenient for the knight to defend it, huh? Knight E2 and H5 just running up. Seth asking, wait, doesn't this win a pawn for black? E4, bishop B4, bishop C4. Yeah, black can win a pawn with knight takes E4. That's a common gambit in the early Queen's Gambit here. Very common. So yeah, that's totally possible over on that board. And this one here, moving pretty quickly. Teddy playing this Caro Kann. Oh, for those of you who don't know how this arises, I'll just recap the moves. Might as well, right? So we get the normal Caro Kann position, and here knight f6 from black. There are, well, basically black wants to challenge this knight, but sometimes people play knight d7 first and then knight f6 to not get a doubled pawn, and sometimes people play bishop f5 to kick it away with the bishop and then be able to play knight f6 without getting doubled pawns as well. But you can also play knight f6, and after knight takes, you can take with the g pawn or the e pawn, you know, just creating a different kind of pawn structure with a doubled pawn. Generally, I would say in both those variations, the slightly messed up pawn structure is a little bit of a liability for black. And I think mainstream opening theory like agrees that white has an edge in those openings, just kind of normal. But you know, not to such an insane level that nobody plays these openings for black, right? And especially like e takes f6, I think has the slightly better reputation and has been played by Magnus Carlsen, albeit in the loss to Duda that broke his like 125 or more game unbeaten streak. So which is going to take him another 5 years to painstakingly put back together. So that made e takes f6 a little bit more famous, but I mean, I guess not really in like a good way. Well, once knight takes f6 check is played, then yes, e takes f6 could be considered main line because you have to recapture, and it's more common than g takes f6. But the main line of the Caro Kann is probably bishop f5. That's like the classical, which I think is another way of saying the main line. And then, of course, there's the knight d7 move, which is the Smyslov, which was Karpov's preference for a long time. So to play knight f6 directly and accept a doubled pawn has got to be less popular historically than either bishop f5 or knight d7. I mean, it's a line. I certainly wouldn't consider it the main line. And so here's how we get there. Fizzy Band is going for the plan of castling queenside, which is quite a logical plan. And, you know, there he goes, off to the queen side. And the weird thing about this position is that black is playing h5 in a position where their king is on that side of the board. That's the really weird thing. And we've discussed it once before on the dojo in a recent show, but we can try and puzzle that out a little bit if we like as well during this round. But right now I'm going to start off the other games. It's now 10 past. There was a small delay because Casa Corley versus Sophie had gone a few minutes past 2:30 Eastern. And so I gave those two games a slightly delayed start time. So now we're going to start those games up. So give me a moment here. It is Casablanca with the white pieces against ES Rosenberg. 90-30. And there we go. That game has begun. There's the position. I'll fix webcams and stuff like that soon. Let me get the fourth game ready if they're ready. Let me see. See if Sophie and Josiah are there. Looks like they are there, so I'll start their game as well, which will be Josiah has white. Okay, and there we go. Everybody is up and playing. And I will work on adding some webcam, or maybe I'll just stick to the two games where I've got webcams, and when Costa joins us, he can entertain you while I do more webcam work. So let's not sure. not sure Josiah sees that I've started his game. Yeah, I'll probably have to restart it. So we'll see. We'll see. All right, for now, let's turn to this game here between Fizzy Band and Teddy. So knight f8 was played, and then knight to g3 from Fizzy Band, challenging that h5 pawn. Coast, did you want me to send you links to the games, or you have all the follows and all that set?
Hey, how's it going? I'll follow them. All good.
You'll get them all? Okay, cool.
Yeah, no worries. How's everybody doing?
Say hello to your little sensei, everybody.
All right, let's go All-Stars. I really regret not getting one of those big foam thumbs up hand signs.
It's not too late. You could do that for a future show.
That would be so much fun. All right.
Okay. Cut over here. Take this one. All right. And cut back. All right. I've just tried to place Kostya as beautifully as possible here.
Okay, some cool positions here.
Yeah.
Nice. What's up, folks? So what do we got? We got looks like Fizzy against Teddy with the Caro. That's interesting because Teddy is normally e4, e5 player, as far as I know. Doesn't usually play Caro. At least I haven't seen it. So maybe he's using this as a training opportunity. Get some experience in an opening he's not as familiar with.
He's played the Caro against me before.
Oh, so maybe it's just, okay, part of his regular repertoire.
You think 1e5 is his main move, or?
I feel like that's what I've mainly seen, or from what I remember, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's got some history of playing the Caro-Kann as well. Maybe it's not his main one now, but it's been seen.
Yeah. This line has become very popular at across all levels. It's kind of funny. It's one of those lines you really didn't expect to take off.
Yeah. Does this line have any appeal for you, this e takes f6? You think to yourself, maybe I'll give this a spin.
Yeah, I've looked at it. Yeah, because, I mean, if this is, solid for black, it really saves on so much work that you have to do otherwise, looking at bishop f5 in the opening, or maybe knight d7.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's a nice little innovation.
Okay.
Also, the game between Katarina and Alexa is similar in that regard. Where this new line really saved white in the Vienna.
Oh, Katarina and Alexa. Okay. I got it. Over here.
Yeah, maybe we could take a look at that one.
Okay. I'll pop over to that one for you.
So yeah, so this thing that Alexa played with e4, this really saved white in the Vienna. Because if you don't mind going back to that position after dc4.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
I'm trying to repair things in another window.
Yeah. No, I can tell the story of the Vienna. And
Okay.
then you can work on.
All right, I went to d takes c4.
Okay, great. So, yeah, here is where instead of e4, white used to play bishop g5, and that was pretty much the only like serious try that white had against the Vienna. And the problem was very few players actually play this at lower levels. It's exclusively an opening play by like title players and higher, like IMs and GMs. And so as a D4 player, I never really looked at it too much. And I think a lot of D4 players don't really study it because after bishop G5, bishop B4, you have all these crazy lines here like E4, C5, and the theory drags on for like 20, 25 moves. And whenever you looked at it as white, it's just like, oh my God, this is crazy. Like, why would anyone ever go into this as black? And you don't really want to study it. But in the back of your mind, like someone could just play this against you and you're like, yeah, you don't really know it that well. So thankfully, someone came up with this 5e4 move where white can just like sacrifice a pawn and just get like a very easy play from the opening. You don't have to like memorize a million moves, and you can actually put some pressure, against this system. Because the Vienna is very solid. I mean, it's like been played in world championship matches, and yeah, just one of those like super theoretical openings that D4 players kind of have to deal with. Now, I remember Nihal Sarin once actually tricked me here because instead of D takes C4, he played bishop B4, the Rogozin, and then against him I played bishop G5, and then he played D takes C4. And now we're playing a Vienna with bishop G5, bishop B4, and I was like, unbelievable! This little runt.
This little runt.
How could he do this? So, okay, folks will have to imagine. I played G3, and I was like, we're gonna play Catalan, huh? How do you like that? Now we're playing Catalan. No more Vienna. Yeah, very tricky. And then he got into a lot of time trouble, and even my terrible technique couldn't save him from losing. So that was a fun game. And,
wait, you beat
yeah.
Nihal Sarin?
Yeah, right before he took off. So he was like 2440 or something. But he was like 2600 like 2 months later. I'll take it. I'll still take it. That was at the Isle of Man Open.
That's what you get when you travel to awesome tournaments in other parts of the world, huh? You get to play against amazing people.
So many good players. Yeah, I'm trying to remember if that's the tournament that I played Kramnik or if that's the one where I played Shirov.
There was a tournament where you played Kramnik?
I think it was the one where I played Kramnik. Yeah, no, but I played Shirov in round 1 of Isle of Man. Not the first time I played, but I think the second. No, I think it was the first time that I played. Yeah, I got Shirov in round 1, and then the second time that I played, I ended up playing Kramnik in like the middle of the event. That was fun. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I should recover those games for our YouTube. What did I play against Kramnik? It was Fianchetto, King's Indian. He was white. He played like a double Fianchetto, G3, B3. Yeah, Catalan is tough to play against. Though Katarina's game yesterday against Evan was very impressive. Because Evan loves the Catalan. And she just like totally blew him off the board. Just like mated him. So I really think I should look into that line. And that might be fun for black. Okay, so here we have Josiah against Sophie's game. And this one actually had an interesting moment in the opening too, where I think Sophie played it fine, but I think she missed I think she missed a big chance, actually. Like a really, really big chance.
Do. Okay, who missed a chance against who?
Sophie.
Missed a chance.
Yeah, I think so.
What was that
So
chance?
if you go to move 6.
All right.
So white played f4, which is fine. Black played d5, and then white pushed e5, and then black played knight d7, which is kind of like the normal French move.
Mm-hmm.
It's stronger, and something that I've done in like multiple games is knight g8, followed by h5 and knight h6.
Really?
And you can do this if the bishop was like on f8 and white had knight on b1. Like you can do this different move orders, but this is a pretty typical, not typical, but this is a thing that black can do. Yeah, and I think black is just better. Like we can play a couple moves out, but black goes h5, knight h6, knight f5, castle's queenside, and it's like white has like absolutely nothing.
Do you put your bishop on b7 or d7?
B7.
B7.
Sometimes a6, depending on what white does. Yeah.
Cool. That's fun. That's fun. I've tried castling queenside sometimes in the closed Sicilian, and it's very weird. Like, even though I've tried it a few times, I never get comfortable. Like, I never feel like I know who's attacking on which side. It's never become something that I was used to.
Yeah, it's right. It's similar to those like King's Indian attack lines in the French, where black tries to castle queenside there as well. But like the huge difference is that in those positions, white gets the bishop to f4 and just gets a ton more, let's say, tactical potential on all sides of the board with the bishop compared to the pawn. So here, since white has committed to f4, like the bishop on g2 in the French is just really not a great piece. I mean, I think black is doing totally fine after knight d7 as well, like what Sophie did. But yeah, this knight g8 h5, it's just beautiful. It just leads to the knight on f5 is just such a incredible piece.
Now I can't wait to play a game to try it out.
Yeah. No, I really cherish playing against like any kind of Grand Prix close Sicilian for this reason. But white doesn't have to push e5. I think e5 is a serious mistake. White should just go knight f3 in that position and just keep the tension, and then it's very
knight f3.
Yeah, then
blocking the bishop.
Very playable. Yeah.
Okay.
And then just like castling, knight e5 somewhere, just keeping it more open.
Okay. Black could trade queens, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't think. Maybe equalizes, but I don't know if it's super comfortable for black because you still fall behind on space.
Yeah, because you're giving up your d5 pawn for the d3 pawn if you do this.
Yes, I think black just also keeps the tension, like castles, b6, bishop b7, maybe knight d4, and should be okay. But it's like balanced position.
Cool. Okay, so they go here. Sophie throws the b pawn forward, and Josiah says, "Yep, I'm throwing something forward too." Pawn storm f6. This is very important if you're getting pawn stormed. So look at f6, or if you're pawn storming someone, take into account they might play f6. Now she feels like she's stabilized enough that she continues her queenside play too.
Yeah, it looks like a really sharp position. Very hard to judge whether black has something to fear here or not.
Yeah. I feel like he's maybe getting ready to play g5 because he's taking away knight h5 as a square from that knight, and then knight d7 would drop queen e6, and the knight might be bad on e8.
Yeah, I think if white had played g5 last move, then knight h5 seems like that would be a very annoying response, and then g6 and f4 pawn is weak, and f5 square is nice. So knight g3 definitely seems to pair
Right.
g5.
And like the most obvious move for black to improve their position that I was thinking about was queen c7, and it walks headlong into g5 now, I think. And I wouldn't be comfortable with knight on e8, especially if the plan isn't to immediately put it on c7.
That's funny. So yeah, queen c7 on the board.
Okay.
So it's interesting. I mean, Sophie's playing pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if this is still like a familiar position.
Yeah.
It might be. Like it's not. We're not so far out of book. But...
I mean, she'd have to have planned like g5 knight d7 or something for me to believe that she wanted to do this. Because the bishop's defended now. Maybe you could retreat, play king h8, and then... But then the queen comes out through d5 even, right?
Yeah, no, I'm feeling like... I mean, the idea could just be knight e8 and then g6, knight g7. I think is not so crazy.
Uh-huh.
Because you're hitting f4 after knight e8.
Yeah, you are hitting it. He's played g5 and she's played knight e8.
Yeah, I mean, seems like both players are... It's like they're both like just kind of raising each other, and it's just like calling. Just it's like, yeah, neither player seems to be particularly unhappy to go into this.
Yeah. I'm the only one who's unhappy here then. Because I don't understand the position. I wouldn't want to be black, but I can't prove for white anything against g6, knight g7, which sounds pretty reasonable. Maybe h4.
H4 definitely seems like...
Then see if you still want to play g6.
This reminds me of the game Teddy had against Sophie yesterday, where Teddy like grabbed this pawn on f4. I think it was like a theoretical sacrifice. But yeah, just like opening up the f4. But here, I mean, it does seem like this pawn is kind of hanging. So h4. Yeah, I would definitely just consider taking on f4. So what does white want here?
I mean, both sides can play moves like bishop d2, bishop d7, but I think one thing white might like to do is somehow play the move f5. Now, I'm very far from being able to play that with the knight hanging on g3.
Yeah.
But I'd like to do it. You know, when the knight's on e8 and somehow put my bishop on g2 on d5.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm having a hard time finding a move here for white. At h5, probably black goes g6. Yeah.
Yeah, knight h5 doesn't seem to work for white here.
Knight e2 just seems kind of slow. Like black goes g6 and continues.
Knight e2? Yeah, slow. Agreed. The plan is what with knight e2?
Well, I'm just thinking about how to defend this f4 pawn. Like, I just don't.
Oh, you're
see
worried
that.
she's just gonna take it from you, huh?
Yeah, to me,
She's
it
the
looks
one.
like
She's the one who gave it yesterday. She was white in the position you're thinking of.
right. Well, yeah. I mean, why not take here as black? I mean, if there's no follow up from white's point of view.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at the moment white wouldn't have any follow-up. So if I played like that h4 move that I was suggesting, probably just drop the pawn.
Yeah, that's what it was looking like.
So knight h2 played. If h4 takes here, this knight's got sort of nowhere to go. Black has tactical resources of queen d4 anyway if the knight ever moved. So it's just a pawn for nothing. Okay. So Josiah, playing at a slower pace than in previous rounds, goes knight h2. And I guess he's coming to g4, probably, to try and reassert control over e5. He's opened up the bishop, which is one step towards some kind of f5 shenanigan at some point.
Yeah, I didn't see knight h2. That looks like a really strong move. That defends f4 now. As Breath of God's pointed out in the chat, now if black takes a bunch of times, there's going to be bishop takes d5 at the end. And knight on e8 is hanging.
Wait. If what?
Well, if black takes on f4...
Yeah.
3 times.
Oh, 3 times. That's right. There were 3 pieces attacking f4. I didn't even realize black had 3 pieces attacking f4.
Yeah, serious weakness.
Oh my goodness. Wow. In my defense, I'm nothing but like a zoom window cutting into rectangles monkey. That's all I am right now. Okay, what a variation. So takes here because this knight is bad. Even this I can like barely believe for white, but I guess. It's like this is barely defended. This thing's hoping it's okay. I guess it works.
Well, there is queen d4 check there.
Oh yeah? Let me see.
Yeah, maybe taking on d5 without trading the rooks. Right.
Look at that. The monkey warned you something felt weird. Okay, so bishop d5 here with the rooks still looking at each other. Monkey's still worried.
Yeah, now if rook takes rook, knight takes rook, e takes d5, queen takes c8. That's actually a funny position because black has no moves.
None at all. Nothing to do.
Yeah, amazingly can't continue the game. Unfortunately.
Too bad. It's more fun to play more moves than that. Okay, well, how about bishop d7 here? Would that threaten bishop takes f4 by defending all my hanging knights? I mean, if I'm black now, I don't know if I'm white or black, but you know, while I play the bishop d7 move, I'm black for a second.
Bishop d7 makes sense, and then white has to come up with some more trickery to keep the pawn defended. I mean, there's always a move with the queen or with the knight, but yeah, these are, I don't know.
There's like queen f2 e5 to start thinking about.
Yeah, something like
d5 hangs.
A queen move, right? Yeah, I mean, something for white. Yeah, it's so difficult to get f5 in, even though it's just begging to be played. But both sides are begging for it to be played, especially black.
Yeah.
But some of white's pieces also really want f5 to be played. So white's gonna have to figure something out here. Like the other nice thing about knight h2 though is that it really discourages g6, which I think is very annoying for black. Then now if you play g6, you're just running into knight g4.
You're like putting your knight on g7, which you think is a good square. Then white puts theirs on f6, and you're like, yeah, okay, that's a touch better.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're on the wrong side of to get squares, you gotta give squares.
Right. You gave a square better than what you got. So it makes more sense for black to try to just win the fight on the f-file right now without any more maneuvering.
There's also knight d4 black has as a move here.
Yep. I thought of it, and I also expected queen f2 there.
And yeah, queen f2 seems quite logical. And yeah, perhaps something like c4.
Mm-hmm.
Be fun.
Yeah, I was considering that. I thought c4 might be risky.
Yeah, for sure.
Black's feeling frisky because white's having some issues with f4, but black has 2 pieces on the back rank.
Yeah. That's why I want to get this bishop out, to a6 and get it super active.
Oh, you want it to just be like a world beater.
Yeah. Exactly.
Got a crazy idea here from Wrath of Gods. Rook f4, bishop f4, bishop f4. So I think he's trying to evade this bishop d5 tactic because of bishop takes g3, but I'm not sure that he is.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like this might again leave black really short on moves, this variation.
Yeah.
Similar to the queen e8 line. White's got all these things hanging, and yet I don't know what black's supposed to do.
Yeah, nothing to do.
So, I mean, it makes sense to move this bishop. I would move the knight if I could. But in the meantime, I'm on board for bishop d7. Oh, you were playing knight d4 to defend this pawn as part of trying to play bishop a6 and c4 and crack the d3 square. You were too ambitious there, Kostya. that's...
Wait, what happened?
You wanted to play knight d4, c4, bishop a6 for black here. I think that's a little bit too risky, too ambitious.
Oh, how come? Wait, what did I miss?
You didn't miss anything. I'm just giving my opinion.
Oh, okay.
I don't think you can play that aggressively for black here.
Oh, I see.
Like, you're going to have, like, a dangling knight defending a dangling e6 pawn maybe, and, like, the rook on a8, you leave it dangling on the long diagonal. I don't know.
No, it feels very loose. Yeah, definitely.
I know you know it was. I'm just telling you. My opinion is you can't.
Yeah, no, if this was my position in a game, I mean, I would be burning lots of time here as well. I mean, because, like, bishop d7, it does feel quite natural. It's just, not necessarily the best square for the bishop. So you would, like, if I could make knight d4 and c4 work, I would love to play that instead. Just because it's more active.
Mm-hmm.
Living by the sword.
Yep. I suppose you have the option to play knight d4, queen f2, bishop b7 instead of bishop d7, if you prefer that a little bit. But honestly, like, I I know normally I'm really ambitious, but here I'm not too proud. I'm like fine with just saying like my bishop defends my e6 pawn. Like,
yeah, no, I mean, if this is a blitz game, I think I'm just going bishop d7 relatively quickly. Yeah, the thing about bishop a6 and like pinning the d3 pawn is that there's no clear way for us to really exploit the pin. It's more just like bishop a6 we'd be playing if we want to play just c4. We just want to put pressure the old-fashioned way, which I think makes sense. And yeah, I'm not sure whether to start with knight d4 bishop a6 or knight d4 c4 or knight d4 bishop b7. That's kind of what I think black should be thinking about. Because yeah, I do like the knight on d4, and I like that it can come back to f5. It maybe kicks the queen off of e1, right, where it's like putting pressure and onto the f file. Where I think I prefer white's queen.
I'd rather have your queen here than here. Yeah, fair enough. I wish I could put my knight on c7 where my queen is. That's my main problem for black here.
Right.
Because if you could play knight c7, there'd be no stopping e5, and that would just be an easy life for black. Maybe that's an argument in favor of knight d4 bishop b7, because the bishop on b7 would cover d5, and then you could try to play e5 quickly.
Play for e5 there, yeah, actually.
It's like what's holding us back from e5 is basically just bishop d5.
Right.
And even there, if our king were on h8, we might do it. But
yeah, sometimes that's not even a big deal.
But that says that knight d4 bishop b7 might be the fastest way to try and play e5. And that move looks pretty hard to stop. What with the queen on f2 and all.
Right. Yeah, and like c3 is not something white really wants to play. Yeah, on the queen side. So weakens d3 and...
Yeah. I mean, in a pinch, which this might be, they might play it. But it's true, it's not exactly what they want.
Yeah. Now, knight h2 was played because white needed to defend the f4 pawn. And this was the only way to do it, kind of tactically.
Yeah.
But the knight also wants to come to g4, where it's going to be pretty annoying for black.
Yeah. So anyway, we're here. Eyelash is having a think, and she just played knight d4.
All right, bravo, bravo.
And that 12 minutes went by in a flash, Kostya, because I don't think we like switched boards during that time, and she spent 12 minutes thinking, and it went quickly.
Yeah.
She should have her next move ready, because you know that Josie's going to play queen f2 immediately. Like, he was ready for that.
Yeah, and he's like... Yeah, he was like away, then he's like, okay, knight d4, queen f2, as expected.
Now, for points in this tournament, the biggest matchup on points is Casa Corley against Evan Rosenberg. So let's pop over there, and let me bring up that board as well. You'll see it's also got the biggest clock discrepancy here, which has usually been, you know, Josiah being ahead on time against his opponents. But here we've got Evan Rosenberg, who's a noted thinker. Let me flip around the board so that our webcams look right. Evan Rosenberg is a noted thinker, but here he's half an hour ahead on Casa, coming right out of the opening here.
Yeah, and he's playing a Catalan, which is Evan's cup of tea.
Yeah.
He's probably not too uncomfortable here as black.
And I think a lot of Casa's time must have been spent in this exact position after Evan took on c4. Because other than that, he spent 13 minutes on the game, and he should have gained about 5 minutes. So he's probably already been thinking on this position for about 20 minutes.
Right.
you have any thoughts about the horse race, Kostya? Like, who's likely to win this tournament, or
Well, let's see. So,
be the top scoring
Costa's
dojoer?
leading, right? He's half a point ahead.
Half a point ahead. Got the white pieces.
And he's got white, and he's won every single game he's played so far.
Mm-hmm.
so that makes him a strong candidate for me.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And then we've got two Dojo All-Stars, right? Two Dojo All-Stars with the highest scores are Fizzy Band and Evan with 1.5 out of 3 each. So then my next question to you would be, like, which of them do you think has the best chance of being the highest scoring All-Star? Would it then be Fizzy Band because he doesn't have to play black against Casa right now?
Yeah, I would give it to Fizzy. He's playing white. Although, I mean, that position is really sharp.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, Evan has nice time advantage. And it seems like he hasn't really done anything wrong. But these positions are really tough. The one that I think Evan is about to get himself into with an extra pawn, but playing against white space advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And
even worse would be to have that position without the extra pawn, right? I mean, if white just wins the pawn back and has the Catalan position.
Yeah. But I don't think Costa's going to win the pawn back. I think black will be able to hold on to it here. But yeah, I mean, it's just tough. And Costa's played these positions quite a bit. He won a very nice one against Alexa last night.
Yeah. I saw that. That was a real thrashing.
Very similar flavor. Yeah, and that was even like a worse version because that wasn't even a Catalan. That was just like a Slav where you're not even supposed to be able to play G3 and give the pawn, but he did it. Anyway.
Yeah.
You're just like, you know what? I'm going to put my bishop on G2. You can take the pawn on C4. Do whatever you like.
Yeah. As somebody said, with white, he's playing a little bit like Dubov. With black, he's playing a little bit like Capablanca maybe, but with white, he's playing a little bit like Dubov. With these really like aggressive but complicated tension preserving Catalans.
Yeah, I feel like he's a Dubov fan.
Okay.
I'm not mistaken. But yeah, definitely he likes this kind of long-term compensation. He'll go for E4, H4, rooks to the center. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. These positions are fun to play until you go up against like a 2600 GM who just takes the pawn and then immediately like neutralizes all your play, and then you're just down a pawn and worse. And there's a knight on D3, and the queen side is promoting against you. Kavutsky Kovalov, 2013. So yeah, these positions are all fun in games until that happens.
Yeah. You do have to sometimes be careful about playing E4 and some stray knight from D5 goes to B4 and D3. Yeah. Yeah. So what is Cassie even going to play on his next move here? I mean, he could play A4 to keep the pawn from being defended, but he doesn't really have a way to attack it. So I don't think like he's really worried about black playing B5 here. I think he just needs to figure out whether his plan is, E4 D5 or whether his plan is H4 knight G5 or what.
Yeah, I feel like he's choosing between A4, E4, and H4.
Okay.
Those are like my main three. I mean, E4 makes sense because you're just taking the D5 square from black.
Mm-hmm.
It also makes it easier for black to play B5 because they don't have to worry about the diagonal very much.
Yeah. I think A4 might make the least sense of these moves because black's already played A5, so they're well poised to defend this pawn with just a knight on B6 in that kind of queenside Slav structure. And, the B4 square becomes weak when you play A4. So even if you win back your pawn, black still has reasonable play on the queenside structure there. So I think that's the least likely move for us to see here would be A4.
Mm-hmm.
And we might just see like a rook to D1 too.
For sure, yeah. Rook D1 is always helpful here.
I'm tempted to try and play D5 for white because black played C6 and DC4 and A5, which are all not like very developmental moves. That said, bishop on d2 is not promising that white has the fastest aggression either.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll probably spend the move on that bishop at some point, it seems. Maybe putting it on f4, e3, just kind of depending. Right. And then, yeah, there's just like a move like h4, which is kind of just useful no matter what. And now it's like, it's also, I don't know, a bit psychological, because of course black is going to have to castle here at some point. But, you know, when your opponent plays h4, it's like you want to castle less.
Right.
All of a sudden.
You're like, so what are my other options other than castling? Tell me about them. What else may I do?
And yeah, so that h pawn is always just like a headache for black in terms of how to deal with it. Yeah, so this one will be fun. Looks like Kasa's tanking. He's been tanking like every game. He was way down against Alexa yesterday as well. At one point, he spent like 46 minutes on one move. It was crazy, but
that's Kasa's profile so far in the time usage is he really puts it all into like one really critical move. And honestly, that's like one of my ideals, is to basically, like in a game, have like 3 or 4 moves I think on, and every other move is just like the obvious follow-up because I, you know, did a good job predicting stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And when he tells you what he looked at during the during those like 30 minutes, you're like, oh, okay, so you saw everything. That's what I always wanted to do.
Although, I don't know, from when Kasa was talking about the game, I got the impression that he was just considering a lot of moves at that critical moment and a lot of different lines. But then he didn't actually see that deep. And so he still had to play the game out more or less on like 10 minutes an increment. But his position, I think, was, to me, it looked very straightforward in terms of how to play it. So he made it look easy, pretty much.
Yeah.
From there. And okay, he went for 95 after 25 minutes almost. Which is another very thematic move, because it stops b5, threatens to win back the pawn with a glorious position, and all but forces knight takes c5, I think.
Black could castle? Oh, but you say knight takes c4, huh? Just come back and take it unless black trades. Evan trades, and to his credit, he doesn't sweat it for like 15 minutes. It's just like
takes, yeah. Now you can think, because here it feels like both knight d7 and knight d5 are candidates.
I can see Evan making the moves on his board. That's right. So. Excellent. Writing him down on the score sheet.
Well, knight d5, knight e4.
Yeah.
On the board. Interesting. So Evan's still playing super fast, and now b5 looks like almost mandatory. I mean, hard to see another move.
Yeah, I mean, bishop c8 is going to suffer whether or not you hold on to the extra pawn, so you think you should just grab it.
Yeah, keep the pawn. b6 would be nice, but queen c4, bishop a6, queen takes c6 is check. That's probably, I don't know, maybe king f8. I don't know. King f8. Black is fine. I don't know.
King f8 exclam draw. No, it looks terrible.
So yeah, I'm guessing, I mean, knight b6 technically defends the pawn as well, but then it's, so b5. I didn't even have time to finish justifying knight b6.
Pingu, it's salfas, not selfas. I don't have salt all over my face.
Oh.
Yeah. Taking notes, Pingu? Sal, S-A-L. Okay. All right. Good, good, good. I couldn't tell from your orthograph. Sorry. Oh, it was a joke of an insult. Yeah. All right. Well. B5 was played as Kostya predicts. Defending the pawn. Do you think Costa's got a plan that goes further than this?
I don't know. I don't know if he looked any further. Because again, when you play 95, that was one of those positions where White had like, we were considering three, four different moves there, and then he picked another one. So,
so he could have spent 5 minutes of attention on Rook D1, E4, H4 as well. Yeah.
And I think he just saw this position, decided, okay, I should have something here. Rook D1, H4, A4. Again, lots of moves. Rook D1 here definitely feels like the most natural, but okay, Black will play Queen C7, and we know we need a plan. Can't just make moves casually here against a strong player. Like, they'll keep their extra pawn. And
I think the plan is Knight D6 check then, maybe. Like everybody looks through.
That could be a plan. Yeah, that's fun. Let's take a look. Take, E4.
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe I can like clip the pawn on G7. But also in some case I might have like, Bishop A5, Rook D8, or Bishop G5, Rook D8, depending where the knight goes.
Okay, so this looks super dangerous. Like, okay, yesterday I was showing positions that are like 5 or 7 moves away from a puzzle rush. This is like 2 moves away.
Okay. We're almost there, folks.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's like E5 coming. I mean, yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Huh. So Rook D1 definitely.
Actually, it just seems like whichever direction the knight goes, you go the other direction with your bishop, right? This might be the end of the world already.
Yeah. Honestly, it's one of those positions I don't even calculate past D4. I just let Black figure it out, and then I'll come back and then decide whether I want to play Bishop C3, Bishop H6.
Okay. Well, that says Rook D1 has, quite an impact potentially here, and Black might have to respond by just castling, conserving on Tempe in case of this Knight D6 getting thrown in.
Yeah, I never realized this Rook D1, Knight D6 such a strong idea. Wow. That's very annoying for Black.
Yeah.
Okay, but once Black castles, then White doesn't really want to do that, right?
Knight B4 right, asks Icy. I don't know in which position. It's White's move here, and it's hard to imagine that he wants to play Knight B4 against Rook D1, right?
Yeah.
I don't even know which rook you wanted to put on D1.
Maybe after E4, Icy wanted Knight B4.
Oh, yeah, and on bishop takes, you just recapture while running away. Well, that's that's a nice idea.
Yeah. I mean, I would also look at like Queen B1 maybe, and some B3, but yeah, no, definitely not clear at all.
Yeah, now it's really a mess. Okay, so it's not even clear that that is a threat in view of this Knight B4 resource. I mean, even there. Yeah, no, Black should be certainly alive.
Yeah. Now, Knight D6 is a queen has to take the pawn immediately. I'm not sure, but White is going to have the idea to push E4, hitting the knight, and then E5, cementing the D6 pawn. So you have to be very careful if you don't just immediately take it.
Yeah. Wow, we got some intense action on the other boards too. I gotta say, every board is intense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Sophie's played E5.
Cool, as expected.
That's quite something. So, I mean, if I switch to that for a second. I mean, the moves to get here, perhaps not too hard to imagine, but it was knight d4, queen f2, bishop b7. And now I guess there probably wasn't really a move to stop e5. I mean, maybe queen d2, but knight g4 or c3 we said might slow it by a move. Knight g4 was played, and here she just played e5. So yeah, with this knight g4 move, what I'd calculated earlier was f5 e4.
Yeah,
that's what I thought might be related to this move here, and then if knight h5, black can play rook takes f5, I think. So I wasn't really sure what white would do next at this point.
Yeah, this I think is very critical. F5, e4, and white needs some magic.
Maybe bishop f4, just develop the last piece. No, because knight c2 hitting the rook, so you don't have time to take on e4.
You know, bishop f4 also, black could just trade and take on c2 there, I think.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, for a second, I'd thought that maybe like in this kind of position, and if the knight takes your pawn, you take on e4 and it's a mess. But with this tempo and then just ed3 coming,
yeah,
doesn't really look plausible. So
okay, c3.
Just play c3
after a 14-minute think. So
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, key move here, of course, is going to be e takes f4. Then let's try to figure out what white wants there. Because if ef4, they take the knight, we take on g3. That pawn looks quite nice for black. I think black is doing well there. So ef4, white could also think about moving the knight, maybe knight h5. I have a really hard time believing that.
So you don't even believe this for white?
I have a hard time believing it, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a simple guy. I like rook against the queen.
This bishop's doing great work. We'd be getting puzzle rushed otherwise as black.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, it feels like black is also just like somewhat closer to connecting rooks. I'm not sure, actually. No, white is closer.
That knight just can't. That poor knight.
Yeah, white has a hard time.
Okay, so Icy suggests maybe knight h5 in this position. And then f3, and I think he's joking with bishop h1, knight e2.
Yeah.
So maybe white would then take, black would then take, white would then take.
Still at night, it's just...
That one piece, right? It's killing us.
It's killing us, yeah.
But
and
don't
Jesse
play
like
g6 to get it out.
somewhere.
Just keep resisting the urge.
Yeah, somewhere Jesse's just like, he's experiencing pain. He doesn't know why. It's because of Sophie's knight.
Yeah. Yeah, that position at the end wasn't particularly clear. Black had a doubled isolated d pawn, but the bishop b7 wasn't amazing, and the knight was still on e8. Another option for black might be ef4, knight h5, knight e6. Is that ludicrous or just normal?
No, I think it's
defend this, tag this. You could still play f3 at some point if you really want to.
Right, feels like this move nicely keeps control over the position. And now black maybe could even go d4 one day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then take with the queen. And then go knight c7. And it's Christmas.
Christmas came 6 months late this game with the knight on e8, but you take it whenever you can get it.
Yeah.
There's no knight e6 after knight h5, says Golko fan. Uh-oh. What am I
I think he meant like no comma.
Oh, he's saying no to knight h5 maybe?
I think he means like instead of f3, like
Yeah.
knight e6 is a better move.
Yeah. Could be. Makes sense. Here's the sitch. Sophie's knight's just been attacked. It's her move here. We're not really believing it. E takes f4 is a move. Knight e6 immediately is also a move. And then f5, knight f4. Playable. Yeah. And you know the move knight b5 doesn't instantly lose either. So yeah, looking pretty good for Sophie right now. But you know, it must be said she has lost the first 3 games this tournament. So neither she nor Josiah are having the best tournament. They're both not going to be like high on confidence in this game here. So
right, both kind of suffering a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, to me it looks like Sophie has the best chance of winning in this round for the All-Stars.
Okay.
Just how
other
things
All-Stars
stand
not looking so hot
right now. No, just because I really do like her position.
Oh, because it's just that good.
Yeah. And then everyone else, okay, I mean, it's just still like the game is just kind of starting to develop.
Yeah. All right, let me do a transition to Alexa, whose game we haven't really seen too much. So there was the pawn sack. Black didn't take the second pawn sack on c3. And then white just gets their pieces out. And it's like you're playing an IQP position where you're also down a pawn.
Right. Yeah. Now, Alexa, I mean, he played in a kind of, let's say, unorthodox way with
Right.
bishop f4.
Yeah. Right, that was a choice right there. Bishop f4 in 5 minutes thought. Kind of random.
Yeah, I think I've seen it done before, but yeah, it's hard to say. There are many different approaches white could take with this pawn sacrifice.
I've got one very important thought. Gosh, it's a game from the U.S. Women's Championships, even. I wonder if Katarina was in that game. But there was a game in this variation, the U.S. Women's Championships, and we came up with the idea of knight e5. Oh wait, I didn't transition the camera. Sorry. But anyway, we were analyzing it. A grandmaster, co-commentator, myself, and we came up with the idea that when black plays like b6 to play bishop b7 in some position, white could play knight e5, and then you couldn't move bishop b7 because of knight takes f7. It was just, and like move order wise, it was like completely crushing. We looked for like all kinds of different candidate moves for black for how to untangle, and it was just too strong an idea. White had played like, you know, rook e1, queen e2 while black castles, and then they played b6, you go knight e5, and it was just bad.
Interesting. Yeah, so knight definitely, right, often comes to e5 here.
But here in the game with knight e5 coming in, b6, he doesn't go grab the bishop pair. He sets it up with bishop g5. I think black just plays bishop b7. Oh no, he wants to win the pawn then. Okay, so he is asking some tricky question right here. In the game, I'm thinking of white just played some random like general moves like rook ad1 and stuff like that, and then black got a good game.
Mm-hmm. But normally that is how white kind of plays it. You just put your rooks in the center. Maybe you lift your rook somewhere, maybe h4, maybe even a4. Typically, white is not like playing for, you know, just some kind of forced, you know, win out of the opening.
Yeah.
Which is why bishop g5 to me, I don't know, it doesn't quite like, is white even threatening all that much if black goes like bishop b7 here and we just give the pawn? Like, is white...
I don't think it's like necessarily amazing for white, but it should be okay for white, shall we say. You go bishop back to e4 immediately to break up the bishop pair, I would be pretty confident, and then put your queen on e4, and you know, I think white's got equality.
And like white is kind of equal, yeah. Like, yeah.
That's what I would evaluate that threat at, as like kind of equalish.
Right.
Icy
okay,
wants
there's
to take
also the
G
gf6 option, which
oh my goodness,
definitely be considered as well.
Sure. So
I mean, those are
check
fun with the
here.
two bishops, you know.
Right, even if you don't try and trap this bishop, like knight g4 here. Actually, you can probably play f5 because of queen d5, just trading.
Yeah, I mean, there's also maybe knight f7 was a thought.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yikes, that's an intense thought, Kostya.
Yeah, maybe that's a problem.
Queen d5. G6. Still checkmate. No matter what I do, queen g6 is checkmate.
That's a nice one.
That's rough. Okay, well, I think that's the end of gf6. That knight f7 move was well beyond interesting.
But gf6 definitely, I mean, a thing that happens. Yeah, I think it's...
So I understand that white can play this position chill and just say that they've got compensation. I understand that, but like if you've got an opportunity to put specific pressure on your opponent to reduce, you know, the comfort of their pieces, then you can also do that too. Like if you could force black to hunker down with a pawn on c6 and a bishop on e8 instead of a bishop on b7, then I would do that.
Yeah, that would be nice. Bishop g5 certainly does ask some annoying questions because, of course, like, okay, g6 would be, I think, very questionable for black after knight c6.
Mm-hmm.
But if there was no knight c6, then g6 would be a totally fine. Like if black's bishop was already on b7, then black could also just play g6 here and I think have no real issues.
Right.
And then h6.
Is there anything wrong with that
also
one?
not something black really wants to do.
h6. What about trades then here and bishop e4? With in mind rook b8, knight c6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, that's pretty annoying.
Hey, this is better than taking a pawn on h7.
Yeah, it looks like
Bishop a6.
bishop a6, maybe only move.
Right. But I would still think that black's under like some pressure in a position like this, right? The knight can go to c6, take a pawn, come back to c6. Yeah. Still not something I would play for black. I mean, if I could avoid it. This position here.
Yeah, it doesn't seem fun. Yeah. So... Okay, chat wants to take a look at gf6 again, but with king h8.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm interested, but chat wants to look at it.
Yeah, but those are some of the strongest players in chat who want to go down a long rabbit hole, and we've got a lot of games to cover that other people won't be able to follow, so I don't know.
That's fine. By the way, we got knight d6. Oh, sorry. My chair collapsed. But we got knight d6 in Costa's game. I was very excited.
Oh!
Yeah, so exciting. The back of my chair fell off.
Well, you know what they say about $1,000 gaming chairs.
Yeah, sometimes the screws come loose.
Yeah. It's switched which side of it I'm on again. Okay. we go, folks. So what happened was really these moves we were talking about. Rook d1 was played, queen c7, and he just went for knight d6.
Mm-hmm. Relatively quickly. After rook a1, okay, he spent some time there, and then knight d6. Yeah, and then Evan hasn't taken yet. He's thinking about it.
Wow. Oh yeah, good point on queen a4, Icy. I was too happy to just take a pawn on a7 and put a knight on c6. What has Casa got in mind? Can't tell on his face. Evan looks still emotionally drained from his game this morning. That's what I think.
He won one, right?
He won, but he was like overwhelmingly long-term winning, right? And then look at that look. And then Josiah just threw all these pieces at his king, and there were like 10 different lines that it could have like been like traps, resulting in really disturbing checkmates. I think he may have almost fallen into one or another of them, and then like, you know, and then realized and like avoided them all. By the end, he was down to like 1 minute with the 30-second increment with like the pieces flying at his king. He navigated it all and won, but he was like asking for Josiah to cover his healthcare costs.
I see.
By the end of it, and he still looks ravaged to me.
It's funny. Yeah, Evan's got like resting, incredulous face.
Yeah.
Costa seems into the game.
Yeah. Yeah, he's interested.
So it feels like we might see this line. I mean, queen takes e4, knight b4. He doesn't want to take because you want to be like 100% sure you're not just like losing a piece after queen takes d6.
Yeah.
But I think if he doesn't take, then e4 is coming anyway. So like, black is kind of already committed.
Yeah. Yeah, black committed to this previously. But here he is reflecting on it. I mean, he's got half an hour more than Casa, but it's just sort of like a sign like, oh, I should have thought a little bit more sooner maybe, right? If I'm not confident here. And Casa was spending so much time. Because that was, yeah.
So he does take.
He does take?
He's like, it's the last round. I'm going to lose with a full stomach.
Yeah.
But that's the thing that I have liked about Evan's play, is that he definitely doesn't shy away from complications against the high rated players.
Yeah.
Like yesterday against Katarina, like he played very aggressively, and I think he played in the spirit of the position. It just didn't quite work out. And I think that's very important, especially if you're trying to like beat stronger players, or at least improve your level to play on an equal level with them. It's like you have to be willing to go into sharp positions if you think that they're going to work out for you.
Yeah. Did he tell you how he was trying to play at this tournament? Did you hear what he was trying to channel?
No, I don't think so.
I once spent like a month looking at Ulf Anderson games, and then went to a tournament, you know, playing all like symmetrical Englishes and trading every piece I saw. But Evan said he came into this tournament planning to channel Tigran Petrosian, and he has had 4 absolutely bonkers games in a row. Every single game out of control. This morning he tried playing the Exchange Slav, and by move like 15 he was, you know, doing weird material imbalances. And here he is again. So I don't think he's quite got Petrosian's opening repertoire down or something, because it's just not working out.
Not quite there yet. I mean, this game's not so bad. He's accepted 2 pawns, and he's going to be defending here. But
well, I don't mean like his position's bad. I mean, but he's not getting a Petrosian kind of position.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that's the case.
He's not going to get to practice any prophylaxis here against Casa. It's like...
Right, yeah. Did I say Tigran Petrosian? I meant Mikhail Tal.
Yeah. I mean, there's the new Tigran Petrosian, who's more of this kind of a player.
Yeah, that guy plays some really aggressive chess.
Yeah.
He's very sharp. Yeah. But I think it is important to try to stick up against your higher rated opponents. Because if you're always avoiding the fight, and I feel like we see a lot of players do this, where they're like, oh, I didn't want to do this because it just looked like the position would be risky, or like, oh, I didn't want to castle queenside because whatever. It's just like fine, but you're leaving good moves on the table. That's what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And from the fact that his plan was to play solidly, you can see that he's not going out of his way to make it wild. He's just refusing to back down. Like, if the game doesn't go the way he's planned, he's willing to still just play whatever he thinks is right. It's not like he was trying to get this. He's just doing what he has to.
Right. So. Right. Okay, so Katarina did go bishop b7, so she's giving back the pawn. And now she's thinking on bishop takes f6. So that's very curious.
Bishop b7 in 10 minutes of thought. Alexa takes... and she goes into thought. That's the other player who's got a chessboard. That's why she's always looking down, because she's playing on a real chessboard. Oh, she's smiling about something.
I think she already decided. I think she's just like double checking.
I think she's enjoying some gf6, king h8 kind of variation. That kind of a smile means something more entertaining than bishop f6, bishop h7, bishop e4, trade, queen d5.
I think she's going to go gf6.
Yeah.
Take king h8, yeah, and then...
Yeah. And then we'll get to go answer the question that the high-rated players wanted us to look at with king h8. But once it's on the board, we'll look at it. Otherwise, there's a lot to look at here.
I'll go on. Yeah. And then we still have Fizzy and Teddy's game.
Right, Fizzy and Teddy's game.
GF6
let's
called
check in on them.
Nice. GF6 on the board.
GF6 was just played. All right.
Dang. I should have bet a Bitcoin on it.
Yeah.
Would have been 2 Bitcoin.
Oh. It's all the same. It's just like bits in a computer it goes to. It doesn't matter if you've got 1 or 2. I can send you an NFT of the position where she played GF6 if you want it. Even 3. Even
I'll
3
take an NFT.
copies of it. Okay.
I want an NFT of the move e4.
1 e4. And maybe you could write the word Fisher underneath the chessboard position, like on the white side of it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, why not?
Why not? Okay, so I'm going to backtrack because we haven't seen much of Fizzy's game. So last I saw was knight g3, g6. I've got a saying that weaknesses breed weaknesses. So the h5 pawn pulls the g pawn into his web of, I don't know, sabotaging Teddy's king. Now the f6 pawn isn't defended either. It's probably going to have to move up at some point. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah.
Jesus, h pawn, haven't you learned? Keeps chugging up the board. A regular little freight train. Knight f3. That looks like a good square for a knight now. But the crazy thing is at some point a pawn gets traded on the queen side. Let's get to that. Okay, b5. Knight e5. That looks like a good square too, but I suppose rook g1 and g3 has to be a consideration as well, right? h4 is a hook. I mean, it's so weak, I would be tempted to try and win it, you know, like queen d2, bishop g5, surround it, take it. But after all, it's opposite side castling. Maybe rook g1, g5.
No, I mean, yeah, these positions are actually quite solid for black. I mean, they have a lot of followers. These lines. I mean,
yeah. You want to bet a Bitcoin on whether or not black's position is solid here?
I think, yeah, a lot of people are into these.
Okay, 95. Maybe. Rook g1 looks really good to me, Kostya. I can't stop thinking about it.
Well, rook g1, maybe black goes queen d5.
That'll be even better if you let me play g3 first. Remember I told you I was going to play g3?
Oh, you can play g3 first?
Yeah, so knowing that I'm going to play g3, you should do like a5 or something. And then let me really walk into queen d5.
Oh, I see that. That's what you meant. Yeah. No, that's a good point.
And then if we'd bet, I would owe you a Bitcoin. Okay. 95 was played. Bishop d5 defending c6. Now at least there's no queen d5. c4? What? Fizzy? I had a feeling it was Fizzy who traded the pawns. What do I understand about this position? Basically nothing. I mean, black's like rushing pawns on the queen on the king side where their king is. Now white doesn't play rook g1, g3, which I still want to play, but instead opens up the b file.
Yeah, I mean, now rook g1 definitely makes more sense. And then g3.
He opens up more. Oh, he's just trying to hold the game together. This is very timid play from Fizzy this game, I think.
Yeah, it seems like kind of trading a little bit too much.
Yeah.
And trying to keep things solid. I mean, maybe, I don't know if white is worse necessarily, but this is.
But they're not better.
Yeah. Generally, Teddy's not going to be unhappy about these kinds of developments. Teddy's very happy to play like an equal endgame where maybe he has like knight versus bishop. He can try to outplay his opponent. So it's I just don't see the upside for white. Like, okay, maybe you make a draw, but that's about it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're hoping to make a draw. G2's dangling, F4 could be played, E5 and D4 are sensitive.
Well, right now in the
I don't see any
current
logic
position, I think Teddy's plan is to trade on E5.
After like King A1?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe he wants some other like 96.
But it's not even the only thing he could do, right? Because that knight is dangling there. Like on King A1, he could play C5, he could play knight E6.
Well, F7 is hanging. That's the problem.
Okay.
You gotta be a little careful.
Okay. So we can't play F4. We can't play C5. We can't do whatever we want. Okay. That makes sense. And on knight E6, white's probably going to put like a rook on E1 or something, and then we have to be careful again. Like
wow,
queen,
King A1, 96 on the board.
Queen G2, there's knight G6 or something. King A1, 96 quickly from Teddy. Cool.
I mean, I feel like he really wants to take on E5 and trade queens.
You don't think he even wants to take the pawn, huh?
I don't know. Maybe he does.
Because if he does, like, okay, let's say rook E1 for random argument's sake, just to make some moves.
Yeah.
Now it's bishop versus knight. There's elements that could favor either of those pieces at the moment. There's two hanging pawns for black.
Yeah, it's not so comfortable.
And maybe even like a rook C1 threat in some cases. It doesn't seem like overwhelming. On the other hand, if I try to win the pawn on E5, I mean, you could still take the pawn on A7 if you wanted, I guess, right? It's still looks okay for white.
Yeah, but with queens on the board, you might be a little bit happier to give the a pawn as black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But there's other options. There's you could also consider taking on g2 from black's point of view.
Yeah.
Either with or without bishop takes knight.
Yeah. I was thinking that there we would maybe play knight takes g6 for white.
Maybe, but how would this work exactly after FG?
Oh, you can even just bring the queen back to d5. You don't even have to take h3.
Yeah.
You
That's
can just defend everything. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. All the positions are hot at once right now, I think, Wrath of Gods. All of them at once are looking kind of hot. Wow, Cass is getting low on time. And, yeah, Nemtsova played king h8.
Beautiful.
So that's the position that people wanted to
position.
know about. King h8. Now there's no knight f7.
Nice. And look, she spent 15 minutes total to get to king h8, and chat could have told her to do that in like 5 seconds.
Yeah, but chat, we like tried things, took them back, tried things.
Sometimes you just gotta trust your inner chat.
Mm-hmm. Maybe bishop e4 here. And then queen e5 check. My idea is to try and give like a perpetual on h5 g4.
Looks like a perpetual, yeah, at least. Probably not more, but...
And on f6 to take on e6 and say like, well, that bishop's not amazing now.
Even f6, there was enough checks, right? Queen h5, queen
Even f6,
g4.
I can just start checking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean,
That
even
was
there,
nice.
3 pawns. I don't know. Yeah, those positions are always really hard to evaluate.
Yeah. So here.
Bishop e4. Looks like it forces a draw if he wants it.
Well, the thing is, the king could try to come like running up and take away space from the queen. Or she can just keep checking no matter what somewhere.
Yeah.
Anytime you block with the bishop, it gets attacked by a pawn. Yeah, I don't see a way out of the perpetual either.
Because, well, actually, wait, white's only got 1 pawn.
Yeah.
So maybe, right, you put the bishop on h4, you put the rook on g8.
Mm-hmm.
You force white to go g3, king h1, and then whenever white takes on h4, they're going to have kind of a bad structure. So maybe this is something black could play for.
Yeah, although it's going to be a queen trade too, right?
Yeah, but even the rook endgame, like, I mean, I think black could play that.
Uh-huh.
Maybe some like queen f6 just to force the issue.
Mm-hmm. I also am interested in like king h5, just to run like so.
Yeah, actually.
Like here, for example, we could go king g5 in this position, then f4 instead of checking. Yeah, and here queen check. Yeah.
Yeah, king h5 is very funny.
Oh wait, sorry, I wasn't watching chat. They're saying that right from the beginning you can go to G8 and then block on G7.
Oh, sorry guys, I missed this too. My bad. Huh.
And that's just completely winning. Okay. Weird hypnotism.
Oops. Okay, but we didn't see that.
Right.
Okay, so that means no easy draw for Alexa.
Nope.
You probably had no issues calculating that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what else he's supposed to do, though. Do we have any other plausible candidate ways of even playing this position?
Well, hold on. Let's go revisit that line with King G8.
Sure.
So because then, okay, Black's bishop is kind of somewhat passive. So let's say after King G8 we play F4.
Okay.
Queen D5. Yeah, just not in time, right? Not even close.
Doesn't seem very promising.
Yeah. So Katerina, she seems comfortable. Doesn't look like someone who is concerned.
Yeah. Man, she's playing great this weekend.
Yeah, she's played some really good games.
There's a moment in that first round game with Eyelash where like it looked like, shaky, like a toss up, like a mess. And then I don't know, she's just coming out on top through everything.
Yeah. No, she's quite strong, very solid. Now Costa's still thinking after Queen takes D6. He's been thinking for a while.
Yeah. Evan's got a stretch. He's never been up this much time in an online game before in his life.
In any game.
Knight to D7. Played by Fizzy.
Knight D7.
Yeah. So the bishop was on F6 at the time, right? So that happened. And now we don't know where he's going with it from here. Potentially G2 or D4 could still be hanging.
Yeah, what? Like now, like 95 and he thinks we're going to repeat? It's like, no. I don't know, maybe Knight C5, but... hard to believe.
Yeah, I can't fathom Knight D7. What's the point? Knight C5 for now. Definitely not going to say that makes me see the point. Even Knight D4 looks pretty good.
Knight D4 maybe not.
No? But the queen again? Jeez. don't even see what any piece is doing. I remember when I thought of knight c5 for white, I was thinking that it forced knight takes c5. Okay, knight c5, well.
But black could take on g2, and where is white doing there?
No. Grabbing a7.
But somehow I feel like black is allowed to take pawns in front of their king, but white isn't. Like rook, rook a8.
I can do it, but you can't. How about f4 here?
F4 looks pretty unpleasant.
I have an idea, which is bishop f4, queen f2, bishop e5. I take, and a7's hanging.
Nice. Looks good.
Takes f4, but I mean, you sort of have to take, right? What else is white doing?
Yeah.
Take. Some rook to f1.
Rook f1 looks...
Queen d4.
Yeah.
And black's up a pawn, and they control the longest diagonals.
Looks like a great endgame. Yeah. c5, rook a8.
Mm-hmm.
Rook e2. No, looks fantastic. Yeah.
Well, we're gonna need Fizzy to explain this one to us. We're gonna have to see some idea from him here. No, I think it was probably he just wandered in the wrong direction there with knight d7.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't really know what to do. I mean, I think it started earlier with like c4, and it just didn't feel like the right plan.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very tough. I mean, you're not really sure what to do. You're not sure what the evaluation is. You might be worse. You might be equal. Yeah. No, chess is not easy or fun.
Okay. Well, checking in on another game. We've got here Josiah with white against Sophie.
Okay, now if black can play knight c7 here.
So they played a lot of moves we had considered, like in the c3 position, takes. F3 was something we'd considered, although we weren't necessarily sure if it was better than like knight e6, but f3 takes here, takes here. Queen f7. Looking to force the queen trade instead of taking the pawn on d4. Huh.
Well, I mean, which fine. I mean, I think any endgame here is going to be
pleasant.
Quite interesting for black, yeah, with the light square bishop always having a ton of potential and white just having lots and lots of weaknesses.
Right, and this pawn doesn't make a huge difference whether white trades it or loses it. Just sort of stuffs up the middle a little at the moment.
And knight c7.
So okay, queen e2 was played. Oh! All right, Jesse, you can watch now.
I mean, it still looks quite nice for black. Rook e8 coming very soon.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised that white avoided the queen trade, actually, just because it conceded control of that f4 square, which the bishop c1 and knight h5 semi-needed, right? It just feels like if black can play queen f7 and that's a tempo move that you're running away from, and then they're playing knight c7, rook e8, I don't know where the game's going to go for white, but
bishop e3.
But we'll see.
So tricky, hoping for a rook e8, knight h, f6 check.
Is that good for white?
I think so.
Like completely clear?
It's an exchange.
Oh, the pawn can't take.
Yeah, Josiah's tricky. Because with the queen hanging on e2, rook e8, knight f6 wouldn't really work.
I thought he was just going to play, you know, rook f1 next.
But yeah, actually, it really doesn't look so obvious now for black because
How about king h8? How about king h8?
King h8. Yeah, actually, that looks nice.
What does white do about that? Let's ask the question about this knight that's being tolerated on h5 despite not having any proper... Oh, king h8!
King h8 played. But maybe dc5 now for white.
dc5 now for white.
Counterattack.
All right.
Yeah, I think you're the only one that can attack pieces. I'll show you. dc5.
I guess you attacked a piece. Bravo. Okay. I'll take. You'll take.
Yeah.
I will take again. This is a mess.
Total mess. Maybe bishop d4 here.
No. Rats.
Yeah, rook e8 though, kind of nice.
Rats.
Maybe rook e8, rook f1. I don't know.
Beautiful. Something's happened in the game. D takes c5 was played.
d5 is played.
Oh my goodness, Ghost. Yeah. There's also a move order where black plays d4, like before taking on h3 or h5. Or there's move orders.
Like, yeah, d4 very important move black can just throw in any second.
Yeah.
Even here, maybe.
Yeah. And it could be captured or it could be ignored. I was like weirdly slightly worried about d4 knight g7, but maybe that's really random.
Right.
I suppose you can just leave the knight on g7, take on
like,
e3.
It's like pointing like d4 knight h6 ideas.
Like queen d5 or something.
No, it's very scary for black.
Knight h6.
Very scary. Yeah.
I think this is like the big extra resource that we get is we don't have to go through h5 if we played d4 earlier.
Oh, queen d5, yeah, that's an important move. But is there anything for white?
Yeah. Take. Probably take this bishop because I'm not convinced. Like these knights are like threatening, but they're also kind of dangly. So.
Oof. Crazy position. Really messy.
Yeah.
Now bishop f8 could be played for black as well. Then rook f1 maybe. Oh no, h5 is hanging. So bishop f8.
Well, now white's got control of f4 again, right? So.
Even 95 is a move.
Or 95, yeah. It's another good square. Woo, 95.
Yeah.
And if next move we can play d4 and defend that, lock out bishop b7.
Danger.
Yeah, that would be
D4,
dangerous.
rook f1.
That would be really dangerous. So I think that might be a reason not to play bishop f8. Just 95. Wow. Too tough. Maybe d4 for black here is best. It has a bit of a feel to it.
Right, yeah. It just feels
like,
right.
Bishop's like, unleash me, I'm ready. It's my moment.
One of those moves you just see GMs play, and the evaluation doesn't really go in black's favor, but somehow they win the game. Eventually. It's good practical chess.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay, so this is looking tough now for us.
Yeah.
And,
Casas played e4.
So Casa, well, he went a3, stopping knight b4 in that critical position for
Oh, he
25
did?
minutes. Yeah.
Oh.
And then queen c7, e4.
Let me see for a second then. So he played queen d6. He spent a whole tempo on a3 to stop it. Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Well, queen makes sense. I mean, he's playing on the dark squares. It's like 1.5 pawns he's down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Some chances, some fun for white.
Wow. Tripman again with the question. I can't answer this question other than that people at FIDE are stupid. I don't know why tournaments are odd numbers of rounds. I don't know. Just no, not you again, but I've received this question several times, Dripman. The best I can say is, and you're not wrong to have this question. I mean, it just means that you're smarter than everybody at FIDE. But why tournaments have odd numbers of rounds is a mystery. No problem. No sorries on your part, but yeah.
Good point.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about it. It's just it's not you, Dripman. I've just like, it drives me crazy how badly FIDE does things, you know? Like somebody was asking about it earlier in this tournament, and I was like, yeah, and guess what? Not only is it an odd number of rounds, it's like being played in the country with the highest incidence of COVID of any country in the world right now, while the country's on lockdown. Like, and they do things like, oh, we can't have like a match until a certain number of wins because, you know, we can't secure a venue for like 2 players to play, you know, an 8-game match instead of a 6-game match, or, you know, a 16-game match instead of a 12-game match. I don't know. They can't find a room. Like, who knows?
Oh,
but
we got a handshake, by the way.
We've got a result.
Yeah. Hey, David. Hey, Kostya. How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing all right. Yeah, I decided to switch it up and play a Carol Khan, and I think we had a pretty interesting game.
Yeah. Yeah, we were following a bit here towards the end.
3.5, the score to beat at the moment. Last we saw this position was the knight trade on c5. We'd sort of expected queen c5, but it was pawn takes c5 and rook b8, leaving the queens.
Yeah, I think after rook b8, I just don't see anything for white there. And the thing is, you know, like you were saying, I think queen takes c5 is probably essential, but you know, my position is just so nice after I play f4 to kick the bishop. Bishop d2 is forced, and then bishop takes d4.
Jesus.
And my position is just super, super cushy.
Yeah. That's cushier than what we thought was going to happen, which was also cushy.
Were you going to think about taking on g2?
We were thinking like queen g2, queen a7, f4, bishop f4, queen f2, which is, I mean...
It's also nice. Yeah.
Also nice, but yours is like way better.
Yeah, I mean, I think at that point, yeah, I think at that point my position already just felt really good. I don't know, you know, Vincent, I don't totally know where things kind of started going wrong in the game. It felt like you were making a lot of knight moves, though. But it wasn't so clear. Like, I don't think any single one of your moves was like totally unreasonable, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. What were you thinking about the game?
I don't know. I mean, I think maybe just not the best preparation for this type of a line. Like, as far as long castles, like, I mean, I know like the ideas, but I probably need to look over some more of like the specific moves.
Yeah.
Like, I think like very like small, imprecise moves that kind of made it easier to just kind of fall into a bad position.
Yeah, and I mean, in fairness, like I've actually never played this line with black before, so I think it was like not something you could have prepared for. But I mean, I know instead of knight g3 on move 12, I know the main move for white there is c4, and then you bring the knight to c3.
Yeah, that's another idea, definitely.
But I mean, I think knight g3 is also like, I mean, it has to be playable, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
But yeah, it just felt for a while, you know, like your knight danced around a lot, and then my bishop got to d5, and I felt like at that point, you know, by the time we hit move, you know, 18 or 19 or something like that, I like felt pretty happy with my position. Because I kind of felt like you know, I'd kind of like neutralized the threat on the king side, and at the same time, you know, my pieces had kind of all found their squares, and I could just start kind of like, you know, maneuvering around the position. So again, I'm not totally sure exactly where it went wrong, but at least by that point, I at least felt like I had fully equalized. Yeah. But I don't know. It was a tough game.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah, I don't think we had any super insightful thoughts. It was just an interesting game to follow.
I wanted to play rook g1 and g3 for white in these positions around move 17 or 18 that Teddy's saying he was already comfortable in.
Yeah, I think that is something that I definitely expected, like could have happened. I don't know, at some moment maybe I have some ideas where I can go like queen a5 and try to like goad you a little bit on the queen side, where, you know, if you like, maybe, right, like queen a5, I try to either force b3 or a3, and then I move the queen away and I start throwing my a and b pawns at you.
Yeah, I think maybe c4 was a bit too quick, like to try to stop the attack. Like I could have just played on the king side a little more.
Yeah, I think that's probably pretty reasonable.
I think the engine shows like on move 19 that g4 is playable.
With the rook hanging on h1?
Yeah. That's getting
I mean, I didn't even consider that.
Right here where we are? This is like a prime example where I thought, you know, rook g1 and then something like that. But g4 right here?
I will say I would have been very surprised if you had played that.
So would Vincent. He wasn't even considering it.
Yes, you would have thoroughly stunned me with that one. Yeah, rook g1 would have made a lot of sense to me, and I think I was expecting that, and then at this point I can't totally remember what I was gonna play. But I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I'm like a little bit torn at that point between the idea of like trying either something like queen a5 or like, you know, throw in the pawns on the queen side, or like just trying to play a move to that's designed to slow you down on the king side. You know, maybe, or even actually maybe if you go rook g1, maybe a reasonable idea is just playing knight d7. And my idea is that I just want to trade off your knight because it's a strong piece. I think actually that's what I was planning to play.
Maybe g4 there.
I take on g3.
He wants to take on g6, Teddy. He's thinking about it.
I mean, that is how you play these positions. It might work. I don't know. It feels like I should be okay. But of course, those are like, you know, famous last words. But I kind of don't buy it. I don't know.
The engine is like just very ambitious, like wanting to go sacrificial very quickly on the king's side, but I don't know. I don't think I would have played like that.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, like I feel like it's, I don't know, to me at least, like it just feels like it's not justified. And like obviously the engine is stronger than I am, but I certainly wasn't like too concerned about it in the game at this point. It felt like I felt like I could survive any of the sacrifices.
Yeah, I didn't really feel like I had any kind of like real attacking chances at that point.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe there's a shot somewhere in there that would have made my life difficult. I'm really not sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. I don't think anyone would ever play G4. Like, I can't name a single person in the world who would play G4 with the rook on H1. Where would that move come from?
Yeah, hey man, if it works, that's very cool. But
right. Like,
I'm okay with that. I can live with that one.
Yeah, I don't understand why we're sacking the rook. I don't understand what we're doing if black takes en passant and our rook is still hanging, because I wanted to take on G3 with the rook, not with the F pawn, right? Like,
right.
I think G4 HG rook G1 would be.
It would now play rook
G2.
Oh, and give all the pawns, and then on G2, like.
Well, G2 maybe.
F3, but then I go knight d7 and I try to trade the knights.
White's digging. They're like, I gotta get out of here.
I don't know, man. It feels bad.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Rook G1 right away makes sense for sure. And then
rook G1's very normal, and then I like knight d7. I think that's what I was planning on playing, and I still feel like my position should be comfy enough that I'm okay there.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, this H5 H4 variation, it's quite a puzzler for for anyone who
yeah, it's definitely had its fair share of being played, and I mean, this was like an opportunity where I this is the first time I played it, but I've always kind of thought like, oh, like this line looks pretty cool, I want to try it out, and it was just kind of a good opportunity, and I think it led to a pretty interesting game.
Yeah. So, what did you think of our All-Stars? Did they give you a sufficiently intense weekend?
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Obviously, I got off to a little bit of a rough start against Evan, where I hung my rook, but managed to hang on. And then I thought Sophie dropped some really good prep on me, and I managed to survive. But I thought that was a really tough game. And then I don't think either game today was a pushover either. I think both of them, like, I really had to kind of dig deep in the ending earlier, and then this game I think had some pretty interesting moments. So I think maybe I was even a little lucky to finish with 3.5.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for playing with our All-Stars and giving them such a tough run of things.
No, thanks guys for inviting me. This was a ton of fun, and I hope to play again.
Yeah. Vincent, how did you feel about this weekend? What was this tournament like for you?
I mean, it was obviously difficult. But I think it was a really good experience just to be able to play a lot higher rated players than normal in some longer games. It's really good practice for when I go back to like playing more over the board. Yeah, and I didn't get a chance to record an interview with you this past week. I just ran out of time. But have you ever played in like an invitational tournament before, or anything at sort of like an IM norm kind of level? I don't think so before. Okay. No. So this was kind of like tougher than most tournaments you've played. Yeah, definitely. I mean, mostly I've played like sections where it's like either over 2,000 or more open. So yeah. Cool. What kind of chess ambitions do you have? What tournaments do you have planned? What are you? Well, in December I'm gonna play the K-12 Grade Nationals. Okay. So I'll be back to one of the higher seeds. Right. There. That's always a good experience going there.
It will be a piece of cake after this.
Yeah, so I guess your goal there would be to try and win a national title.
I guess. I mean, just play my best.
So just play your best. Okay.
First is always at least reasonable at a tournament like that.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
And I guess, of course, just working towards getting the national master title.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which you can do by playing in any tournaments.
Yeah.
You're definitely around there in your strength. So just a matter of being able to play in enough tournaments, I think. Cool. Well, thanks a lot, guys. We're gonna go back to covering the other 3 games. I hope you had a great weekend, and
yeah, I did. And thank you for hosting this.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks again for the invite. This was super fun. And
oh wait, sorry, one thing. Can you just leave Zoom running until the end of our show?
Yes, so you don't have to worry about all the screens. Yeah, I'll just disconnect from audio. So
okay.
Right. Bye,
Thank
guys.
you so much.
Bye, guys. Nice seeing you, Teddy. Take care.
All right, that was
Should
great.
I do the same?
Yes, please. Otherwise, it moves everybody's cameras. All right, so let's switch to one of the other games. And at some point, you would think that Casa and Evan would have to make some moves. So let's see if that's the case.
That is a fair assumption. David, I'd like to take a quick lunch break if you don't mind.
Sure. Go for it.
All the games finish. So I will be back.
Cool. Okay, so Evan just retreated the knight to e7 here. Bishop e3, just creeping into some dark squares. He gets castled. The bishop sets up on c5. In perfect relationship to this knight, it can't touch the bishop for 4 moves, and it's lined up here. Rook e8, and now he's just doubling up on the d file. Knight g6. He says no. You're not coming back into the game, other than, I guess, through knight f8 to d7. Whew. And Evan brings out the bishop, making way to try and trade pieces on the d file at least. Okay. Yeah, are my standings up to date? 3.5 for Teddy. Casa is going into this round with 3, so he could catch or pass him. And Nemtsova came in with 2.5, so she could catch up if she won her game. Evan, if he scores half a point here, would become the highest scoring Dojo All-Star, because he came into this round tied with Fizzy, who lost the last round. And Evan would be the only one to go through this tough international mastered exam with an even score, if he could hold on here in this game. And I can't say I have any idea who's going to win, draw, or lose this game at this point. Okay, and now, yeah, Wrath of God's asking, wasn't the plan to go f5, f6, but he's just gone to the d file. We could examine that for a second, Wrath of Gods. I think he might be afraid of giving the knight this square. Actually, should black even open the file at the cost of opening the diagonal? What a tough question, right? I think you don't want to play g6. It just opens a path for the queen to come in and mate you at some point. So you'd rather like let white take on g7 and hide behind that pawn for the moment. And white's big plan is probably queen f5 to g5 or something like that. black to play right here. You could try b4, looking for counterplay. You could try knight d3, trying to box these pieces out. What kind of compensation does white have in general? A mix of like the bishop pair, weak dark squares for black, and a really bad light squared bishop that was struggling to get into the game. But knight d3 does look reasonably strong here, right? And I don't know, it's starting to be hard to believe white's chances here, right? The bishop's attacked. The queen can't get to g7 like it wants to. A move like this will, you know, cover the king side easily, I think. And there's also b4. And then once the queen comes this way, then you follow her. And looks losing. So I don't know. That's a taste of f5, I guess. That's a taste of f5. So rook's doubled on the d file, and Evan played rook d8 reasonably quickly himself, looking to trade stuff, and h4. Cass is turning the screws everywhere here. Or at least that's the idea. I know it sounds like something truly, truly horrible is happening downstairs. Like one of my kids is being, you know, tortured with some medieval device, and I'm not reacting. But it's probably just something like, you know, she put on a shirt and it was a little bit tight or something like that. So it's probably okay. Okay. So, I mean, logical is just like trading and like coming here to trade again, but probably the queen would come to d2 if black trades, right? And then black can't play d8 anymore. It's covered twice. So if you trade, I think you lose control for black. Don't feel like there's any counterplay here either right now. You could just put the bishop here to defend this pawn. Here to cover some squares in the middle of the board. You could play h6 to cover a dark square so that if and when white plays h5, you can retreat the knight and not get h6 coming in from white, taking out your one dark square pawn on the king side to keep this king sort of defended. Yeah, I think h5, knight moves h6 might be annoying. So maybe h6 is the most practical move. He wanted to play it like Petrosian. That's sort of prophylactic thinking, right? Sort of. Is white going to play bishop d6 at some point? Maybe so. Who's going to play e5, Gulko? White or black? f6, knight h8, f7, then rook d8 again. Icy's got a plan for black. If you want to fight for control of this file here, play knight h8, f6, knight f7 to control this square better. It also keeps white out of bishop d6. It would be intense though, like whether or not you can support this structure, right? Because at the moment, black's pieces are kind of on their back foot, right? So is black prepared for the battle that this entails. The knight coming to f7 will be strong, but it's like kind of it's scary for a moment here, right? And if you take, white has this simple move, I think, actually, like looking here, and looking at queen e3, which I think might be pretty tough for black to meet. That's what's missing for white's total dark square domination, is just for the queen to be on the dark square quarterback square on e3, right? So we hit at this spot, right? And you guys are probably thinking the black now tries something like e5 to keep the queen off of here. You know, yeah, as Wrath of God says, bishop h3 could become annoying. That's like that crisscross where you control every square. And also this move can be strong, right? Threatening bishop b6 and also getting ready to either trade or push and maybe bring the queen in. It definitely looks like pretty scary. If we could play f6 and knight f7 in one move, I would almost certainly try that plan, actually, because once the knight's on f7, I love how it covers h6 and e5 and d6, some of our sensitive dark squares. I would love to do that. I'm just a little bit afraid of getting hit by h6 while my knight's on h8. Black definitely is going to have to make some compromise. It's not just going to be black does whatever they want in this position, that's for sure. One thing they do have is a lot of time, though, to consider the moves. So here we are, black's thinking, my h6 move doesn't do too much, but it just avoids h6 from white. So that's one idea. And right, we've got the e5 suggestion. e5, f5, knight f8. And the point is now you can put pieces on d7 as needed, right? So if white plays rook d6, you can play rook d7, preparing the other rook to d8 to deal with it. Yeah. And we notice that white's bishop is not having any influence now, and the queen is still waiting to join the game. So yeah, that's interesting. But hang on, one question about this move is you might, after h5 instead of f5, right? That's more logical, to leave the tension here, put the h-pawn in, poke this, and now bishop d6, you're about to sack an exchange, aren't you? I think you're going to try and exchange sack, but I don't necessarily think that you've got any compensation. I mean, you've got a couple like sort of doubled pawns, but the rooks are well placed to try and convert, right? They've got an open file and they own it. So that looks somewhere between unsatisfactory and terminal, I would say, for black. That position. So is there anything else going on with e5, h5? Oh, something's happened. Something's happened. Knight f8. He's pre-retreated. He's pre-retreated. And Casa very quick with king h2. Defending this pawn a little bit more and just waiting because the position's torturous for black and he's low on time. Oh, you've got queen b6 check. Sorry. I'm missing something in every single variation today, no matter what. Yeah. Yeah, that definitely turns things around. Explains part of his king h2 move too, right? That would give black time to do this. And then bring the knight to e6 with maybe some squares and some competition. Yes, this is not clear at all then. Okay, so e5 could maybe have been played there. Yeah. That might be fine. And that makes king h2 look smarter than ever. I mean, knight d7, bishop d6, you don't really challenge that bishop. You still, like, can't deal with him. Whew. e5 would be desirable. So that may have been the moment to do it, huh, Icy? Did Golko's idea look more or less like what you want to do? King h1, King h2 also gets out of the way of rook g1, as Coco says. Yeah, rook g1 could work well. Bishop h3, you could even put 2 rooks on the g file at some point if you want. I feel like there's going to be tension for a while here because White's wanting to keep the d file under control and not overcommit to the king side. It's just you want to gradually poke at the king side when you have everything under control as White. I wonder if White ever wants to play e5. They have refrained from doing so for a while. It improves the bishop on g2, but it also does, like, close down the long diagonal for this piece. And the more, like, a pawn structure is set, the more the knight can eventually find some kind of square to go to, right? So when you're fighting against a knight, you really want to do some nice restraint. It's like the game we saw this morning where Nemtsova had the pawns on e4 and f4 against Fizzy's pair of knights. So yeah, bishop. You want to lock it up like this, but yeah, the black knight will be able to find its way to f5 or d5. They'll have some ways to try and start playing. So you want to have, like, a pretty concrete follow-up when you commit the pawn move, probably. He's been waiting on it, holding it. I also kind of like the plan of just bringing the queen to e3 and just, like, you know, introducing this bishop b6 move for black to deal with. Yeah. Bishop h3 and f5. Again, you give black some squares, so I think he's just going to leave these like this for a bit longer. You're trying to crack something open, Bishop, but I think, or trying to get something like concrete started that we can really understand, but I think the Cass is really massaging it, taking it easy. I like this idea. Uh-oh, we lost somebody. Now all my videos are bad. Okay. Do the best I can. I'm going to start trying to fix it, okay? Okay, f6 from Evan. Covering some dark square. Starting to cover some dark squares. And let's check on some other position, like Alexa. Should be exciting. So I'm going to go to Alexa and see how messed up the cameras are over here. Not too bad. Some of them are still in the right places. Thank goodness. Transition there. Bring on Alexa and Nemtsova. See how they're doing. So check here. Here was played. White's only got one pawn for the piece at the moment, but the black king open. Bishop c5 stopping rook e3. Bishop e4 played. That gets a rook into the game. F5 takes to keep it open. And yeah, white's more or less down a piece in this game. More or less down a piece. Looking like potentially a very, very tough round for the Dojo All-Stars here to finish off the tournament.
Yeah.
Eyelash's game. Let me click over there for a second, see how she's doing. Transition. Oops. Okay. Just adjusting those cameras for a moment. All right. What's happening with her position? There's a queen trade being offered. She's down a piece too.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what happened here because I don't quite get it yet. Why?
Takes.
She very deliberately sacrificed. Yeah.
So that was a trade. That was a fancy trade. Rook e8, rook f1, h6, queen g3 hitting the knight, and now she could play knight e6 for or something.
Seems like, yeah.
Takes, rook c8.
Yeah, maybe she was expecting she would get h5 or something around here. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell if she
if she meant to play like h5, queen takes, pawn takes, and then changed her mind about it.
I don't know. Somewhere, yeah, like either Eyelash thought, yeah, here like h5 is gonna happen at some point, or there was something they didn't like about knight e6, but I don't know. Knight e6 looks like black is at least okay. So hard to explain, but I mean, 15 minutes on queen takes g5, so clearly
it's not like she didn't see the knight was attacked. Hard to guess what it was.
Yeah, now queen g6. But this doesn't, yeah, this doesn't feel like something that black wanted.
Yeah. I mean, king h2 allowing knight e5 looks really strong with or without rook f8 check first. Which it feels like you maybe might as well play rook f8 check, but...
Bishop d4.
Bishop d4. Okay. Seemingly allowing h5. But probably queen b7 would be played then.
Yeah, I think bishop d4 is certainly a concrete solution. Played super fast though. So Josiah is very confident in his position right now.
Yeah.
And what does he want exactly? Just h5, queen takes b7.
And then on pawn takes knight, he's got queen c8 to g4. And on h5, queen b7, if the rook goes somewhere else, he could even just sack on g7. He's still up a knight.
Yeah.
And yeah. What more? I suppose h5, queen takes bishop, rook g8, but you know, you're up lots of material. You could do anything there.
Wasn't d4 more natural? No, I don't know. I think putting the bishop in line of sight of the g7 pawn makes a lot of sense. And yeah, earlier queen takes b7 could have been played, but the problem is white's bishop on c5 was also hang up. So tale of two bishops. Bishop d4, bishop a6. That looks like a good try.
Yeah. Of course, the move I want to play is rook f6, but I haven't been able to make it work. So...
Oh, rook f6.
Yeah. But even that's winning. I mean, you can at least pick up the bishop on a6, and then you've got 2 pieces against a rook with a good position. But, I mean, obviously incorrect. Something like queen f7 is probably more correct than that.
Safe and solid, yeah. Yeah, it seems like white should have many ways.
Many.
What would be the GM technique, you know, just like 0 chances, 100% clean.
I mean, a king move to play knight 95.
Yeah, I'm thinking king h1, but
Yeah.
then bishop takes d3.
Yeah. You're right, and there is a check. So, how about rook f7, or rook g8, and then king h2?
Rook f7 played?
Yeah. I think if you were like in a bullet game, the like easiest, cleanest move is queen f7. I mean, you just keep smashing your queen in the face of the opponent's queen and g7, because you can win any position with an extra piece.
I agree. Queen f7 actually looks like super simple.
Yeah, but in a classical game, I think you can calculate something like rook f7, rook g8, king h2, sort of maximizing your piece activity and go for like the kill in the middle game.
And on rook c1 check, what does white want? Just
Oh, right here.
king g2 and then bishop f2.
King h2 to g3.
Oh, so giving d3 as well, and then playing king h4. Well, seems to work. There's no g5, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Huh.
But what if there's queen d4? Oh my god.
Oh, oops.
What am I doing? Here, 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 here.
No, but I don't think queen d4 works. Wait.
But, okay. Rook f7. What is the idea on rook c1? I don't think it's rook f1, because black could take and then play queen d3 check and queen d4, right? So it's going to be king h2, rook check. Oh, maybe now it could be like the knight coming back to f2.
Yeah, you can block now as well, for sure. So that's why king went to h2. Oh, knight f2 very quickly. Under control.
Yeah, and then just this cracks.
Buenos no checks.
So that's what you do in classical, but like in bullet, I don't think that's how you would do it. I think you'd play queen f7.
Yeah, no, that was very clean. Nicely calculated. Now black has no follow-up. Bishop takes g7 is just mating. So, yeah. Looks like a GG.
Yeah. It does indeed resemble a GG. Yeah. All right. And in this game between Alexa and Katerina, that's also basically, I mean, an h2 pawn against a bishop on c5. There's no real hope or tension, is there?
No, bishop's too solid.
Do I play bullet, asks Icy. I think it's been a long time since I've played right now. I have played it at times. I'm very bad at it. Well, I'm very bad at most things I rarely do.
Yeah, that's the one where like you flag or your opponent flags.
Yeah.
And then the game's over.
I also don't really enjoy it because like it sort of like looks a little bit like chess. So then like, you know, 30% of my games end with me having an extra like queen and 2 minor pieces, and my opponent has like 1 pawn, and then it says that I lost the game, and I'm like, lost? Like, don't tell me I lost, you jerk interface.
Yeah.
So it's really something where I think I lose utility by participating. Okay, she picks off a pawn on queen h5. King g7 is nothing, but rook e6. What's the idea?
Doesn't seem like the pawn you would really want to give up as black. But I guess she just wants to trade pieces.
Yeah, I get a little worried because if you trade off some stuff, there's always like mild chances of a perpetual, I think, as the position opens up. So I really like trying to kill white if I've got that bishop, you know, like use the 2 rooks and queens on the open files, G and H, make white regret that they've got the extra pawn.
Yeah, queen c3 is surprising. I feel like I would have played king g7 and then rook h8.
Yeah.
And just gone for a big attack.
Yeah. That's what I like. Okay, well, presumably, I mean, he's going to take the pawn on e6 unless I'm hanging a queen again. I've hung a lot of things today.
I don't see anything wrong. Rook e6. He doesn't like something, though. Alexa's not happy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he'll still be down a bishop. That's not going to change, I guess.
Right. Okay, thinking.
Seems like a little bit of a chance for him. But all right, I'll take you to the most exciting game, Kostya.
Asa.
So we've had
0. He's pushing.
Oh, Eyelash just resigned, by the way. Yeah, so there was a rook trade on d2 here. Oh, Casa played queen c3, kind of like what I was thinking. I was thinking to bring it over to e3. Our chat wanted to do stuff like e5, f5, you know, but I was just thinking, bring the queen to e3. See what black does about that. So he played queen c3. Rosenberg traded off 1 rook in response, and then played e5. F5, keeping it closed, and bishop C8, and that's where we're at.
Yeah.
Well, white's still got compensation, but black hasn't died yet.
No, black's still in the game very much. Yeah, but this d file is annoying for sure.
Mm-hmm.
There's bishop f3, and yeah, it's just a massage. Bishop h5.
I think black might even have been wanting to play g6 at some point, just to get some breathing room for that c8 bishop.
Yeah, might be necessary soon.
Casa does stream, Adam. He's got a channel. You can find it right here. And he also gives U.S. chess school lectures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he has a few on our YouTube channel that are very good, very deep. You guys should definitely check them out.
Evan looks just like he looked 2 hours ago. Still tired. Still tired.
He's getting too old for this stuff.
Well, I don't know. He traveled recently, Adam, but I've seen him stream many times. So
yeah, I've seen him online occasionally last few months.
I think it's generally active.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, bishop f3. So what does white want? What does black want? Kostya, teach us.
Well, I think he wants to pretend that he wants bishop h5.
Mm-hmm.
Force black to think about playing g6.
Mm-hmm.
He might also just play like g4, g5, or g1. That's another option.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, it's very hard for black to move here. So there's nothing to do on the d file. You can go knight d7, but then bishop d6 just keeps all the pressure.
Yeah. And once the knight moves, then bishop h5 is an issue because the rook might even be trapped.
Yeah, then the rook starts to get in trouble.
Almost nothing.
You also have to be careful which bishop you give up for the rook. If you give up the dark square bishop, and then black lands a knight on c5 and d3, it's like be worse as white. So be careful.
That's right.
But I also like this g4, g5 plan. I mean, that just looks annoying. Black can't make a lot of moves.
Yeah. Maybe I just don't have the fortitude to sit still well enough, but I'm kind of feeling like playing g6 here for black. I guess if white plays g4, I don't want to play gf ever, so I don't know why I'm doing it.
Right.
Oh, wow. Is that right, Coco? After playing 2 games yesterday, he streamed and talked about the games he'd just played?
That's cool.
That's a lot of energy. You do that sometimes too, Kostya. You like pop on during a tournament to cover your games.
Yeah, usually I'll do like YouTube videos if I have time and energy. But streaming's pretty tough.
Mm-hmm. He did, and it was deep analysis. Nice. Well, everyone, be sure to follow his channel then, so that if he does it tonight, you can catch that. So there it is, the link, Casablanca. If he goes and analyzes these games in depth this evening, you'll wanna catch that. Maybe Evan can try bishop b7. And then put the rook over on a8 where it won't get trapped. And then just not make any other moves. Yeah. Yeah. Just to avoid ever getting trapped. That way he never needs to play the g6 move. Okay, well, he plays g6. Golko saying it's a big mistake to have traded on d2. I think the reason Golko's what was coming was this move queen e3 threatening bishop b6. And he didn't really see any way to keep control of d8 anymore.
G4.
Josiah says it's time for g4, and g4 is played. All right. Well, our invited stars are in force in the chat, and they will now explain what's going on for us. Kostya.
What do you mean? Costa is just pushing.
Yeah. But I mean, we've got both Teddy and Josiah like explaining the moves now, so we can chill.
Man, if he wins this one, he goes 4-0.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and say that's the greatest tournament performance on this channel.
On this channel. Okay.
Of all time, anywhere.
Yeah. Right. My mind instantly went to the Sinkfield Cup of Caruana as you were getting ready to make some kind of pronouncement.
Yeah, I think this rivals that easily.
Yeah.
I mean, the games have been very high quality too.
Oh, we've got two rival explanations here, Kostya. Bishop on c5 is the best piece on the board and is worth more than 2 pawns more than, let's say, one of Black's pieces. The other explanation is that a bishop pair on its own is worth 2 extra pawns.
Yeah.
One could be a corollary of the other or something. Like the bishop pair are that good, and this bishop is, you know, the bishop that's profiting from being in the bishop pair. The one on f3 is not doing anything magical just yet.
No. Yeah, this bishop just needs to not get in anyone's way and just defend e4 like a good little bishop. And then the rest of the pieces can do the hard work. Maybe somewhere bishop h5 will be important.
Right, so if Black never plays GF, like White would like, can White at some point maybe play G5? Yep, perhaps. Also, some version of like FG, HG, G5, right? Or that's another thing to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, that's possible as well. I would imagine if White, well, I mean, actually, it is a relevant question. Black has to make a move, like legally by the rules of chess.
Right.
Which is not that obvious what Black wants. I was thinking, like, you know, White's next move is probably G5.
Mm-hmm.
But even before that, Black has to figure out what to move where. Because, like, if you play, for example, Queen F7, then you give up your chance to go Rook D8. So maybe White goes Rook G1. Doesn't go G5, though you could also play G5, so I think if you want it. But yeah, Evan has to actually figure out what to compromise here.
Yeah. Drit mentions that like G5 breaks his brain when you get the 2x2 box and there's just too many different captures and pawn structures. And I find that that's true. Like a lot of players just can't handle it. They'll make some trade, they won't go there. I kind of like those things. I think they're pretty fun.
Yeah, they're very hard to evaluate.
The smashings of pawns.
For sure.
Do you know the like knight BD2 variation in the Moran where Black can play E5 and White can play E4 and you can get a 2x3 box of pawns all attacking each other? That's pretty sweet.
Right.
That's pretty sweet. I still feel here like queen e3 could be a very, very nice massaging move for white. Just asking black about bishop b6 if they want to give up their a pawn for nothing. I like it because it's on a dark square. I mean, I like taking it, you know. And maybe in some case rook d6.
Right.
Yeah, funny thing I was noticing is that if white plays queen d6, they have the advantage in the endgame. Which, I mean, it makes no sense to play queen d6, but they would still have a small edge there because they immediately win a pawn on the 6th rank.
Oh, the 6th rank is brutal. Yeah.
And then it's very comfortable because I guess the bishop pair's worth 2 pawns.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. No, this is looking very dangerous.
Yeah, so somebody's saying, you know, if we go queen e3, threatening bishop b7, black can play like knight d7, right? But I like to poke like that. You know, queen e3, if they play knight d7, then maybe I go bishop d6, trade on g6, and play queen h6 or something like that, right? So it's hard for black to go back and forth as much as white.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's why just from a practical point of view, even if the position's holdable for black, it's like really unpleasant. So you have, like, even if the engine says equal somehow, it's like still every move you're walking on a minefield, feels like.
I'm gonna fix a web camera for a second.
Oh, all good. Yeah, this is where I do my training, actually.
Where?
On this this white wall.
Let me pop to the other board for you for a second while I fix cameras on the other board.
Cool.
So Alexa versus Nemtsova. It looks like nothing too special or nothing out of what we might have expected happened. Alexa did eventually take the pawn on e6, gave a check or two, and yeah, the game hasn't been decided yet, but it still feels like there is a small risk that black can't pull this off.
Yeah. Honestly, even like even in the end game, it didn't seem that easy for black, though very likely just winning. But here, yeah, Katarina has to be careful, you know, not to allow any prodding checks. This move f5, I think, looks absolutely correct, just because it sets up either queen d5 or queen h5, and one of those is going to be mildly annoying. Maybe just queen f6 here for black covers everything eventually.
Yeah, there was a ding of a draw offer. I was just clicking to see which board it was, and it was Rosenberg who has offered a draw after with the move king to g7. So that's proper OTB draw offer timing, right? You make a move and offer a draw.
See Casa, how much does he want to draw? I don't think he wants to draw.
Yeah, I'm guessing no. King g7 I think is like a pretty nice move, though, I will say. Like covering f6 and g6, reinforcing those squares seems helpful. Although when g5 comes, it's also like expose some different tactics with with like a pawn coming to f6 maybe. Nemtsova calmly looking down at her chessboard. Doesn't seem worried. Needs to win to keep pace with Teddy Coleman.
All right. Prize on the line.
My apologies, Coasty and everybody else. I think I might be having a brief lag storm.
Oh, yeah, that's okay.
Hopefully we'll weather it.
A little bit of an internet thing. All good. Queen f6 played by Katarina.
Mm-hmm.
Now the king looks very safe on f8. White doesn't have any good checks there.
Yeah.
It's going to be very hard for white to push any pawns. As soon as either h2 or g3 moves, that bishop shows up on d6. And white starts to feel chilly. Starts to feel cold around the king's side as black's pieces get ready to swarm in.
Yeah, so black's going to look for a chance to, like, play rook e3, get the white queen off the light squares, and land something like queen c6, rook e2 with a huge attack.
Yeah.
My internet's not getting better right now. Okay, finally it's passed.
Oh, cool.
I hope people can still see the stream. I hope it didn't actually drop completely. Yeah, not quite. Okay, good. Good. We are alive. Huh. So what would I try as white? I think I would just try pushing all the pawns at this point as white.
Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of have to.
Because I feel like the h2 pawn isn't really like helping me anymore. Might as well bring it up to h4. But yeah, I don't really see any saving scenarios. I don't really know what I'm steering towards as white here.
Yeah, it's very tough.
Maybe h4, king g2 to h3. Keep him close to the pawns, tuck him, see if you can gradually advance a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
The draw was declined by Casa and with the move g5, so
boom.
So Dripman's nightmare is here. The pawn box appears. We'll turn it around at least. So we see it from the white side, a little less freaky. Queen f7. I mean, he's fighting for the squares. He's got to. He's sticking in the game. And I would also say, in Evan's praise, that he has not gotten too low on time. I mean, it's easy to just hang yourself on your flag because you don't know what to do on the board in a position with limited moves. But he's spending time, but he's also keeping it going.
He's staying in. Okay, but now I can continue building up with rook to g1. So here's the thing about these positions. I mean, they're pretty tricky, but I feel like they're very simple actually. And the rule is basically if you can take, then you should just take, and if not, then you should build up.
Mm-hmm. But how can you say that white can't take on f6? What does that mean? Like, if I can take, then I should take, but
well,
can
you
I?
have to calculate if that's good or not. Like gf6, queen takes f6, and yeah, it's kind of a judgment call.
So now you're telling me I have to calculate and then make a judgment call.
But it's not that hard. Look, gf6, queen takes f6. Okay, are you winning?
Help me. No.
No, right?
Not.
If you're winning, you would see a move that's winning. Yeah, so then rook g1, you know.
Okay.
That's it.
That's it.
FG knight takes. Does it look good? Not really. So don't do it.
Okay. So rook g1. But what about h5, increasing the box? Too late. Costa played your move.
H5 also makes sense. But
rook g1's a lot better. It's a whole rook.
It just seems like, yeah, adding the rook is just gonna be the thing to do.
Yeah.
And now you still have h5 next, and you have your rook on the g file.
Yeah. And we do need to bring enough force and, like, you know, stay focused on the black king here, because black could at some point play gf themselves, right? And open up the game if they want to. Knight g6, bishop on c8 coming to life. Like, we can't just, like, dance around with queen a5.
Yeah, I mean, the same rules, right, I think apply for black as well. If it's good for black to take, then they should take. Yeah, GF, maybe open things up, FG. Right. But, yeah.
They could do something like this, right? And, okay, their queen side's falling apart, but the two kings are nude.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, then white could easily find themselves mated. Yeah. Something like
okay,
that.
so he brings all the force he has. So the party plays rook g1, and he sprints off to the bathroom.
Oh, nice.
He doesn't have a lot of time for that.
Evan's still in disbelief. He's like, how?
Yeah. How? Why did I spend my whole weekend like this? I even, you know, begged my wife for this, and I owe her like 75 ones for this. And I'm just in agony the whole time. Like, what's my deal?
Yeah.
Why do I do this?
Yeah, classic chess questions. And what to do here? I mean, hard to find a move. A4. Just like, yeah, king h8. King h8 is hard because he played king g7 when this was happening to reinforce it. Now he has to go king h8. It's like,
he came up to cover the squares. Now that it's all like a true explosion, it's time to step away. He trades.
He goes FG.
He doesn't believe anything. He's going for like GF too next move if HG.
Right, so I would expect white to take with a piece here.
Yeah.
Queen takes makes sense. It's very active. Rook takes also makes sense just to keep the queen active on the d file. I'm not really sure which one is better. Oh, queen takes g5 96 is a thought, but does it quite work? I'm not sure. Sack the bishop? Well, then we're down a bishop, so we have to be kind of careful about that. So rook takes. Now 96 might again be a thought.
Knight e6?
It seems to be the agenda.
Wow.
So you see, Evan found a reason to take, so he took.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, it seems like 96 is the move.
I did my best to repair the cameras on the fly.
I'm actually not sure what's happening here. Knight e6 played. And Evan looks surprised by his own move.
Can't believe he played that one.
You played it, Evan. What? What are you surprised about?
Okay. I think I fixed the other one too. Knight e6. It is a shocker of a move. I mean, whew, he's putting the question to Casa here.
Mm-hmm.
Dang. Do you know what's gonna happen, Kostya? I don't know what's gonna happen.
I think he's probably going to take on e6. I'm just not seeing another move.
Okay.
I wish there was a way to sacrifice the exchange and keep the pawn on f5, but I don't see it.
Yeah. You could play rook g1, knight c5, h5 if you really want to keep the pawn on f5.
Oh. No, that's a full piece.
Yeah.
Hard to believe for me, that position.
Sure. Yeah, it seems completely unbelievable, but I was wondering about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think White wanted to play bishop takes f8 unless it was breaking through, because this bishop is so important for White's position.
Yeah. That said, sort of losing that bishop anyway now, or a bishop. Oh, okay. He could lose the f3 bishop instead. Oh, you know, after fe6, queen f3, he could try queen d6 in that position. No, the queen's covering the mate on f8. Black could play rook e6. Then queen c7. Wins the bishop. Whoa. Gulko fan says it's a mop-up. Of who? By who?
Yeah, who's mopping who up?
If you know, tell us. Rook f5, David. Rook f5. ef, queen f3, rook f5? Oh! Good lord. What?
Rook f5.
What?
It's a mop-up, David.
Okay, it's a mop-up, but I can't even understand. Oh, I understood it. Oh my god. What?
Well, do you think you'll see it?
It's a mop-up, or it's like a move that nobody except you would ever see? I mean, what? I don't know if Casa's going to see that.
I'll tell you one thing. I didn't see the move at all.
That's completely insane. Your friend can climb to from 800 to 1500 if they're already rated more than 1500 and they're using an alt account. If they're truly 800, then no. This is the reason behind what he's doing. This is the reason. And then he finally gets this. And then I guess it's a mop-up. Bishop h6 maybe. I mean f8 with the idea of bishop h6 mate if the king comes back. And if he comes here, I mean, I have to assume that this is all going to work.
Yeah, we have to assume. And
rook f5 is easy once you see it. Okay.
Man, I can't believe Evan missed rook f5. What is he doing?
The other thing is, I'll say, like, I wasn't expecting a rook f5 move here. It felt like like the position had reached sort of like chaos. I wasn't really expecting it anymore. Someone asked about queen e4 then, rook check, king back to one of these squares, and I think the idea is queen here covering this check, and on a second rank check, bishop f2. And I don't see anything more for black to do, but Gulkofan can fill us in on the details.
That looks pretty good.
Jeez, man. Jeez. All my life, I was just waiting for Gulkofan to show me the move rook f5. Everything I did in chess was to get to this. All right, Casa takes on e6.
On the board.
That I expect. It doesn't tell us anything yet. After rook f3, there's a lot of moves. After queen f3, there's a lot of moves that could be played. And he didn't have a lot of other options other than fe6.
He plays rook f5 though. I'm gonna get out of my chair.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get out of my chair.
Yeah. Come on. There's no way. There's no way, Casa. There is a small way. It's possible.
e7 is just so tempting. Queen d6.
Is that the only way for white to win? I don't know. Queen d6 looks playable too. Going into the dark squares, that was the move that like actually occurred to me. Was queen d6.
Well, queen d6, there's a lot of checks, right? With queen f4.
Yeah, there may be some checks. Yeah, there may be. Yeah, queen f4 looks pretty annoying. Time's ticking. Me too, Dripman. Me too, exactly. I've been rooting for the Dojoers the whole way, but I would like to see rook f5 played.
Yeah, no, I'm team rook f5 here. Yeah. Big bandwagoner.
Evan's got the look of somebody who's seen rook f5 coming, actually. I want to say. Like, he's trying not to let the opponent see that he knows that there's rook f5.
Yeah, that's a good point. I want to see Evan's face when rook f5 gets played.
Oh, come on. You're gonna clip it, see if he's more surprised than his resting surprised.
I think he gets out of his chair too.
Yeah. But I think the look is different than the look from move 2. This look of having already seen rook f5, because there's a piece of like acceptance, like, okay, I see it could be all over. Like, if they play this move, like, okay, that was the tournament, and I'll be able to relax in a moment, right? I'll be able to lie down and stop fighting.
Oh no, he played e7. Oh dang.
Oh, Evan's pumped. Evan's pumped.
That Casa might have.
Rook f5 didn't get played.
Yeah, Casa. He like pricked up there. I thought he noticed it for sure.
Yeah.
Dang. Oh boy. Well, now this is anyone's game.
It's a total mess. I mean, as far as I can tell, black has control of h3. It's pretty close to the white monarch, so.
Right.
I don't think the 2 pawns on the queen side mean a ton, but I mean, the position seems like a mess to me. I suppose black could like chicken out with queen f4 and like stop.
Oh, can we jump to Katarina's game?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it. Look, I should be ready for my transition. Boom. Yes.
I just noticed. I think she's got a nice finish here with queen takes f5.
What? Oh!
From the corner of my eye.
You noticed that while watching the other game.
Well, I was just checking on their live position, yeah, and I saw this one. I've been taking lessons from Goko.
From Golko fan. That's good. It's working out for you. He's taking 2 hours of tactical lessons from Gadir, and you're taking 2 hours of chat lessons from Twitch.
That's right. That's right.
Niz is betting that Evan didn't see it. I really felt like he saw it.
Yeah, we should definitely ask them.
I mean, we know Casa didn't see it since he didn't play it.
Yeah. I mean, it just like, it's one of those moves. It's an invisible move, right? It just doesn't cross your radar unless someone points it out to you.
It's like,
it's not like
it's
I
like a
was,
light square.
And like, oh, it doesn't work.
You're looking at moves on the dark squares, right? Like E7, Queen D6, like Bishop D6. Like, why would you ever look at Rook F5? It is true, as Fizzy says, both of these moves are on F5. It was Rook F5 and now it's Queen F5.
That's funny, yeah. But in the last one, there's a pawn on G6. Pawns attack squares diagonally from them, right? So that F5 square is a red square, right? It's a lava square.
Right. Absolutely.
No go zone.
Stay back. Stay off. Queen H3 check, King G1, Queen H4 played over there, by the way.
Wow. Yeah,
Katarina's got 1 minute.
Super unclear.
Oh!
Nice. Nice. Let's go.
Oh!
Instant resign. Beautiful. Beautiful.
And it's a home run or whatever.
Touchdown.
Touchdown. Oh my goodness.
Beautiful.
Crazy. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Impressive.
Dang, so that puts a lot of pressure on Costa to actually win this game.
Yeah, that's 3.5 out of 4 for Katarina Nemtsova here.
Right, finished with the nice, oh no, my queen.
Yeah. Oh man, and the Dojo All-Stars are getting raked over the coals in round 4 here.
Sorry, guys.
Evan, you're the last hope. Casa didn't play Rook F5, so now everyone's going to root for you, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, on Rook E5, Queen G3 check. Oh no, my Rook. You move the king. Queen takes E5, Bishop D4.
That is a thing.
But
be nice pawn to snag.
But in any case, Bishop D6 is like more logical than Rook E5. Like, why would you ever want your Rook on E5?
Yeah. Yeah, Bishop D6. Still, I mean, yeah, I think all three results are just kind of possible here.
Mm-hmm.
But Casa actually, now the time trouble is very serious because this is not a simple position.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 20 minutes is very useful.
This reminds me a little bit of a game Alexa won recently. He had white. He was down like 3 pawns, but had a defended pawn on e7 with opposite colored bishops. And then he eventually won the endgame. Down like 3 pawns.
Yeah. And it's also similar to that game between Dominguez and Caruana.
Caruana. Yeah.
But in that one, Caruana was down a pawn.
Except that one, yeah, white would have all the kingside pawns too.
Right. And he was blockading this e7 pawn. That's why it's like, I don't feel great about Costa's chances here, to be honest. Because it's like, I mean,
do you think the 1 minute is a factor too? Like, is this like complicated enough position, low enough on time that this?
Yeah, I think you are a lot more likely to miss stuff as white without the time. I mean, but it's not like certainly not the only factor. I think if Evan blunders here, Casa will spot it and win. But yeah, if there, if he has to find some like super cool quiet move at some point, yeah, that's going to be really difficult to do.
Yeah.
And he's pretty much burning all his time here. I think he's just trying to figure out like what he wants from this position so he can make his moves quickly. So bishop d6.
Yeah, Evan's still moving pieces on the board.
It's very logical. Okay, what is black doing here now?
Evan does a good job of not like changing like what he wants to do with his like thinking based on his opponent's time situation. I've seen him a few times with an opponent like either playing really fast or really slow, and he just does what he wants to do with his with his own reflection. He's not like amped up like, oh, he's got a minute, maybe he'll flag, I'll just bash out some move.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good strategy to have when you're up on time, to just play the position. Don't try to flag your opponent, especially with 30-second increment, 10-second increment. Like, it's unlikely you're going to flag them. Very unlikely. Instead, if your position is good, just make good moves on the board and win normally, or,
Yeah. I think that Evan's going to take the pawn on e4, actually. I think he wants to just, like, take on e4, bring the bishop out of c8, stuff like that, if he can.
Yeah, let's get the bishop to h3.
Like, when there's nothing, like, immediately tactically forced, he just wants to keep improving his light squared bishop.
Mm-hmm.
So, I expect queen e4.
Queen e4, bishop e5.
King g8.
King g8, yeah.
And then white has to think about maybe defending the e7 pawn again, and you want to play either bishop f5 or bishop e6 to d5, or...
Yep. Feels like black could stabilize.
Oh.
h6.
h6. Teddy's suggestion to give the king the h7 square was the reason. Okay, yeah, that that would make sense. The rook would be weird on g5 too. If white plays bishop e5, it'll be a lot hanging. So now maybe he'll play rook e5 instead of
maybe rook e5 then, right? Oof. 40 seconds for Costa.
Yeah.
Rook e5, queen g3 check. Yeah, no, I mean, that looks pretty annoying.
Oh, and then like you want to play king h1, bishop g4. Jeez. Rough.
Yeah, but I think at this point, if I'm Casa, I'm not too upset about a draw. If the game ends in a perpetual, I feel like, yeah, somewhere white missed their chances, but better not to lose.
Yeah, I don't know, Coco. The form for applications goes to Kostya, so but we'll make Ultimate Sensei announcements. Probably not today, but in the next day or two.
Thousands, by the way, to answer the question. Got thousands of applications.
Nice. So we might need a little time to process through it all, but we got to just set it, So we will very soon.
Get rook g2.
Rook g2.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Bishop h3 could be playable, but maybe white would be happy to play rook f2. Okay. So let's not.
Can also take on e7 here, yeah.
Right. Oh man, that would.
But I think rook takes e7.
Sigh of relief.
Rook h2, queen g4 check. Not so clear.
Mm-hmm. What about queen e7?
Queen e7 also possible.
Actually, even there, white could play rook h2.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps.
Rook h2 maybe?
Because you go queen e5, queen h6, king g8, queen h7, king f8, rook f2. They have to block with their bishop. And yeah, who knows? Oh my goodness. It's weird, but queen e7 is my instinct, even though like the queen could take on e4 from where she is, and she's kind of harassing the white king. But
yeah, queen e7 looks solid.
There are no tie breaks, Coco. If there's a tie, which there may be a couple ties. I mean, at least Teddy and Katarina are tied for sure. If it's a tie, they'll just share the prize money for whatever places they're tied for. Queen e7 from Evan, taking his time. 20 minutes on the clock feels like a luxury at this point. So, for example, if like 3 players tied for first with 3.5, they would share 1,100 plus 900 plus 700 divided by 3, which would be 900 each.
Bishop c3. I was just thinking about this move. Just pull it back.
Yeah. Retuck it. Oh, it covers e1 incidentally. Helpful. Useful. Now, queen e4.
Queen e4 looks critical.
I mean, we don't want to just let white play queen d4 and tie everything up.
Yeah, it's still a battle of space here. Battle for the squares. So queen takes e4. And there's just so many pawns for black that I think black is starting to take over for sure. Probably has been for some time, but not really. I mean, white's going to need some help to get back into it.
Yeah. Yeah, black's got pawn cover for their king. Both bishops are active. Black still needs some work, but black has some pawn cover. Well, Evan's looking like he's in shape for that IM Norm tournament in December.
Yeah, definitely. You gotta be ready to fight. You have to be willing to go up against these players and be willing to sack and accept sacrifice material and play your heart out. So queen takes c4. Rook f2 quickly. Now we see the practical side. And as long as white keeps the queens on the board, Evan cannot rest.
Yeah. Here I was thinking bishop f5.
Mm-hmm. F5. Maybe rook f4.
Like bishop f5, rook f4?
Mm-hmm.
Black could go queen e3.
Oh.
At minimum.
Oops. Yep.
And win the game. I think Cass is done here, unless there's queen d7. It is that kind of a day, but king g8 to f8, no. Had to check. Had to check.
Yeah. No, I wanted to try bishop f6, but the problem is just queen e1, you know, easy.
Yeah.
Queen d6 gets out of all the queen trades.
Yeah.
Very good move, I think. Just practical. Queen f6 in the air.
I think. Oh shoot! I was gonna say something bad. was gonna say my instinct's to play like queen e7 here. Back them up, maybe play queen g5, but also transfer the rook to d8 so that it's on a file where e1 isn't covered, But on queen e7, queen d4, I might get myself sort of paralyzed. Maybe c5's enough there. Maybe c5's enough.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing yet. All right.
Queen e7, queen d4, c5. Ah! Katarina in chat as well. We've got everybody. Congratulations, Katarina, on your performance. Fantastic tournament.
Yeah, very nice.
Oh. Katarina is currently tied for first, Pumpkin the Cat. The tournament is not over. Not just yet. Not just yet. I mean, it's not looking good for Casa to overtake Katarina and Teddy. But
looking great.
You play till the last pawn.
I think Evan probably understands he has a draw here, like queen g4. Question is, can he get more than that?
Right.
Oh wait, there's no queen d1. Hold on. No draw. Yeah. No draw.
One thing I want to mention to folks about these All-Stars and this whole event is we have these interviews that we've done with 3 of the Dojo All-Stars this past week, and we may publish them in their entirety on YouTube this coming week. I think they're pretty fun. I interspersed some little tidbits yesterday, some little clips that I cut. But I think it would probably be nice to publish the full interviews on YouTube. I'll make sure that Kostya and Hoki and Jesse agree, but I think that might be fun to do.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's something else to look forward to if some of you want to get to know them.
We got to Meet the Dojo series from way back that can be continued.
Yeah. Alexa's real name is revealed in his interview, and I don't know if anyone in the dojo knows his real name. I only learned it this week.
Excella?
Okay, queen e6, a variation on queen e7, but maybe not wanting to even allow queen takes c6. It does allow either queen d4 or queen c7 to a5.
Yeah. Game continues.
Game continues.
I think queen d4, he wants queen f7.
Yeah. He actually shares a name with a grandmaster.
Wow.
First and last.
Oh, first and last.
Yeah. Yeah. Not just like, oh, my name is Sasha, like,
That's what I was thinking.
Or Daniel, like, no.
Oh, that's cool. Let's see. Nigel Short?
Oh, here if the rook blocks, he's going to go to the 8th rank. He's not going to take a5. I know his name is not Nigel Short. Good guess.
Yeah. Igor Kovalenko?
Good guess as well. I'm trying to hide from the sun a little bit over here. All right, queen has to come back to e7. That's where she should have been on the previous move already, I think. Man, it's hard to win this. How do you feel about rook d8 now, Kostya?
Rook d8 makes sense. Yeah, you got to start. I mean, you have to check my white's king. That's basically how you win, because you have the 2 pawns in front of your king, and you're not going to win on the queen side, like breaking through. You're not going to really win think pushing your pawns, it's going to be very difficult. So you just got to, set up your pieces right. Rook d8, queen g5. Well, maybe b4 here makes sense, but I don't know.
Oh, yeah, you could push b4 too.
A little bit scary. There's bishop takes b4 at the end. You got to be careful.
Okay, yeah. This takes, and the queen's trying to cover this. You got to be confident to go into whatever this is. No, the queen on e8 is even going to cover queen e1. There's no chance you can do this.
Yeah, no. But I like rook d8. Just trying to get in rook d3 somewhere. Queen g5, rook d1. Bishop e4 also makes sense.
Oh yeah, taking some more squares.
Definitely bishop e4. Setting up queen g5.
Yeah. Okay, and I confirm that bishop e4, queen takes e4 doesn't work. I checked that one for you all.
That'd be nice.
I can't calculate positions like this. I can't calculate. I would just go rook d8. On the principle that if you start giving a couple checks, you're actually going to have checkmate at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I think, what's the calculate? All you have to see is that rook d8, there's no, white doesn't have anything that kills you.
Yeah, white has nothing that kills you for sure.
And then you can decide, if you want to come in. So queen g5.
Then you play rook d1, king g2, queen g5, and it's mate in 2.
Okay, so he goes for something immediate, so that means he sees something on rook g2. Hopefully he doesn't want to take it. But maybe queen c1, king h2. Queen f4, king g1. Oh, queen e3. Okay.
I'll give him this. He had a plan. He played his follow-up quickly after thinking about queen g5.
Right.
But I don't see that plan. Just without the rook being able to join, I don't know what he can do.
Right, so queen h3 is going to go king g1. So, yeah, black needs to find a way to get the rook in without allowing some 7th rank check, but...
Yeah. He could play queen f4 and then rook d8. I mean, I keep coming back to the same move, but...
Oh, rook d8, so the rook can go to d7.
Yeah, and the queen's covering c7, and...
Yeah.
And then I want to play rook d1 still.
What's 7 up to? What are you trying to pull here?
I don't know, Kostya. I feel like it's a very, very hard position to figure out just with like brute calculation. So you kind of like have to hit upon an idea. And somebody's asking bishop e4 here winning. Queen d7 check rook e7. Whoa. Only Icy would really want to make bishop e4 work here.
I know, such a crazy move.
I suppose it could be played. I mean, I suppose it could maybe be played. I don't see an instant win for white against it. But one thing white could do is this, and win a couple pawns on the queen side, maybe.
Yeah.
Was there anything completely refuting it?
Not that I could see.
Yeah. Wow.
Just that endgame, maybe.
Yeah, botched bishop on rook d8, bishop d2. Black could take it. Or you're talking about some other line, maybe. Yeah, now bishop e4 is out because of queen c7 or d7, and then checkmate over on g7. So Black needs to keep control of that, and they also can't simply like post the rook on the 7th rank and assume that everything is solved, because the white queen can go to the 8th rank and come in through h8. So at the moment they have to keep connected so that you can block on either place. But yeah, I don't see any way to win other than bringing the rook to d8. I'll say that.
So yeah, we're thinking queen f4 check, and then rook d8, and I still haven't found a move there for white that keeps the game going. Queen f4 played, very nice. Rook d8. If there's a check on b7, there's rook d7, and otherwise rook d1 coming. Very annoying move.
Yeah.
Right, because rook d8 threatens mate in 1 with mate in 2 with rook d1 check, so no time for queen f6. Oh, it's okay, guys. It's just our dynamic view of the playing hall. Rook d8 on the board. Bravo, Evan.
Wow. That's great, right? It's great.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks pretty nice.
Sorry, just doing my best to fix this.
Oh, good, no worries. Cross out just about a 1 minute here. And yeah, not looking happy. Rook e2.
Okay. I've done what I could.
Yeah, I'm gonna file this one under no way.
So is the idea maybe to block on e1 if rook d1 comes in immediately?
Rook d1, bishop e1. Just queen g3, you know.
But queen g3 first, right? You're thinking?
No, even after bishop
Or even
e1.
after, right? Rook d1, something blocks on e1, then queen g3 will win just the same, probably.
Yeah.
Often if one way doesn't work, you have to calculate it the other way, but here I think both ways work.
Both look good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think queen g3, rook d1, or rook d1, queen g3. I can't imagine the saving move anymore.
That's one thing that's always very annoying when you have two ways that are winning. You have to still choose one. I'm just like, ugh, unbelievable.
You want to use both.
Well, I just want one to not work so I can
Queen
be like,
g3.
okay, this
Queen g3 first is good. Oh, Kostia's camera needs to be fixed more? Sorry. I thought I'd fixed it. But I hadn't. There we go. Is that a good amount of Kostia?
Okay, rook d1 played. So if Evan wins this, that means he actually finishes with 2.5 points.
Yeah. Here he also has to move queen e3 as well as queen g3. It's also winning.
Yeah.
I think. Actually, don't quote me on that. I'm not 100% sure. Queen g3 is definitely good enough. Yeah, queen g3. I'm going to stick with my first answer, queen g3.
Yeah, queen goes to the dark squares, bishop goes to the light squares, and king goes to the floor.
That's a good recipe.
Mm-hmm. Oh, queen e3.
Goes a little flashier.
Fancy.
Yeah. So
after king 2?
on king g2, you trade on e1, and your rook and queen are defending each other, so you can block on e7, and if bishop takes, you have bishop e4.
Yeah, it's going to be GG.
On king h2, queen f2.
Right.
Queen g2 then. Queen h4, king g1, rook e1, something like that. So yeah, this works. This works. This is one of those positions you just have to pick one move that you think wins and calculate it. Not worry about the other ones. Not spend like 1 minute on queen g3, 1 minute on queen e3, then go back.
Yeah, run down all your time. Play wine. Flag.
Yeah.
King h2, hoping for rook e1, bishop e1.
Mm-hmm.
And then black can just take.
No, don't take. You have to play queen f2 here. If you take, then white gets to check on like c7 and.
Yeah. I mean, like, yeah. White's best hope is some extra checks with no perpetual.
No one wants to deal with that. Queen f2 is.
Queen f2. Yeah, everyone goes home.
Yeah. Man, I can't believe I've seen Casa lose a chess game now. He played so well, Kosia. It was overwhelming, the feeling I was getting from him.
Well this game. Yeah. He was very close. If he had found rook f5, that would have just been like, wow. Yeah, that would have been like a we're not worthy moment.
Yeah. Wow. An incredible result.
That was fun.
Yeah, GG.
You had fun, Casa?
Yeah, that was awesome.
All right.
I thought I missed my chance. I had really good opportunity I was a little bit sloppy in the end, and 96 was a nice tactic, but I felt I was definitely didn't have full compensation for the 2 pawns. Mm-hmm. But then in the middle game, I thought I started to outplay, and then I definitely thought when I played bishop f3 that like I was gonna win, like because I had like bishop h5 threats and like can hardly move. So
yeah,
I probably rushed. I shouldn't have rushed playing g5 and been a little bit more patient. But yeah, given the time situation, like it's sometimes hard to be patient. You kind of want to force the issue. And yeah, did you, Evan? Did you offer me a draw because you thought it was like? Why do you offer me a draw?
So there were a few reasons. One was since Vincent lost, 2 points would have clinched me 4th place. I also realized that King G7 was not a very good move.
yeah, I was like, whoa, like he's walking.
So I was kind of hoping that you would bail me out, because you're absolutely right. Like your bishop on c5 might have been worth like a pawn and a half, right? Like even though you're down 2 pawns, it was dominating my whole position. My light squared bishop was very sad. Most of
So
that game.
I have to ask you because, or actually I have to explain myself. So why I took like another like 50-minute, 40-minute thing. I don't normally do this in like normal games, but the reason I did was because in that position after queen takes e6, obviously I want to play e4 like badly, and what I calculated was e4, knight b4,
Right.
queen c3, and what were you going to do after queen?
I was going to go e5.
Yeah, e5, right? And then I was looking
bishop f4.
Yeah, so I looked at that for a long time and for like maybe 25, 30 minutes, and then I rejected it.
Because I have knight d3.
No, actually, no. Knight d3
No?
loses, I think.
Really? Do you take on d3?
Rook takes d3.
Rook takes d3 takes.
With what?
On d3.
With what?
With the pawn.
And then bishop takes c5.
Queen moves somewhere.
And then bishop takes
then you
g7.
take on g7.
I think that's just winning. I think that's just much better for white.
Are you better?
Yeah, the reason I didn't play the line is because after bishop f4 you have knight takes a2, which is like a stunner. I mean, it's appalling. But after knight takes a2, I have no good square for my queen. Like if I go queen c2, you go knight b4 back. If I go queen e3, you have e takes f4. If queen f3, it's just not a good square for the queen. So knight takes a2 is like, I was like, what the hell? So I spent all this time trying to look at bishop e3 instead of bishop f4. And after bishop e3, knight d3, rook takes d3, c takes d3, bishop c5, you have b4, which is really annoying. And the point is my queen has to stay connected to the bishop, so I go queen c2, and then you have d3, which is a really nice tempo gainer, and I have to go queen c1, and then you can go queen e6, and after rook d1, you have bishop a6, and you're covering d3, and you're threatening like queen c4. So I spent like a lot of time trying to work that out, but I should have probably just gone for the position with the comp much sooner. But I was really thinking about gambling it, frankly, because I thought, okay, is he going to see knight takes a2? But it's I thought when you got to the position, even if you didn't see it now, like once you get to the position, you're like, oh, that's an in between move, like it might, bear fruit. But and the funny thing about knight takes a2 too is I can't go like queen a3 because your queen is on d6, so there's like no square for my queen. It's ridiculous.
It was interesting because this game, I was more determined to manage my time better than I had all my previous games. So I invested more in limiting my thinks than I did in trying to find the best quality move every single time. If I don't take the pawn on d6, you're just going e4 and e5, right? And that pawn's just going to be there.
Oh
forever, right? So I figured worst case scenario, I didn't think you were going to actually win the knight. So maybe I'll sack one of the pawns back, and just and it's a position, but I cared more about not thinking for half an hour on that than I did on making sure I calculated it like precisely.
Yeah.
And,
no, it was
the time advantage.
You played really well. I thought you held the position pretty well. I mean, I was a little annoyed that I didn't have sort of a clear breakthrough, because I really felt that like down the 2 pawns later, like once you played g6, I was like, okay, like there's like once I played bishop f3, because you can't go knight d7 anymore because I have these bishop h5 ideas, and I was like, oh, like white is like down 2 pawns, but like there's a lot going on. But I don't know, maybe there isn't maybe I'm just being too optimistic and there isn't a clear breakthrough or something, but
I don't know. I'm sure there were points where we both probably could have improved. but I mean, it was easily the most difficult position I've ever played two pawns up. Right. Man, I got my money's worth with Catalans this tournament. Like, I feel really well prepared on both sides of that now. And frankly, I don't even know if what I played is considered like theoretically optimal. But I had some idea of where I wanted my pieces, and I just wanted to move them there quickly. Right, and that ended up being decisive at the end. Right, I think if we had equal time, this likely would not have been the result of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely could have been a bit more fiscally responsible, but that
Can we all?
Right. Yeah. But it was really fun to kind of like look at those lines and kind of like try and like make something work was like kind of exciting. Yeah.
In most of those lines, I feel like I'm barely escaping. Like I'm just,
It should be easier for you in the middle game though. Like I thought when I played H4 that was actually, or sorry, when I played King H2, I thought that was actually a bit imprecise because I think I should have probably started with Queen C3 because what was annoying me with H4 is I think you played F6 too willingly, and I thought you would like that square for your knight because if you can go like knight D7, knight F6, you have this G4 square, and so I thought King H2 is actually really clumsy because like you might get to G4 with tempo, and I saw lines where like you could go like with your knight F8, you could go H6. If you're uncomfortable with knight D7, you could go H6, knight H7, and then knight F6, knight F4. It's almost like you see this in like a semi-terrace sometimes, like or in French, you put the knight on F8 and then you spin it one way or the other. So I think at some point like there was if you kind of force the action in the middle a little bit. I'm not sure if I had. I didn't feel like I had full compensation.
I was planning on once you go H5 to go H6, knight H7, knight G5.
Yeah, I noticed that like playing H5 actually was like a weakness unless your knight was like definitely dragged away from the action, and then it also dawned on me that if I'm having to close with F5, I should probably have the bishop go to H5, which actually was the other like kind of critical position that I actually, when you played E5, that I glossed over way too quickly. But like after E5, something my F takes E5 might be actually a really good move, because you can't take, or maybe throwing in bishop D6 first. But I thought F takes E5. I don't think you can take with the rook because bishop D6. You take with the queen, you lose A5. So you have to take with the F pawn, and then the position is actually open. And so then I might shift gears and go like rook F1, bishop H3. It's like the E5 pawn actually might be a target. And so, F5 actually might be wrong too. But
once you went King F2, I was even worried that if I didn't go F6, that E5 might just be winning for you.
What's the idea?
Well, so now I don't have the check, right, on B6 or A7 after bishop D6. And I think at that point your light squared bishop just comes alive. And my pieces are clumsy, right? Like they're not well coordinated. I figured at a minimum I'd have to give up a pawn just to, not completely suffocate, but who knows if you even have to accept it. Like you can just keep the pressure.
You're saying with your knight still on F8 playing E5? Like with your knight on F8?
Yeah, knight F8 was my last move before King H2. And if I don't go F6, I think you can just go E5. Like let's say I go, I don't know, like A4, right? Just like another move. E5, and not...
Well, A4, any other move but A4 though, because then you can't mobilize your majority.
Okay.
So literally But like,
so like bishop back to a6, something,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Then e5.
So I was always worried that like you could, if I play e5, you can get your knight to the d5 square. So I thought like then like knight g7, knight g6, 97, knight d5, like kind of convoluted. But like once you get the knight to d5, you do have like stability.
I have to be careful though about going knight g6 too early, right? Because then you can probably start pushing the h pawn. And if you get your pawn to if you're able to like hit my knight on g6 with tempo and then go h6, I could really be in trouble.
So maybe you play h6 first and then begin that maneuver.
Right. But I was afraid about going h6 too early, because then you can try like h4, g4, g5.
Yeah.
So I almost like just wanted to pass like every move, just like show me, right? Like show me what your intentions are, so I know where to put my pieces. Because right, any committal move, almost for both of us, but more so for me, like could have been it. Like it was really, really sharp.
Yeah. Well, that was interesting. So there's a lot.
I hope the audience got their money's worth too.
I'm sure they did.
Yeah.
The other thing is I actually didn't know what the standings were when you offered me a draw, so I thought maybe I would need to win to get outright. Would that have been the case?
You did, because Teddy won, and did
Katarina did too.
So they
okay.
So they each got 3.5.
Okay. All right. Well.
Yeah.
That went into my calculus a little bit as well.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah. Thanks for the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, David. Do we sign off now?
Yeah, you can in a second. I just want to thank you both. And Casa, I heard that last night you were on stream analyzing games. Is that, yeah?
Yeah, I analyzed the 2 games from yesterday. It took a long time, and I was exhausted afterwards.
That was a lot of energy to put out mid-tournament. Are you going to do something similar tonight?
No, because I have some I have some urgent things to do tomorrow morning. So
okay,
yeah,
cool.
It would take a bit too long.
Yeah.
But
all right, I told everyone to follow you anyway, but now they'll know not to hold their breath tonight. But
I'll say so too. Casa's got a great stream.
Yeah.
And the audience can, you don't have to be a veteran. I think he appeals to chess players of all along the continuum, from beginner to GM. Highly recommend.
Very kind, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, fantastic. Well, congratulations. Well played, both of you. It's been a delight to watch your games yesterday and today. And yeah, I hope to see you both around in some future events.
All right, take care, everybody. And thank you, David, for all your hard work and effort in organizing this event.
You're welcome.
I can't speak on behalf of all of the All-Stars, but I will anyway. And for you to have put all the time and energy and to make that investment for us, I think speaks volumes about where your heart is and your passion and your dedication, and just keep up the great work. It was a privilege to play in this. I hope to get more opportunities, and really meant a lot for you to organize it. So sincerely appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Evan. I'm just glad that it was good experience for you and the other All-Stars. So yeah, you're welcome. Very welcome.
Have a great night.
All right, cheers.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, chat, and that leaves just us, just me and all of you. It's time for me to bid you adieu and maybe send a raid on somewhere. That was a fantastic tournament. For those of you who wanted to hear their reactions to Rook F5, sorry not to give that to you this time. I enjoyed just letting them do a natural post-mortem like players normally do with each other. And I think it's much more interesting and revealing to hear all the things that they were thinking about. They'll figure it out at some point. And Castle is a fantastic sport, but there's always a small risk that mentioning a move like Rook F5 might be like upsetting to somebody who just lost a game that they were potentially winning. Although he seemed like he might be beyond that, but most chess players wouldn't be. So I think you know, Evan for sure is going to be around. You'll have a chance to ask him about it. If you followed Casa, you can find him on his channel and ask him about it. I'm sure he'll go over the games sometime in the next week, and he will figure it out. So I think Evan did not see it hang up because my opinion during the game was that he saw it based on reading his face. But in the post-mortem, when Casa was saying, like, I felt like I had something, but I couldn't find it, Evan never mentioned, like, I was afraid you'd play Rook F5. So I think actually he may not have seen it either. And it's just really an inhuman move to find, more or less. So that's my take for now. But yeah, it's a good tournament. I hope that the goals of this All-Star tournament were clear, and that it was a great event for you all to watch, and a chance for Fizzy and Evan and Comrade Eyelash and Alexa to feel that we all appreciate what they do for all of us. So that's it for me and for the channel for tonight. We'll put up next week's schedule tomorrow probably. I know it's probably not really showing right now at the moment really what's going on next week, but we'll put that together soon. So yeah, let's send out a raid somewhere, and I don't see anything. St. Louis Chess Club. There, that looks like something. Alrighty. Take care, everybody. We'll see you around. Be back tomorrow in some way or other. Be great to have you, Coco. Absolutely. Maybe next year we'll do something even bigger, right? We're just figuring all this stuff out, Dojo All-Stars and the club championship, which you'll be able to see this week, starting off the knockout club championship. That'll be, bigger and more complicated next year around if everything goes well. So yeah. Cheers for now. Bye. So, it came down to this potentially one moment, the history of chess. And thank you, Chess Dojo Live, for the raid. Alright, so what do you guys think white should do here and why? Again, we have to try to understand what black